Zhang Nu opened the treasure chest. You've opened the diamond treasure chest. You've gained gold times 80 million, blueprint, hyperspatial temporal breeding ranch, blueprint, and altar times 1, level 5 special building upgrade scroll times 1, life gems times 30, 000, flame gems times 20, 000, earth gems times 10, 000. The rewards were indeed generous, fitting for an area that housed 2 level 6 monarch class units. The 2 blueprints for level 5 special buildings included a hyperspatial temporal breeding ranch, similar to a spirit field but capable of both cultivation and pasturing, with unique abilities such as spatial compression and time control, to generate impressive yields. The End Altar, unlike other altar buildings, primarily focused on summoning new Ents rather than enhancing existing ones. Ents, not being magical creatures, would persist indefinitely once summoned, without any time restrictions on their existence. This meant that with the End Altar, provided the summoning conditions were met, Zhang Nu could at any time summon Ents to reinforce his forces. Aside from the treasures obtained from the chest and the Ents that were recruited, the most significant gain from this endeavor was the Elven cultivation field itself. Despite the Black Phoenix having destroyed part of the area, the majority remained intact, teeming with purple and orange-grade materials. A conservative estimate suggested that fully developing and liquidating these resources could potentially bring in 1 billion Demon King gold in revenue for the Darkness City. The high value of the materials in this place was thus made apparent. This expedition was indeed a bountiful harvest. To prevent the materials from degrading in quality, Zhang Nu didn't rush to excavate them all, but decided to preserve them in their natural state to maximize their value and freshness. He planned to dispatch a group of elves to take over the management of the valley. With proper cultivation, this valley could rival ordinary spirit fields in productivity, and the valuable materials could be catalogued and stored in the form of data. In this way, they could be collected as needed later on. There was no longer a need for the Ent clan to remain there. Zhang Nu intended to relocate the entire Ent clan to the Chaos Forest, which would also be a form of liberation for them, as only a vast forest like the Chaos Forest could be an ideal paradise for the Ents. For the Chaos Forest, the arrival of over 1,000 level 6 Ents would greatly enhance its security, defense, and management. Ents possess an exceptional sensing ability, allowing each Ent to control and monitor a large area of the forest, essentially serving as natural sentinels. Moreover, the Ents could communicate with each other through long-distance psychic communication, allowing any incidents in any corner of the vast forest to be promptly reported back to the Darkness City. Furthermore, these Ents, having lived for tens of thousands of years, possess vast knowledge and command respect from various races. They could serve as the guardians of the Chaos Forest, mediating conflicts among races and defending against external threats. As for the injury of the Ent King Gertrude, the Phoenix's divine fire had been smoldering for decades. Zhang Nu could neutralize the flames within Gertrude using the power of the Abyssal Devouring and the abilities of the evil god, but fully repairing the aftermath and restoring Gertrude to peak condition was not easy. Even with Zhang Nu's current abilities, it was unlikely to be accomplished easily. However, the power of Tree of Eternity, or the effects of the level 5 life spring could be used to slowly restore Gertrude to his prime. This process could take decades, but for the Ents, this was insignificant. After all, the natural lifespan of an Ent is nearly infinite, and they could comfortably recuperate in the Chaos Forest. Zhang Nu returned to the Darkness City and began preparing for the relocation of the Ent clan. Abruptly, the leader of the Dragon's Shadow Heroes, Su Yan, rushed back in a hurry. "Boss," she exclaimed, "something big has happened." Su Yan was visibly tense. Zhang Nu glanced at her and said, "You are now the head of the Darkness City's intelligence agency. Why are you still making a fuss? What big event could possibly happen now?" Su Yan explained, "I've been gathering intelligence in Bachor's main city recently, and I can confirm that the Empire has been seemingly quiet these days, but is actually ready to launch a thunderous offensive." Zhang Nu was slightly startled. "Is that so? How many people have they brought? What units are involved?" Su Yan quickly said, "The Empire has mobilized a very powerful lineup, pulling nearly 1 million combat units from the capital city and the eastern and western borders, almost all of which have now reached the southern border. 1 million might sound intimidating, but numbers alone would not be enough. If it were 1 million ordinary soldiers, they wouldn't pose a threat to the Chaos Federation. But given Su Yan's anxiety, it was likely not just any ordinary force." Su Yan continued, "This 1 million-strong army doesn't consist of regular Imperial troops, they are almost all elite forces. The Grand Dukes of the Western region and Eastern region, these two guardian dukes, have almost pulled out all the knights from their duchies, totaling nearly 500,000. That's enough to easily wipe out any small country. Zhang Nu nodded, that does sound significant. But that's not all, Su Yan added. The western border of the empire is where the magic civilization is most prosperous. The headquarters of the Mage Guild and several mage forces and alliances are located there. The Grand Duke of the West has thus cultivated a famous imperial mage legion. A mage legion referred to a legion composed entirely of mages. A legion usually numbered over 100,000, if it didn't reach that number, it couldn't be called a legion. This mage legion was a mage force formed by at least 100,000, possibly more, mages working together. 100,000 mages launching an attack together would have been an apocalyptic sight, capable of leveling a city of 1 million people with a single assault. Su Yan continued, there is more. The Grand Duke of the Eastern region has also dispatched the Imperial Juggernaut Legion, stationed in the east. The Imperial Juggernaut Legion she mentioned was a very special regular legion of the Thunder Empire. Given the vast territory of the Thunder Empire, it was inevitable that various exotic races live within its borders, most of which had been fully assimilated or completely subjugated by the Empire. In the highlands of the Empire's eastern border, there's a particularly large tribe of giants. These giants belong to the mountain giants and are selected annually for their elite, receiving the Empire's special blessings and initiation to gain significant magic resistance and combat prowess before joining the legions formed by the Empire to wage wars for it. This unit was incredibly powerful and not to be underestimated even by the Chaos Federation. With 50,000 ducal knights, a legion of mages, and the Juggernaut Legion, the lineup was formidable indeed. However, the truly terrifying core force was not them. Su Yan swallowed nervously before continuing, moreover, one of the Empire's core forces, the renowned Guardian Knight Legion, has also arrived at Bachor City. Zhang Nu was already familiar with the power of the Guardian Knights. Each Guardian Knight was 1 in a million, and even the most ordinary member of the Guardian Knights had the strength of a level 5 overlord, capable of contending with a mature dragon on their own. At this moment, the Guardian Knight Legion of the Empire has almost entirely assembled in the southern lands. This sharply honed force was capable of crushing any known enemy of the Empire. Even the Ent troops and Abyssal Dragon Legion that Zhang Nu had recently acquired would struggle to contend with this force.
It did sound rather troublesome. After all, in addition to these troops, the Empire had deployed 2 dukes and a chief knight, 3 overt powerhouses. Moreover, the number of combat experts secretly dispatched, along with the reinforcements that the 2 dukes had called upon through their connections, was likely even more numerous. What was most crucial was the scale of this operation. News would have surely spread throughout the lands, attracting the attention of top-tier heroes across the continent. Zhang Nu suspected that in this battle, heroes from the top of the leaderboard would infiltrate the fray, either openly or in secret. Top-ranked heroes were no pushovers. The threat they posed was no less significant than that of the 3 imperial powerhouses. Su Yan anxiously asked, "Boss, how are we going to handle this? Although the Chaos Federation's forces are strong, it won't be easy to withstand this onslaught." Zhang Nu revealed a playful smile. "Don't worry, their arrival is timely. It will allow me to test some interesting things." Test? Su Yan was puzzled. Faced with such a large-scale enemy invasion, the boss seemed unconcerned, even seeing it as an opportunity for experimentation. Wasn't this attitude a bit too reckless? As for the war, Zhang Nu reassured Su Yan, "You don't need to worry. I'll handle it. The Chaos Federation has developed to a point where not even the mighty Thunder Empire can halt our progress. Our real threats are the top few hundred heroes on the leaderboard." Meanwhile, Han Kurson also encountered some trouble. "I've received the latest intelligence that the army of the Pale Moon Kingdom is about to besiege Holy Tide City, including a significant force of heroes," she reported. Zhang Nu immediately replied, "Do you need my intervention?" Han Kurson responded, "With me here, it's not yet necessary at this point. But Holy Tide City is short on troops. I need a strong reinforcement unit. Your newly formed Dragon Legion seems perfect for this. Send them to support me." Zhang Nu approved the request and dispatched the Dragon Legion to Holy Tide City. Han Kurson promised to conclude the battle there within 3 to 4 days, then launch a counter-conquest against the Pale Moon Kingdom. The 500,000-strong Sea Tribe army aboard their warships arrived at Holy Tide City in a grand display. Leading the force was the Grand Marshal of the Pale Moon Kingdom, Takumi Akawawa, accompanied by over 1,000 heroes. Holy Tide City quickly responded by shutting its gates, activating the protective barrier, and preparing for a standoff. With a disdainful sneer, Takumi Akawawa leaped from the flagship and landed on the sea surface, which roiled under his feet, lifting him towards Holy Tide City. With arms crossed, he began to shout towards the city, "I am the Grand Marshal of Pale Moon. By the order of the King of Pale Moon, I am here to subdue the White Sand rebels who have seized Holy Tide City. Listen well, defenders of the city. Now is the time to distance yourselves from the White Sand Tribe's rebels. Open the gates and welcome the royal forces, and your past offenses shall be forgiven. Otherwise, once I forcefully breach the city, all soldiers will be treated as rebels. You should understand the consequences." Takumi Akawawa was full of confidence, bolstered by his formidable force. The defenders of Holy Tide City, numbering at most around 200,000, were far inferior in both number and quality to his 500,000-strong army. In such a short time, it was nearly impossible for the White Sand family clan to gain complete control over Holy Tide City. Takumi Akawawa didn't believe that every soldier and commander in Holy Tide City would remain loyal to the White Sand tribe with the royal army at their doorstep. With the royal forces threatening, it was improbable that the city's defenders and various factions would not waver. Even a small number of defections would significantly aid Takumi Akawawa in easily breaching Holy Tide City and seizing control. Once in command of this vast city, he could use the army at his disposal to declare independence, counterattack Pale Moon Kingdom, and ultimately conquer the entire Pale Moon Peninsula to become its new ruler. However, contrary to Takumi Akawawa's expectations, the defenders of Holy Tide City remained unmoved, with no signs of the anticipated unrest inside or outside the city. Confused, Takumi Akawawa wondered whether it was possible that the White Sand Tribe had indeed won over the entire city and its military commanders. The reason behind this unwavering loyalty was not apparent to Takumi Akawawa. While the White Sand merfolks might not have had the capability to control all factions and officers in Holy Tide City, the forces from Darkness City could achieve this with relative ease. Through her ability to charm permanently, Han Kursen had already taken control of the leader of the Holy Tide City Hero Association. Her subordinates, Chu Yue and Dong Shue, along with thousands of succubi, had used psychic manipulation to influence various officers and family representatives. Although the psychic control exerted by ordinary succubi couldn't match the extreme effectiveness of permanent charm, subtly influencing and temporarily controlling key figures posed no issue. Thus, all significant forces and influential commanders within Holy Tide City were under Han Kursen's control, leaving them unable to break free from her influence. Enraged by the city's steadfast rebellion, Takumi Akawawa declared, "So you wish for death?" Seeing no other option but to take the city by force, he returned to his flagship. With a cold gaze and chilling tone, he ordered, "The rebels of Holy Tide City refuse to see reason. Relay my command. Commence the attack immediately and spare no traitors." The conch horn sounded, signaling thousands of warships to swiftly approach Holy Tide City. From the seabed, tens of thousands of Sea Tribe mages launched an attack, summoning a colossal wave, thousands of meters high, that surged towards the city like a massive palm about to strike. However, at that moment, a figure with demonic wings appeared in front of the wave. Although she bore the appearance of a demon, her features were strikingly beautiful and cold. It was none other than one of the most trusted generals under the Succubus Queen, the Banshee Queen, Han Dongshue. A demon? As expected, there are other forces behind Holy Tide City, Takumi Akawawa grimly noted, just an outsider force trying to control Holy Tide City.
Deep.
The wave crashed down like a blanket covering the sky, but Han Dongshue stood her ground. Just as the wave was about to crush her with its immense force, she unleashed a spell, Deathly Ice Seal. She directed a blue stream of cold towards the wave, and as soon as it touched the water, a layer of ice crystals formed on its surface. The ice rapidly spread across the wave, ultimately transforming the formidable deluge into a towering iceberg. Takumi Akawawa's expression drastically changed. This attack was at least A-rank magic, and the perpetrator had to be a level 6 overlord at the minimum. No, even a level 6 overlord wouldn't suffice. This individual was a powerful level 6 demon monarch. A level 5 demon was already an extremely rare occurrence, let alone a level 6 demon monarch. This being's presence completely shattered Takumi Akawawa's understanding.
Although Han Dongshua's intervention posed a significant pressure on Takumi Akawawa, he showed no signs of backing down. Despite the challenge presented by a monarch-class adversary, Takumi was confident in his own strength, bolstered by the power of the fragments of a god he possessed and his own status as a top-tier level 6 overlord, to contend with a monarch. Moreover, while monarchs were undoubtedly powerful, in a large-scale battle like this, one or two monarchs couldn't change the decisive gap in forces. Seizing the opportunity, Takumi Akawawa shouted, "Holy Tide City is a legitimate territory of the Pale Moon Kingdom, its legitimacy established in a covenant over 6,000 years ago. We cannot accept demons attempting to invade our Sea Tribe's territory." With fervor, he called out to the Sea Tribe commanders, "Holy Tide City is a city of a Sea Tribe. We cannot allow the vile demons to do as they please. Follow me in the charge, take back Holy Tide City, and slay the demons that lurk within." Hearing this, the soldiers were filled with righteous indignation. The Sea Tribe's legitimate territories, established by the Great Azure Water Empress, had been invaded by demons from foreign lands? This was clearly an affront to the collective interests of the Sea Tribe, sufficient to outrage all Sea Tribes. However, before they could launch a further assault, a series of intense dragon fear, like a stormy gale, descended from the clouds above. What the fuck? Dragons. True dragons. There are dragons. So many dragons. The Sea Tribes were thrown into panic as abyssal dragons, each at least 50 to 60 meters long and of various colors like red, blue, yellow, green, and black, each exuding the aura of at least top-tier level 5 overlords, descended from the clouds. A scorching dragon flame instantly struck the flagship of the Pale Moon Army. Although the ship's defensive barrier held, the spreading flames ignited several nearby transport ships, causing the Sea Tribes to jump into the sea to escape. Simultaneously, hundreds, even thousands of massive lightning strikes fell from the sky like rain, shattering dozens of ships and inflicting casualties and chaos upon the Sea Tribe army. How could there be dragons? Takumi Akawawa was stunned. He suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "You're from the Chaos Forest. You are from Darkness City." "It seems you're not entirely clueless," replied a voice, both pleasant and authoritative. Han Kursen appeared on the battlefield alongside Han Shuyue, accompanied by over a dozen high-level demons, each a formidable level 5 entity. "Damn you!" Takumi Akawawa roared. "Your reach from Chaos Forest extends way too far. This ocean is not yours to tamper with." If the adversaries had been unidentified demons, Takumi Akawawa wouldn't have been concerned since there were hardly any significant demon forces within 100,000 miles of the Chaos Sea. However, facing forces from Darkness City was an entirely different matter. Darkness City had already taken control of the Chaos Forest and even had the capability to invade Imperial territories, having slaughtered 1 million troops from the southern region of the Thunder Empire and even the southern Guardian Grand Duke Bachor. The situation was dire. The Chaos Forest's proximity to the Pale Moon Peninsula meant that if they sought to annex it, the peninsula would face even greater pressure than the Empire's southern region, which at least had the backing of the entire Empire. The Pale Moon Peninsula was now utterly isolated and without support. Takumi Akawawa angrily claimed, "Your Darkness City wages war on 2 fronts, making enemies of both the Empire and the Sea Tribes. Are you so eager to meet your demise?" Han Kursen laughed in response, "What a joke. The Chaos Sea has long been without restraint. The mere Pale Moon Peninsula should rightfully belong to the Chaos Forest." "Rubbish." Takumi Akawawa couldn't contain his fury. "We Sea Tribes will never submit to Darkness City. The Pale Moon Peninsula has always been the territory of the Pale Moon Kingdom. Foreigners like you will never succeed." Hearing this, the other Sea Tribes also became indignant. After all, this was no longer a mere rebellion but an invasion, and significantly, one initiated by outsiders, which completely altered its significance. Han Kursen smirked, "Is that so? Then may I ask where your so-called legitimacy comes from?" Takumi Akawawa blurted out, "Of course, from the covenant made by Empress Shui Lan 6,000 years ago." She explicitly integrated the entire Pale Moon Peninsula into the Chaos Sea and designated it under the governance of the Sea Tribes, a legacy that has continued for countless generations. "Excellent, so your legitimacy stems from Empress Shui Lan." Han Kursen clapped delightedly. "Then please, open your eyes wide and see who this is." As she spoke, another potent aura surged from the sea. Water formed a column that rose from the ocean and bloomed like a bud, revealing a merfolk of noble and majestic presence inside. An aura surpassing that of monarchs enveloped all the Pale Moon soldiers present. When the crowd recognized the mermaid, everyone was taken aback, for she was all too familiar. Her statues and portraits were widespread, and no Sea Tribe member with a notable family background could fail to recognize her. A high-ranking Pale Moon commander exclaimed in disbelief, "Empress Shui Lan, it's Empress Shui Lan. How could Empress Shui Lan be here?" This revelation jolted the other Sea Tribes out of their shock. The officers and elites from prominent Pale Moon families recognized Empress Shui Lan's identity, and even the ordinary soldiers who hadn't seen her images or statues soon learned of her from their superiors. How could this be? It must be a fake. How could Empress Shui Lan appear here? Yet, the aura emanating from her clearly surpassed that of monarchs, undeniably marking her as a being capable of the strength of an emperor. The shock and upheaval this revelation caused to the morale of the Pale Moon army could only be described as devastating. What was happening? Why would Empress Shui Lan appear among the enemy? The forces of the Pale Moon Kingdom were utterly stunned by this turn of events. Empress Shui Lan stood calmly amidst the waves, her gaze sweeping over the densely packed warships and Sea Tribe troops. She spoke with a tranquility that belied the significance of her words. "The Pale Moon Kingdom, and the entire alliance of Sea Tribes, has fallen into corruption and rigidity over these thousands of years. It is time for a revolution. I hereby declare my formal alliance with the Chaos Federation, becoming a member of Darkness City. The old, corrupt era must end. Now, only the Chaos Federation and the Demon King of Darkness City can bring true peace to the Sea Tribes. Your weapons should not be used against the reformers." Before Empress Shui Lan could finish, Takumi Akawawa, overcome with rage, interrupted her. He bellowed, "Don't listen to her nonsense. Empress Shui Lan has been dead for 6,000 years. How could she possibly appear in this era? This is a conspiracy. A trap set by the Demon King of Darkness City." His words garnered widespread support, with many echoing, "Exactly. This must be the enemy's scheme. How could Empress Shui Lan appear here after so many years? Damn these foreigners. Not only do they invade and occupy our Sea Tribe cities, but they also dare to desecrate the great Empress Shui Lan. Kill them all." The people of the Pale Moon Kingdom were incensed, not all out of righteous indignation but many out of fear. The reason was simple: the legal status and territory of the Pale Moon Kingdom were all delineated by Empress Shui Lan herself. If Empress Shui Lan opposed their rule, not to mention the covenant was destroyed, could they still hold their ground in this region? Among the Pale Moon Kingdom's forces, aside from ordinary Sea Tribe warriors and soldiers, there were no shortages of members from the Pale Moon royal family and other vested interest families. Their rights and status were all tied to the Pale Moon Kingdom. How could they accept an act that aimed to eradicate their legitimacy from its very roots? Regardless of whether Empress Shui Lan was genuine or not, they could not possibly accept it. Moreover, the battle went unexpectedly smoothly. A 500,000-strong elite kingdom army was not a small force, and even with many monarchs overseeing, a full-scale assault could have caused significant damage to Holy Tide City, considering the disparity in military strength. But now, with Shui Lan's deterrence and the dragon's assistance, the enemy barely fought or formed a significant battle force before choosing to surrender. Not only did Holy Tide City suffer no losses, but its strength also greatly increased with this newly assimilated kingdom army. With this new force at hand, Han Kursen was utterly confident in taking over the entire Pale Moon Kingdom. With such a contribution to the organization, surely the boss would consider a bonus? Han Kursen, accompanied by Shui Lan, returned to Darkness City to report to the Lord, Zhang Nu, who had also just returned. Eager to showcase her achievements, Han Kursen said, "How about that? We did a pretty good job this time, didn't we? Look what I brought for you." Handing over the evil god fragment, she watched Zhang Nu's surprised reaction. Another fragment of an evil god, coincidentally from the 8-eyed evil god, was of immense value to Zhang Nu, far surpassing the worth of 100 epic grade items. Learning about the situation in Holy Tide City, Zhang Nu was quite pleased with Han Kursen's strategy. Successfully assimilating hundreds of thousands of Pale Moon Kingdom troops would secure the southern front of the Chaos Federation in the Chaos Seas. Even without deploying a single soldier from Darkness City, the decaying Pale Moon Kingdom stood no chance against Han Kursen and her subordinates, Shui Lan, as well as the elite navy. Han Kursen outlined her plan. The cities of Pale Moon Kingdom have been oppressing and enslaving various tribes for 1,000 years, losing the people's support long ago. By invoking Shui Lan's name and the banner of restoring order, we can easily win over the tribes. Zhang Nu cautioned, don't underestimate a kingdom with 1,000 years of heritage. Han Kursen confidently replied, no worries, my permanent charm ability is almost ready again. Once I meet the Pale Moon King in person, who is at most a level 5 monarch, he won't be able to resist my charm. Han Kursen was employing a dual strategy, rallying various forces to overthrow the old nobility from the bottom up, while also planning to use her permanent charm to directly control the Pale Moon King, thus dismantling the supporting pillars of the kingdom from the top down. With Holy Tide City as a base, the banner of Shui Lan, the Azure Water Empress, and sufficient military forces, taking over the kingdom was a straightforward task for her, merely a matter of time. Zhang Nu acknowledged their efforts, you've done well this time. Rewards and punishments are clearly defined in Darkness City, and those who have merited will not be treated unfairly. Expectantly, Han Kursen inquired, really? Then about my bonus. Zhang Nu, somewhat irritated, assured her, you won't miss out on your bonus. For starters, take this. He then handed her an enormous egg. Han Kursen was astonished, an epic pet egg? Undying Phoenix. Zhang Nu explained, this Undying Phoenix is an extremely rare divine beast that can potentially reach mythic levels. Not only does it possess formidable offensive capabilities, but it also has various supportive abilities. Having it will significantly enhance your strength. Truly a treasure of immense value. Han Kursen was very pleased with this reward. This egg, transformed from the divine fire of a level 6 monarch phoenix, would hatch at least a monarch-class creature, and with proper nurturing, it could even reach mythic class. Essentially, it was a super weapon. The Undying Phoenix's divine fire could not only heal itself but also transfer life force to its master, instantly healing the master's injuries, which was more effective than any potion. For Zhang Nu, boosting his combat capabilities with a pet was unnecessary. Moreover, with his own fire rebirth ability and the newly acquired Eye of Regeneration, he didn't need the Undying Phoenix's supportive effects. Thus, rather than keeping it for himself, it made more sense to give it to Han Kursen. Enhancing the strength of Darkness City's second-in-command would enable her to generate even more value for Darkness City. After thanking her boss, Han Kursen immediately went to hatch the egg. Zhang Nu then turned to Shui Lan, saying, during our adventure, we found some phoenix blood crystals. These crystals can not only awaken bloodline powers, but also effectively repair any physical damage. They might be of help to you. In her prime, Shui Lan was no less formidable than Zhang Nu is now. Generally, mythic-class powerhouses were considered emperors, and those referred to as great emperors or legendary emperors were of the legendary class. Shui Lan, at her peak, was a level 6 legendary unit, reaching the pinnacle of level 6 and about to touch the threshold of level 7. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to achieve such great feats. However, after her resurrection, Shui Lan fell to a level 5 mythic, losing more than 90% of her strength. This was somewhat regrettable, but not irreparable. Phoenix blood crystals could potentially restore her lost power, possibly allowing Shui Lan to regain her strength. Thus, Zhang Nu took out a portion of the blood crystals and used them on Shui Lan. The process was similar to what Nancilia went through, and the outcome was almost identical. As Shui Lan absorbed the essence of the blood crystals and broke free from them, her aura surged, increasing several times over. Empress of the Sea Tribes, Shui Lan, level 6 mythic unit. After seeing Shui Lan's updated information as a level 6 mythic unit, Zhang Nu nodded in satisfaction. Although she hadn't returned to her peak state, her current level was more than sufficient. Now, apart from the Demon King himself, Darkness City boasted the Succubus Queen Han Kursen, the Elven Emperor Nancilia, and the Empress of the Sea Tribes Shui Lan, all as level 6 mythic units. Such a formidable lineup ensured that even if a level 7 hero from the top ranks of the hero leaderboards were to launch a surprise attack on Darkness City, the city's combined strength would be fully capable of holding its ground. Incredible! Shui Lan was also surprised. I've actually regained some of my power. Zhang Nu reassured her, there's nothing to be surprised about. Given enough time, it's not impossible for you to return to your peak condition. For now, your task is to continue assisting Vice Lord Han Kurson in seizing the Pale Moon Peninsula. With her fists clenched, Shui Lan affirmed, with my current strength, not to mention unifying the Pale Moon Peninsula, even a larger territory wouldn't pose a problem, especially with the Vice Lord's formidable abilities. Zhang Nu felt very confident about the situation in the Chaos Seas, entrusting it entirely to Vice Lord Han Kurson, only requiring regular updates on the progress. His focus now needed to shift northward. However, before making any moves, Zhang Nu decided to use the Eye of Regeneration. Evil God Fragment Assimilation Success. Maximum HP plus 5000. You've gained a new talent, Eye of Regeneration. Your Eye of Regeneration has resonated with Eye of Death and Eye of Domination, 3 Eyes of Evil God's Strength plus 50%, Evil God's Power plus 100%, Maximum HP plus 10,000, Maximum MP plus 10,000, all stats plus 300. This substantial boost in stats significantly strengthened Zhang Nu, even disregarding the Evil God powers and talents. The acquisition of the third Evil God Eye led to a qualitative change in his abilities, making the Eye of Death and the Eye of Domination much more potent due to resonance between fragments from the same Evil God. The more fragments collected, the stronger this resonance effect became. Zhang Nu realized that these Evil God fragments might offer a viable approach to his ongoing search for godhood.
Empress Shui Lan let out a scoff at their reaction. A surging force was released from her body, instantly creating a powerful deep-sea sanctum that enveloped most of the ships present. When deployed in a marine environment, the scale and size of Empress Shui Lan's sanctum could increase tenfold, with its power also significantly enhanced. This completely dumbfounded the Pale Moon Sea tribe. While Empress Shui Lan's appearance could be imitated and her identity impersonated, and even a mythic-class Emperor-rank powerhouse could be found to mirror her strength, there was one thing that couldn't be faked: her domain skill. Each king and emperor's domain possessed distinct personal characteristics, and according to historical records, the powerful sanctum now before them was none other than that of Empress Shui Lan herself. She is Empress Shui Lan. She truly is Empress Shui Lan. This isn't a fake. Empress Shui Lan has returned. The Pale Moon Sea tribe was utterly shaken, especially the ordinary soldiers and officers in the middle and lower ranks. They realized that standing within the enemy ranks was the legendary empress who founded the Sea Tribe Alliance and once ended the conflicts in the Chaos Sea. How could they continue to fight? Takumi Akawawa was furious. Enough of your tricks. I'll slay you first, you imposter. Regardless of the merfolk's true identity, Takumi Akawawa knew he had to eliminate her to proceed with the battle. He charged at Empress Shui Lan, braving the pressure of her sanctum, and swung his great sword. Condensing his chi into waves, he aimed a powerful strike at Empress Shui Lan. However, just as Takumi Akawawa's blade was about to strike Shui Lan, he suddenly felt a loss of control over his body. Han Kurson, standing not far from Shui Lan, had her left finger wrapped around a blue thread, almost invisible to the naked eye, that extended to Takumi Akawawa. You are under the influence of psychic domination. You are in a state of loss of control. Takumi Akawawa was shocked. How could he, with his strength, be so easily controlled? In fact, to Han Kurson, the hero's power was negligible. Even before reaching level 6, Han Kurson could manipulate heroes of level 6 overlord strength, not to mention now that she herself had reached level 6, becoming a terrifying demon emperor. Takumi Akawawa, despite being a powerful level 6 overlord, was like an ant to Han Kurson. If it weren't for the vast numbers of the Pale Moon Kingdom's forces, she wouldn't have needed to request for a reinforcement of over 100 dragons to assert dominance. Takumi Akawawa tried to use his battle spirit to break free, but found his efforts futile against the control. At that moment, Shui Lan raised her hand towards him and said, "You, who are so stubborn and backward, only serve as an obstacle to peace." You must be eliminated. The next second, a powerful burst of energy shot from Shui Lan's fingertip, striking Takumi Akawawa's head and obliterating it. The Grand Marshal is dead. The Grand Marshal is dead. The Empress has killed the Marshal. Han Kursen chose not to eliminate Takumi Akawawa personally to achieve a more profound psychological impact. After all, dying by Empress Shui Lan's hand, compared to hers, brought about an entirely different level of shock. However, at that moment, Han Kursen noticed something. Frowning, she said, "Huh, that's strange. This guy isn't dead yet." Shui Lan, hearing Han Kursen's comment, was also slightly taken aback and immediately focused her attention on the scene. The shattered pieces of the head, under some force, began to reassemble themselves and reattach to the neck, piecing the head back together. Kyuso Tear Takumi Akawawa, clutching his head, had a twisted look of pain on his face. His face and head were covered in cracks, and although the wounds were healing rapidly, being decapitated was obviously not a pleasant experience. "You can't kill me. No one can kill me." Shui Lan's gaze turned cold, and with a swift motion of her slender fingers, dozens of unbreakable water blades sliced through the hero from every direction. Against this, the hero had no chance to resist. Since Han Kursen was still controlling his body, he couldn't dodge or use his chi to counter. He took the hit squarely and was instantly cut into dozens of pieces. However, at that moment, the pieces began to reassemble once again. Takumi Akawawa's armor had fallen off, revealing his completely deformed body and a strange, green, eye-like organ on his chest. Han Kursen and Shui Lan could see clearly now. The reason this man was unkillable was due to this bizarre organ, which released a special energy, continuously restoring his body. Han Kursen commented with interest, "Huh, this eye resembles the one in the Mountains of Madness, although the power it wields is entirely different." Shui Lan, having seen much of the world, changed her expression and said, "The power of an evil god? No wonder he's so hard to kill." Takumi Akawawa's body recovered once again, but with each regeneration, his deformity worsened, and his mental state seemed to become more frenzied. "I am the mortal. You can't kill me." Shui Lan scoffed. "Immortal? You wish." As she spoke, she waved her hands and hundreds, if not thousands, of water blades instantly minced Takumi's body. Shui Lan didn't believe that under such circumstances, he could still heal himself with the evil god's power. As expected, the power of the evil god had its limits. Under such intense assault, Takumi Akawawa could no longer regenerate. His body, now cut into thousands of pieces, still clung together around the eye, forming a writhing mass of flesh. Seeing this, Shui Lan immediately said, "This fragment of the evil god is awakening. We must destroy it. Let's do it." Knowing how troublesome and terrifying a fully awakened evil god monstrosity could be, Han Kursen didn't hesitate to act, releasing a purple demonic fire. Simultaneously, Chuyue, Dongxue, other demonic powerhouses, as well as Shui Lan also made their move. With so many powerful individuals attacking together, it was quite a significant display of force against the awakening evil god. The next second, the flesh lump, which had swollen to the size of a house, exploded. Han Kursen obtained the inactive fragment of the dark god and saw the related information about it. Eye of Regeneration, a fragment of the ancient, eight-eyed evil god, with each eye containing a different dark power. This one, representing the power of life, is known as the Eye of Regeneration. Eye of Regeneration, Han Kursen marveled. No wonder it had such a strong resurrection ability. It's surprising that such a thing was found on an unremarkable hero. At this moment, the dragon troops launched their attack. The stubborn resistors within the Pale Moon Kingdom's forces were cleansed by the destructive dragon flames and lightning. As for the remaining kingdom's army, they had already lost their courage and, under the imposing pressure of Shui Lan, had no will to fight left. Soon, 80% of the 500,000-strong army surrendered. Han Kursen was overjoyed. "Ha ha ha, this is great. We've assimilated so many elite kingdom troops and got an evil god's eye. We've really accomplished a great feat this time. She knew the value of an evil god fragment, especially those originating from the same deity. The more fragments from the same evil god, the stronger the resonance and synergy between them, resulting in more potent effects and powers. This Eye of Regeneration would be incredibly valuable to the Potato Demon King.
In this world, local deities such as the god of radiance and the goddess of nature do exist. However, they mostly function as laws and programs, materializing as avatars only under rare circumstances. Essentially, the gods of this world represent the rules of the world itself. Without a tangible entity to interact with, it's challenging to obtain divinity or godhood from them. In contrast, outer gods from other realms, or evil gods, possess physical forms and consciousness. Evil gods are still gods, endowed with a potent, undying divinity. Being divine, they undoubtedly possess godhood. If Zhang Nu were to collect all fragments of an evil god, it could potentially activate the corresponding divinity, offering a chance to advance to a Chaos Dragon god. This presents a viable path forward. Zhang Nu then examined his newly acquired talent. Eye of Regeneration, talent skill. Grants eternal life. Once activated, all healing effects on the bearer are increased tenfold, and the bearer gains the undying effect. This eye bestowed everlasting vitality upon its possessor. As long as its effects weren't sealed, the bearer's body would be nearly impossible to destroy completely. It could regenerate indefinitely, even from being reduced to shreds. Furthermore, the Eye of Regeneration possessed a potent life force. It could assist in reviving oneself or healing others, amplifying all targeted healing effects by tenfold. What did this imply? Zhang Nu's rebirth from within the flames ability, which had previously only been able to be fully charged and utilized every few days, was now able to be used consecutively once ready. With the Eye of Regeneration, Zhang Nu became much harder to kill. Although the Eye of Regeneration might not have been directly usable in combat, its formidable ability significantly enhanced survivability and combat capability. Zhang Nu was naturally satisfied. Having acquired 3 of the 8-eyed evil god's eyes, Zhang Nu wondered where the remaining 5 might be. He decided to have the Draconian legions and other forces under his command search for them. After obtaining the Eye of Regeneration, Zhang Nu decided to conduct an experiment, choosing the newly recruited Ant King Gertrude as the subject. Gertrude's internal flames had been extinguished by Zhang Nu, but due to severe damage, a slow recovery had been necessary. However, it seemed such lengthy recuperation might not have been needed after all. Activating the Eye of Regeneration, a green eye opened on Zhang Nu's forehead, gazing at the Ant King. In the next moment, a scene unfolded that left all the elves and Ents present in astonishment. The charred cracks on the Ant King's trunk swiftly regained their color, and the half of the branches that had been previously withered and charred sprouted new growth as the charred layer fell away. Gertrude clearly felt his body, once riddled with damage from the Black Phoenix's divine fire, being healed at an incredibly rapid pace. The regenerative power released by the Eye of Regeneration could mend any form of injury in this world. This level of healing had surpassed mortal limits, bordering on the divine, and left onlookers in awe. With such an ability, death had become a difficult feat to achieve. In Bachor City, the commander of the Guardian Knight Order, Croft, had his forces fully assembled. This was not just any Knight Order, but the Empire's core force, Guardian Knight Order, known for its dazzling and luxurious golden armor. Despite the Order's relatively small size, with just over 6,000 members, its strength was formidable and not to be underestimated. Each ordinary Guardian Knight possessed the power of a level 5 Overlord, and among every 10 to 20 Knights, there was a Knight Captain with level 6 Overlord class strength. This meant the Knight Order boasted several hundred level 6 Overlord class fighters. Such a force could easily annihilate a small country without breaking a sweat. The deployment of the entire Guardian Knight Order was an exceedingly rare occurrence in the Thunder Empire's history of nearly 1,000 years. Croft had already received news that the Elro region had fallen completely. The forces from Darkness City were continuing their siege, rapidly devouring the Empire's southern territory. Apart from the Bachor Duchy, nearly half of the other noble lands had already been annexed. The situation was dire indeed. Croft personally approached the 2 Guardian Grand Dukes, expressing his concerns with a grave tone. The power of the Chaos Forest is growing stronger by the day. If this continues, the situation will become increasingly unmanageable, and I won't be able to explain it to His Majesty. I believe we cannot delay any longer and must mobilize our troops immediately. Duke Blakely of the Eastern Duchy agreed, saying, Old Fox, I think Commander Croft's worries are quite justified. Based on the intelligence we have, the more territories the Demon King conquers, the larger the army he can command. We have no time to waste. However, Duke Kofi Paul of the Western Duchy remained composed, reminding them, why the rush, gentlemen? Have we forgotten the lesson from Bachor? We must not act hastily without full preparation, to avoid repeating past mistakes. Duke Blakely frowned, our troops are almost fully assembled. What more preparation do you have in mind? It's better to act now rather than waste time. Just then, Duke Kofi Paul seemed to sense something. Playing with the gemstone ring on his thumb, he smiled and said, they're here, and just in time. Before Duke Blakely and Commander Croft could figure out what the Grand Duke of the Western Duchy was hinting at, they heard shouts from outside. Intruders! Who are you people? This is a military-restricted area. Are you looking to die, barging in here? Commander Croft's expression shifted as he enveloped himself in a flash of golden light, moving instantly to locate the source of the disturbance. He found a group of oddly dressed, mysterious individuals, with the leader being the most striking. The leader appeared to be just a gaunt old man in a gray, tattered robe, with a face full of wrinkles and sunken eyes, unremarkable in appearance but exuding an exceptionally sharp aura, like an ancient sword still capable of slicing through iron. With every step the old man took, his aura was released, powerful enough to repel anyone who came close. Even the attacks launched by the guards couldn't get near him. Who are you? Croft demanded. You've got some nerve. Initially, Croft thought these were troublemakers sent by the Demon King. He immediately drew his sword from his waist, and a swipe of golden light, as if to cleave the heavens, approached the gaunt old man in an instant. However, what Croft, the chief knight, didn't anticipate happened before him. Just as his long sword was about to strike the old man, a barely visible layer of densely packed sword chi enveloped the area, trapping his sword and preventing it from advancing any further due to the immense resistance. You're not bad with a sword, the old man commented. Croft nearly burst with anger upon hearing this. Although he wasn't the Empire's strongest swordsman, as the Empire's most distinguished knight, his swordsmanship was ranked among the top in the entire Empire. For his incomparable mastery of the sword to be merely described as not bad was infuriating. The old man continued, your swordsmanship is decent, but a tangible sword is easy to parry. Only an intangible sword can be invincible. During the conversation, Commander Croft felt a tremendous sense of crisis approaching. He could distinctly sense the air around him changing bizarrely, with countless sword chi materializing out of thin air, forming hundreds of swords pointed at him, all invisible to the naked eye. Oh shit! Commander Croft immediately retreated rapidly. The ground where he passed was slashed with crisscrossing sword marks, each extending for dozens of meters as if the earth itself was splitting open. The gaunt old man extended his left hand and pointed into the void. A massive invisible sword blade burst forth from his fingertip, reaching Commander Croft in an instant. The speed was so fast that the Empire's chief knight had no chance to dodge. Guardian Golden Form. Commander Croft activated the Guardian Knight's signature skill. A golden aura, akin to sunlight, released from within him, eventually coalescing on the surface of his body, turning him into a golden figure. Unlike the ordinary Guardian Knight's golden body, which could extend for tens of meters, Croft's golden body form was adjustable in size, being only 2 to 3 meters tall at the moment, with the dense combat chi highly condensed, achieving true imperviousness to blades and spears. With a loud bang, the old man's sword energy struck Commander Croft. The Empire's chief knight was propelled backwards for over 1,000 meters by the tremendous sword chi, leaving behind a gorge-like gulf in the earth. This scene left everyone present in utter shock. The old man's strength was monstrously overpowering. With just a flick of his finger, he unleashed sword chi that carved through 1,000 meters of the earth, clearly overpowering the Empire's chief knight. Commander! Dozens of Guardian Knight captains rushed to the scene. Upon seeing their commander being forced back, their expressions changed drastically. They all activated their Guardian Gold form, attempting to surround and attack the inscrutable old man. However, at that moment, an overwhelming sword intent was released from the old man, enveloping an area of tens of thousands of meters in all directions. Swords of various styles, lengths, and appearances emerged from the ground, turning the land into a sea of swords. With a wave of his hand, swords of different shapes and sizes flew up into the air, creating a storm of blades. the domain of million swords. Duke Blakely recognized the old man's identity. He is the foremost of the 7 sword saints of the Sunset Empire, the founder of the formless swordsmanship. Duke Kofi Paul interrupted, Lord Daoen, we have fully experienced your strength. This old man, named Daoen, was one of the renowned 7 sword saints of the Sunset Empire. More precisely, he was the leader of the 7 sword saints, the most powerful among them. Not long ago, Xiao Si, who died alongside Duke Bachor in the Elro region, was also a sword saint of the Sunset Empire. He practiced the inner eye sword style, while the old man in front of them practiced the formless sword style, hence the difference in styles. There is no hierarchy in swordsmanship styles, but there is a vast difference in the skill levels of swordsmen. The Sunset Empire, an extremely conservative and martially inclined empire, revered the 7 sword saints as the pinnacle of its warriors. The other 6 sword saints were roughly equal in strength, but this one was unfathomable. However, what few knew was that this leader of the 7 sword saints of the Sunset Empire had a special identity. He was the hero player Satoru Sato, a hero from the island nation ranked 499th on the hero leaderboard, a level 6 mythic entity. Being reincarnated as a sword saint of the Sunset Empire was an extraordinary stroke of luck. Over the recent period, he had slain numerous demon lords in and around the Sunset Empire, now surpassing the original formless sword Saint Daoen in strength. Duke Kofi Paul of the Western Duchy said, Lord Daoen came specifically to assist us against Darkness City's forces, and you've all witnessed his strength. Duke Blakely remarked, I hadn't expected such a legendary figure to be summoned by you, old fox. It seems this mission is assured of success. Kofi Paul added, without full preparation, we risk repeating past mistakes. I don't wish to become the next Bachor. He paused before continuing, besides Lord Daoen, the other warriors present are also renowned figures. The group accompanying Satoru Sato comprised several heroes, primarily level 6 overlords, among which a dark-skinned, bald hero exuded the strongest aura. Introducing him, Kofi Paul said, I presume you're the esteemed Black Barbarian King? This Black Barbarian King was the mightiest warrior from a barbarian kingdom near the Sunset Empire. The barbarians, a branch of humanity, were similar to humans in many aspects, but differed in stature, intelligence, and magical aptitude. They were known for their divine strength and robust constitution, typically standing around 2.5 meters tall. The warrior, named Sanja Singh, was a hero from the Asan nation, with level 6 monarch class strength, ranked 4951 on the hero leaderboard, a formidable presence. With Sanja and Satoru Sato leading, supported by over a dozen level 6 supreme heroes, this squad was exceptionally powerful. Along with 2 Grand Dukes and the Empire's Chief Knight, each commanding numerous elites and valiant fighters, this high-end assembly, bolstered by military forces, posed a significant threat, not just to kingdom-level forces but even to some weaker Empire-level entities. Kofi Paul remarked, we're about ready, and I believe there's no way we can lose this time. Indeed, if such a formidable lineup couldn't handle Darkness City, then it would not merely be a border issue but a dire threat to the Empire's very existence. Sanja, the hero, asked Satoru Sato, do you think the Demon King of Darkness City is on the Demon King leaderboard? Of course, Sato replied, given the strength he has shown in the past, he must be at least a level 6 monarch class Demon King, and such a Demon King would surely be ranked. He continued, if it weren't for this, why would I travel thousands of miles here? Killing a ranked demon lord is far more valuable than killing hundreds or even thousands of lesser demon kings. Since his arrival, Satoru Sato had never met an opponent he couldn't defeat with a single sword strike. This had given him immense confidence. After all, the strongest demon kings known were merely at the level 6 legendary class, and they were few and far between. Even if he were to encounter one, with his own level 6 mythic class strength and the Empire's military might, along with numerous experts to assist, he felt sure he could manage. Therefore, Sato was not the least bit worried. He only hoped that the Demon King he encountered would be as highly ranked as possible. In Jauntry City, accompanied by Nancilia and Marilyn, Zhang Nu visited once again, this time to see the Ant King. Ant King Gertrude was staying in Jauntry City, and compared to 2 days ago, his condition had significantly improved. The Ents have 3 forms, the Archtree form, the Ant form, and the Half-Ent, Half-Tree form. The Ant King was currently in the Half-Ent, Half-Tree form, with a towering figure hundreds of meters tall, its massive roots embedded in the soil of Jauntry City, radiating with vigorous vitality. Gertrude, we've come to visit you. Nancilia asked with concern, how do you feel now? The Ant King responded, "The damage caused by the Black Phoenix has fully recovered. I'm back to my prime, thanks to His Majesty the Demon King." Gertrude had been in Jauntry City for some time now. After spending this period getting to know more about Jauntry City, Darkness City, and the Chaos Federation, he held immense respect for the Demon King and understood why the proud elves were so devotedly following him. For Gertrude himself, it was a rebirth granted by the Demon King. Otherwise, with the Black Phoenix's divine fire corroding him, he wouldn't have lived much longer. "If you like the environment of Jauntry City, you're welcome to live here from now on," Nancilia continued. "With a senior from the era of the ancient Elven Empire like you protecting Jauntry City, it's bound to develop even more prosperously and securely." Without hesitation, the Ant King agreed, as the importance of the Eternal Tree to the Ents, and the benefits it could bring, were second to none to the elves. Living in Jauntry City and the Jauntry Forest was a blessing for most Ents. Zhang Nu was very satisfied with the complete allegiance of the Ent race and planned to scatter them throughout the Chaos Forest, turning them into natural guardians and sentries of the forest. This way, no matter what kind of enemies they faced, they would not be able to invade Jauntry City. During his last adventure, Zhang Nu obtained 2 blueprints, one for the End Altar and another for the Hyperspatial Temporal Breeding Ranch. Both structures were level 5 special buildings, expensive to construct but not a significant issue for Zhang Nu at this point. Seizing the opportunity, he constructed the End Altar within the Chaos Forest. A giant altar, resembling a tree stump covered in branches and leaves, quickly rose from the ground, emitting an aura of nature. The End Altar had 2 main functions. The first was to strengthen Ents, and the second was to summon them. Similar to the giant altar in Thunder City, the Ent Altar could efficiently enhance the strength and aptitude of Ents at a relatively low cost. Unlike typical barracks-type buildings, the Ent Altar had no limit on the number of Ents it could summon, only limited by the area of the forest. The larger the forest area within the Demon King's controlled territory, the more Ents it could produce. For every 1,000 square kilometers of forest, it could summon a level 5 Lord Ent. For every 10,000 square kilometers, it could summon a level 5 Overlord Ent. The cost for individual units was lower than that of other level 5 Overlord units. Zhang Nu's territories contained a vast amount of forest, with the Chaos Forest alone covering over 5 million square kilometers, of which at least 4.4 million square kilometers were forested areas. Including other territories' forests, theoretically, it was possible to summon 500 level 5 Overlord class Ents. This represented a formidable force capable of intimidating any power. The Ents had a unique ability to connect directly through the forest, strengthening their collective defense as their numbers grew. With the addition of the End Altar, the Chaos Forest, the very heartland of the Chaos Federation, would become impregnable. Apart from the End Altar, Zhang Nu also summoned the Hyperspatial Temporal Breeding Ranch, similar in effect to ordinary spirit fields but with rapid production capabilities. The difference lay in its principle of operation. While spirit fields accelerate crop growth by concentrating energy and mana within the soil, the Hyperspatial Temporal Breeding Ranch accelerates time itself. In essence, once seeds or animals to be planted or bred are placed inside, a certain amount of gold can be spent to activate the acceleration, instantly speeding up time within the farm from a year to even a century. This meant that in the blink of an eye in the outside world, many years could pass within the farm. Zhang Nu discovered that the Hyperspatial Temporal Breeding Ranch was not only capable of growing crops but could also breed various magical beasts, including long-lived creatures like true dragons, possibly allowing them to cultivate within the farm. However, the Hyperspatial Temporal Breeding Ranch, being a level 5 building, and primarily a breeding ground rather than a training ground, has its limitations. Units above level 5, as well as intelligent beings like humans, elves, and Ents, cannot exploit it to bypass their natural growth processes. Despite these restrictions, Zhang Nu was still able to recognize the value of this facility. It certainly held more potential than a standard farm, as it could breed magical beasts in addition to growing crops. Moreover, certain special natural treasures, due to their unique quality and type, require time to mature and cannot be hastened simply through spirit fields. In such cases, the Hyperspatial Temporal Breeding Ranch becomes invaluable. This was another excellent facility. Zhang Nu's collection of top-tier buildings and facilities was already extensive. By fully utilizing the existing resources of the Chaos Federation, he could easily conquer any neighboring empire-level power. However, at that moment, Su Yan brought new intelligence. "Boss, there's fresh information." The Dragon's Shadow Hero Guild has received simultaneous alerts from various channels that the Empire's new army has begun to mobilize. Zhang Nu nodded in response. Oh, is that so? They're finally making a move? Where do they plan to attack from? Su Yan answered, based on the current movements, the Elro region will definitely be the first to be threatened. The Chaos Federation currently controls the Chaos Forest area, the Craigie region, the Elro region, and the waters around Holy Tide City. Among these, Elro was the most recently conquered. The Federation's integration efforts in the Elro region are still insufficient, and the deployed troops are relatively few. Moreover, the Elro region, being a major agricultural area, is very flat, consisting mostly of plains. If the Empire's army enters from this region, it will be difficult for the Chaos Federation to defend comprehensively. They can advance from any direction, making it easy to attack various cities and forcing a passive defense. The Supreme Magitech Fortress would not be very effective in such terrain. It can only be stationed in the main city of Elro to prevent it from being destroyed during mobilization. This explains why the Empire has chosen to attack there first. After all, the Empire has suffered many losses at the hands of the Chaos Federation. Retaking a region with the lowest difficulty first allows them to test the current strength of Darkness City and boost morale through this battle. Zhang Nu remarked, it seems the Empire's command is being very cautious this time. Su Yan, somewhat worried, asked, Boss, what should we do? Zhang Nu reassured, it's nothing serious. He quickly made arrangements for Long Yi, Zhang San, Li Si, and others to lead the Abyssal Dragon Legion, the Royal Guard Legion, and an army consisting of aerial units to intercept the attack. The Empire's army, at least 1 million strong, was unlike any ordinary army of 1 million. It included forces like the Guardian Knight Order. Zhang Nu's Dragon Legion consisted of just over 100 Abyssal Dragons, and the Royal Guard Legion had only a few thousand Dragon Guards. Even with the addition of the Draconian Super Soldier Legion and the Federal Aerial Squadron, the total was barely over 100,000. Defeating such an enemy under these circumstances would undoubtedly be an extremely difficult task. While Zhang Nu could deploy more troops, the scale and strength of the enemy posed a significant challenge for the current Chaos Federation. Although they could compete, the time, effort, and cost would be enormous. However, Zhang Nu had a better plan and an experiment he had long wanted to conduct. Among the many buildings in Darkness City, the Rift Tower of the ancient Land of Stars was a unique existence. Each rift had its specialties, and the ancient Land of Stars' specialty was various evil god altars. These altars were all level 5 special buildings with diverse functions, expensive to construct, and single use. Zhang Nu had a Blood Moon altar, a reward from clearing a challenge earlier, which he had yet to use. Unlike ordinary altars, this one could summon an avatar of the evil god unifier of all. However, summoning an avatar required a vast number of sacrifices, which Zhang Nu did not have access to. But now, with the Empire's army pressing in, weren't they the perfect sacrifice? Zhang Nu personally went to the Elro region to make preparations. In a forest, he spent 100 million gold, along with nearly 100,000 gemstones of various attributes, to summon the Blood Moon altar. The Blood Moon altar, level 5 special building, summons a evil god Blood Moon using the creatures within a 3,000-mile radius as sacrifices. The more sacrifices consumed, the stronger the avatar of the evil god that is summoned. This altar can only be used once. Done, Zhang Nu said, looking at the altar filled with an evil aura. He was very satisfied. There were no human towns within a 3,000-mile radius, and even the villages had been relocated. The next step was to lure the Empire's forces into the area. Once they stepped into this trap, a spectacular scene was bound to unfold. On the Elro plains, a massive army was moving at a speed comparable to a high-speed train, clocking in at 200 kilometers per hour. As they advanced, dust and sand were thrown up into the air, and a fierce wind held around them. The terrifying killing intent that enveloped an area of hundreds of miles was so intense that it could even alter the weather. The composition of this army was incredibly complex. The main body consisted of several 100,000 cavalry units, each knight resplendent in shining armor, riding predominantly Pegasus mounts. There was even a legion of pure mages, all mounted on flying mounts, clad in standard mage robes and wielding magic staves. Among them were also towering giants, encased in armor several inches thick, resembling robots more than living beings. In addition to these, there were a variety of other units, including numerous special forces teams and unique military units, totaling dozens of different types. Among these smaller units, the Guardian Knight Order stood out the most. They were in the absolute central position, each Guardian Knight not only clad in golden armor but also riding golden griffins. Regardless of the Guardian Knight's own strength, the combat power of these golden griffins alone averaged between level 3 and level 4 Lord class. Such a force was clearly assembled for a war of annihilation, capable of not just conquering any ordinary kingdom but powerful enough to challenge and destroy a near-imperial level superpower. With such a formidable lineup, the Empire had clearly spared no expense this time. At the forefront of this troop, the core group alone consisted of several hundred individuals, including Western Duchy Grand Duke Kofi Paul, Eastern Duchy Grand Duke Blakely, the Empire's Chief Knight Croft, the Formless Sword Saint, the Black Barbarian King, and others. The rest were top-tier powerhouses from the Eastern, Western, and Southern territories, as well as elite warriors, most of whom possessed level 6 overlord strength. Such a military force, even for the Empire, represented a significant mobilization of resources and effort, not usually deployed lightly, highlighting the determination behind this operation. There's no doubt that faced with such a military might, even the current Chaos Forest would feel a significant threat. Kofi Paul was fully confident this time. Unlike Bachor's repeated failures and diminishing forces, he had gathered all possible strength and made thorough preparations before launching this assault. Your Grace. There's an unusual presence ahead. According to our Magic Division's reconnaissance, it appears to be an elite force from Darkness City, heading our way. Kofi Paul laughed. How many are there? A magician responded, approximately between 120,000 to 150,000. Kofi Paul's laughter grew. Ha ha ha, they dare to probe us with just that many? Well then, let's give them a warm welcome, shall we? Show them what true power is. Duke Blakely had already begun issuing orders, informed the entire army to prepare for battle and be on alert for an enemy attack. The magical messenger quickly disseminated the Duke's commands through communication spells, ensuring every unit commander in the vast army, spread over tens of miles, received the orders clearly and promptly. In the blink of an eye, the massive army of over 1 million halted as if a paused machine. They efficiently reorganized their formation, the Guardian Knights at the forefront, the Duchy Knight army surrounding them for protection, the armored giants forming a circle, and the Mage Legion shielded in the center. With intense magical fluctuations, hundreds of thousands of elite mages cast spells simultaneously. A super-strong protective barrier enveloped the area, safeguarding all Imperial combat units within. Just then, dense specks appeared in the distance. The Darkness 3 dragons and the 4 new Dragon Kings, leading the Abyssal Dragon Legion, the Royal Guard Legion, and the elite aerial army of Darkness City, totaling over 100,000 troops, loomed into view. The disparity in numbers between the two sides was staggering, reaching more than tenfold. In terms of quality, Darkness City's forces, with their strongest unit being the Dragon Legion, were at a disadvantage. Despite the might of the Abyssal Dragons, which numbered only around 150, the opposing Guardian Knights alone numbered 6,000. How could such a battle be fought? The difference was vast, and the two forces were not even on the same level. Yet, the forces of Darkness City seemed oblivious to the Empire's formidable lineup and foundation, continuing their approach. Dark clouds loomed overhead, with crimson lightning flickering, signaling a potent attack brewing. Long E roared, attack. Charge. Kill. Maim. Take down these Imperial dogs. The Abyssal Dragons unleashed their Abyssal Lightning, the Royal Guards fired beams from their beholder eyes, and several elite mage groups released their long-prepared spells all at once. In an instant, the sky darkened as countless fearsome attacks descended upon the Imperial Army's shield. Long E and the troops of Darkness City were stunned to see such a vast and fierce assault, which could have spelled doom for even a level 6 monarch, barely leaving room for resistance. To the shock of Long E and the troops of Darkness City, such massive and fierce attacks, which could have spelled doom for even a level 6 monarch, seemed to have no effect on the shield. Despite the barrage, the shield showed no signs of damage or weakening, highlighting its incredible defensive strength. After all, this was a barrier created by hundreds of thousands of elite mages, enhanced by various Empire formations and treasures, reaching a skill level above S grade. 7 monarchs? 7 Dragon Kings? Both dukes and the lead knight noted the 7 leading dragons at the forefront of the Darkness City forces, each radiating the pressure and aura of a monarch, clearly indicating the presence of 7 monarch-class units. The Demon King is indeed growing too fast. Darkness City's strength has increased since last time. According to intelligence, Darkness City is allied with the elves, but the Elven King isn't present in this force. It seems Darkness City has yet to deploy all its military strength. The group quickly assessed the situation. It was clear that the current force alone could not shake the Empire's army, but the transformation from 3 to 7 Dragon Kings in Darkness City was truly shocking. The rapid growth of Darkness City was terrifying. The hero Sato Satoru chuckled, "Good, very good. This is indeed the most powerful Demon King force I've encountered so far. Only such a Demon King is worth my effort." Darkness City's forces launched several long-range attacks in succession, but failed to inflict effective damage, not even managing to breach the shield. Long E, with a grim expression, immediately ordered, "Retreat." Darkness City's forces turned to leave, planning to regroup. However, retreating proved much more difficult than arriving. If Darkness City could attack the Empire's forces, the Empire could certainly retaliate. Over 100,000 mages, averaging around level 3 in strength, began chanting in unison. A terrifying magical fluctuation, unlike anything seen before, enveloped a 100-mile radius of the plains. The next moment, thousands upon thousands of fiery meteors streaked through the dark clouds and fell upon Darkness City's troops. Each meteor's impact was comparable to a small nuclear explosion. In the blink of an eye, the once peaceful grassland was utterly devastated, with Darkness City's forces suffering tens of thousands of casualties despite their immediate defensive measures. This level of casualties in an initial clash was unprecedented, highlighting the immense power of this magic. The strength of this spell was primarily due to the sheer number of casters. The combined might of 100,000 elite mages was comparable to a full-force strike from a top-tier mythic magical unit. "They're trying to flee." "Humph, thinking of escaping now?" "Too late." Duke Kofi-Paul loudly commanded, "Chase them down. We can't let them return to the Chaos Forest. Not one shall escape today. Kill, kill, kill." The Empire's forces surged forward with overwhelming momentum. The vast gap in strength between the two sides was evident. In the face of the Empire's profound strength, even the elite forces of Darkness City seemed insignificant, greatly boosting the confidence of the Imperial soldiers. Most of the Empire's forces were capable of flight, matching the mobility of their adversaries. Their defeat seemed certain. This time, the Empire's forces surged forward with unstoppable momentum, forcing Darkness City's troops into a continuous retreat. This was an unprecedented situation since the war began, and the Empire wasn't about to let go of such a perfect opportunity to kick an enemy while they're down. "They're fleeing towards the southwest," Duke Blakely said. "Commander Croft, have your Guardian Knight Order lead the chase. We'll flank them from the left and right and ensure they can't escape so easily." "Yes." The Chief Knight immediately accepted the order. Duke Kofi-Paul of the Western Duchy had no objections. Before the attack on the Elro region, he had thoroughly studied the area's terrain. The southwest direction led to a vast, sparsely populated plain, making it difficult to set up ambushes. If a large army were hiding there, it would be hard to conceal and easy to spot. Duke Kofi-Paul issued an order, "Keep the magical reconnaissance troops on alert. If any enemy movements or suspicious activities are detected, report them immediately." "Yes." "Rest assured, Your Grace." Commander Croft personally took action, leading the Guardian Knight Order in a direct assault. Despite the high mobility of Darkness City's aerial troops, the Imperial forces were equally capable of maneuvering swiftly, enabling them to pursue. Riding majestic golden griffins, and boosted by both combat chi and acceleration magic, the Guardian Knights rapidly closed the distance. In just a quarter of an hour, they caught up with the Darkness City troops. With a single strike of his chi, Croft cleaved through a dragon over a kilometer away, instantly splitting the Abyssal dragon in half and scattering its blood and shattered scales everywhere. Such a feat, cutting down a dragon with one blow, was impressive even though it was just an ordinary Abyssal dragon. Abyssal dragons, being top-tier level 5 overlords, could contend with level 6 overlords for some time, thanks to their formidable defense. Yet, to see one so easily bisected was startling. The Thunder Empire's Chief Knight demonstrated terrifying strength, inspiring the soldiers and other Guardian Knights. Meanwhile, another figure emerged, moving even faster than Croft without riding any mount. In the blink of an eye, he approached the Darkness City troops. Without any visible action, he passed through the ranks of Darkness City warriors, and countless sword chi automatically formed around him and were released in all directions, instantly killing dozens of draconian royal guards near level 5 overlord strength. Such power was astonishing, and this person was none other than the hero, Sato Satoru. As the foremost among the 7 sword saints of the Sunset Empire, he was the most formidable presence in the Empire's ranks, with Darkness City's forces having no one capable of single-handedly contending with him. To Sato Satoru, all except the 7 Dragon Kings were mere fodders. He had little interest in dealing with these lesser foes. His sole target had always been the Dark Dragon King, believed to be the Demon King of Darkness City. As a hero, Sato Satoru knew that slaying the Demon King would yield the greatest rewards, especially since the core components of the Darkness City units were direct summons of the Demon King. Instead of expending effort to kill them one by one, it made more sense to directly eliminate the Demon King. Without the Demon King, the rest of the units would be of little concern. Sato Satoru ignored all other targets and pursued Long Yi, with countless invisible sword energies trailing behind him, converging into a river-like flow, all focusing into a single sword chi. With a loud roar, Sato Satoru unleashed a massive invisible sword chi that pierced through tens of kilometers in an instant, shredding dozens of Darkness City units and heading straight for the Dark Dragon King. The attack was incredibly sharp. Be careful! Earth Drake Sovereign Wang Er raised his spear to block the attack. However, how could a mere level 5 Dragon King withstand a strike from a level 6 Mythic Sword Saint? With a loud bang, Wang Er's spear broke, and the sword chi directly hit him, causing almost fatal damage in an instant. Begone! Sato Satoru scoffed coldly, instantly launching 7 or 8 extremely fast invisible sword chi that pierced through Wang Er's body in the blink of an eye, instantly killing him on the spot. A Dragon King had thus fallen. He wasn't just any dragon but a defensively renowned Earth Drake. Even so, his defenses were as fragile as paper in front of a sword saint like Sato Satoru. Long Yi, Zhang San, and Li Si were furious. Although they knew Wang Er wouldn't truly die and the Demon King would surely resurrect him, seeing their comrade so easily slain right before their eyes filled them with rage and apprehension. Who was this guy? Information about him was scarce in the Dragon's Shadow Hero Guild's intelligence. Who could have imagined the Empire had such a mighty fighter? Sato Satoru, arrogantly ignoring the surrounding Abyss dragons and royal guards, laughed provocatively. I thought the Demon King of Darkness City who killed Shiosi was strong, but it seems your strength is mediocre, merely a bunch of clowns. Come at me, all 3 dragons of Darkness City. Let's see how many rounds you can last against me. Such arrogance. No one had ever dared to be so bold towards the Darkness 3 dragons. However, Long Yi, Zhang San, and Li Si were fully aware that even if they combined their might, they could at best only contend with him, and the hope of defeating this old foe was slim. Behind Sato Satoru, the human faction had at least 3 or 4 level 6 monarchs and hundreds of level 6 overlord units, along with thousands to tens of thousands of level 5 overlord units. The gap in strength was simply too vast. Once they fell within the range of his domain, escape would be impossible. From the beginning, their mission was not to fight. Faced with Sato Satoru's provocation, the Darkness 3 dragons showed no response. Protected by numerous Abyss dragons, royal guards, and aerial units, they continued towards the vast plains in the southwest. Humph. Cowards. Not even the courage to face a challenge. Sato Satoru taunted, you are praised by outsiders as nearly invincible, but it seems the reputation is unearned. Today, I'll personally shatter the myth of Darkness City. As he spoke, Sato Satoru launched continuous attacks. One after another, the Abyss dragons and royal guards were helpless against his invisible sword chi, falling to his blade. Although Sato Satoru was boastful, with so many of Darkness City's forces obstructing him, he couldn't get close to the Dark 3 dragons for a time. In this manner, Sato Satoru, Croft, and the Guardian Knight Order closely pursued Darkness City's army, steadily increasing their losses. If Darkness City's army was a fleeing behemoth, then the Empire's forces were cunning hunters, continuously bleeding their prey. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for the beast to falter. After several chases, the losses of Darkness City's forces expanded to tens of thousands. At this moment, Long Yi shouted, "We're here. Get ready to break away." The Darkness City army swiftly entered a nearby forest, and as Croft led the Guardian Knight Order about to follow, arrows shot out from the forest. Simultaneously, in front of Sato Satoru, a spatial teleportation fluctuation appeared, and an elf in green attire, with silver hair and pointed ears, holding a scepter, appeared in front of him, neutralizing the Sword Saint's sword chi. Nancilia immediately activated her domain, Divine Tree Sanctuary, enveloping the area. A sanctuary? A mythic elf? Sato Satoru did not hesitate to activate his domain as well. When their domains contacted, they mostly cancelled each other out, but Sato Satoru had a slight advantage, thus gaining control of the field and trapping the elf in front of him. So you're the elf from the Chaos Forest? Sato Satoru scoffed, you're more than just an elven king. I didn't expect you to be an elven emperor. It's a pity you must have broken through not long ago, you still lack experience compared to me. That's not necessarily true. Nancilia had prepared a countermeasure. 2 majestic elemental emperors were summoned, one of fire and one of ice. As the domains of ice and fire expanded, they immediately broke Sato Satoru's domain, surprising him. He hadn't anticipated that this mysterious elf could summon mythic elemental beings. Even though they were the most basic mythic units, they were no less powerful than top-tier monarch units. Who exactly was this elf, and how could she be so formidable? Under Nancilia's command, the 2 elemental beings immediately launched an assault on Sato Satoru. Knowing she was about to be surrounded by the Guardian Knights, Nancilia didn't linger for a fight but seized the opportunity to teleport away from the spot. Facing this situation, the Imperial forces acted with caution and restraint, not immediately pursuing into the forest in case of an ambush. Croft and the Guardian Knight Order stopped outside the forest, and as the main Imperial forces arrived, they sealed off the forest thoroughly. There's no ambush in this forest, one of them noted. They simply fled here in panic. Kofi Paul personally cast a scouting spell and saw the severely wounded Darkness City army hadn't regrouped with any other forces. After successfully hiding in the forest, they immediately reorganized their ranks. What is this? Kofi Paul noticed something astonishing. The Darkness City army was gathering at the center of the forest, where a massive spatial distortion was taking shape, emitting intense energy fluctuations. At first, Kofi Paul thought it might be a trap. But after observing for 2 minutes, he was shocked to find it forming into a spatial gate. A gate? A spatial gate, he exclaimed. Damn it, they plan to escape through the spatial gate. Kofi Paul immediately ordered, charge. Hurry up and attack, don't let them get away. But it was too late. The spatial gate had already formed. Long Yi, Zhang San, and Li Si led their troops through the gate, emerging from the stellar gateway in Darkness City. Simultaneously, for some unknown reason, the previously clear sky suddenly turned blood red, as if soaked in blood. An indescribably bizarre, profound, dark, and unknown aura permeated between sky and earth, as if an ancient evil god was awakening from its slumber, about to descend upon this world. Look at the sky. The sky is splitting open. The Imperial forces were terrified to discover a massive rift opening above them in the heavens. On the other side of the rift was a vast, silent, star-studded yet fear-infested, indescribable atmosphere of a distant, unknown world. At the heart of that darkness, at the end of countless star clusters, lay an existence beyond mortal comprehension, slumbering in the void. No one could see its true face, nor could anyone fully grasp the extent of its indescribable form that surpassed the limits of ordinary beings' imagination. Its existence, whether in name or form, was a nightmare too intense for the physical and spiritual capacities of common beings to withstand. If one's soul or psychic wasn't strong enough, even the most resilient and determined individual could collapse into madness at the mere perception of its presence. At this moment, everyone present could feel its emanating aura, as if it was awakened from eons of deep slumber by some ritual. This was an evil god awakening. What exactly did an evil god represent? Descents of evil gods upon this world had been exceedingly rare throughout history, but they occurred once every few tens of thousands of years, being referred to as a special natural disaster. Whenever an evil god emerged, it invariably resulted in the devastation of billions of beings. Each time, to vanquish an evil god, at least tens of millions of troops had to be mobilized, empowered with divine spells and protected by the local deities of this world, to neutralize the pollution directly caused by facing the evil god and to hopefully defeat and seal it temporarily. However, throughout history, no evil god had ever been slain. At that very moment, a calamity of earth-shattering proportions seemed poised to descend once again, with the terrifying aura continuously seeping into this realm through the fissure. In just a few seconds, not only did the sky turn blood red, but even the air, the flora, and every individual present seemed to be covered by a bloody filter. The Empire's army was enveloped by this horrifying aura and bizarre atmosphere, leaving everyone in disbelief. What in the world is happening? Something is being summoned. Retreat. Quick, retreat. The Imperial officers first thought of retreating, but under such circumstances, where could they possibly retreat to? The area enveloped by the eerie crimson was vast. Even if they activated teleportation scrolls or similar items, escaping such a vast distance was implausible. At that moment, Kofi Paul, Blakely, Croft, the Black Barbarian King Sanja, and the formless swordsman Sato, who were among the top echelons of power, simultaneously sensed an unprecedented, horrifying force brewing. It was a chaotic consciousness that had awakened. No language could adequately describe it. It was an existence beyond mortal comprehension, impossible to gaze upon or deconstruct, with all beings mere ants before it. This indescribable entity, from the end of the infinite cosmos, had sensed a special ritual and cast its gaze across countless billions of miles to this distant world. For ordinary beings, this would herald a calamity of world-shattering proportions. Being observed by such an entity was no trivial matter. For any being not sufficiently powerful, it was extremely lethal. Arg! Countless Imperial soldiers, by the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even up to several 100,000, fell into unprecedented agony as their life force and strength were drained. These forces converged and compressed in midair, coalescing into an invisible black hole. Following that, something bizarre occurred. Within a 1,000-mile radius, all beings were affected by an invisible gravitational force, causing their bodies to undergo changes. No, no. Help. Someone, help me. A duchy knight, in terror, discovered that his skin was melting like wax, fusing with his winged mount. He lost his balance and, while spinning in the air, collided with another knight undergoing the same melting process. Instead of bouncing off each other, the two knights merged like clumps of clay, becoming entangled and continuing to collide with more comrades. In no time, hundreds, thousands of duchy knights were bizarrely stuck together, merging into a monstrous amalgam of thousands of limbs, countless heads, and a chaotic mix of human and equine parts. Such amalgamations were numerous on the battlefield. All units that were no higher than level 5, even powerful beings like the Guardian Knights, couldn't escape this calamitous transformation, becoming part of this grotesque feast of mutation. Within mere minutes, amidst endless screams of agony, hundreds of gigantic flesh masses took shape. Each of these fleshy masses was formed from countless living beings, mounts, and various wild animals and beasts nearby. Even the most abstract expressionist painters could not envision such a wildly horrifying scene. The 100 or so flesh masses, having devoured enough material, seemed to have completed their initial accumulation. They then ascended to a higher stage, merging with each other to ultimately form a relatively smooth, spherical object. Meanwhile, the blood-red glow that had covered thousands of miles was now all drawn in, absorbed by this orb made of flesh, causing it to emit a dazzling blood light. This orb obscured the sun, hanging high above like a blood-red moon. How could this be? What in the world is this? The army. Where is the Empire's army? At the scene, there were barely 1,000 survivors left. The ritual to summon the avatar of the evil god, the Blood Moon, could only affect and sacrifice targets up to level 5, while level 6 beings could resist it. Among these survivors, the vast majority were of level 6 strength, and even those of level 5 who survived did so because they had higher level divine magic or other means to offset the influence of the evil god. Yet, in the blink of an eye, an army of more than 1 million was gone, leaving less than 1,000. This stark reality was laid bare before them, leaving everyone in shock and disbelief. The Empire's top brass and the heroes present had never witnessed such bizarre and terrifying methods. You are being affected by the Blood Moon, -100 HP permanently, -100 MP permanently. You are being affected by the Blood Moon, -100 HP permanently, -100 MP permanently. You are being affected by the Blood Moon, -100 HP permanently, -100 MP permanently, all stats -12%. Satoru Sato looked at the continuously popping notifications, his expression turning extremely ugly. He immediately activated a high-level appraisal skill to see what exactly the object above his head was. Avatar of Evil God, Flesh Moon, Level 6 Mythic Unit. A Level 6 Mythic Unit. Satoru Sato had never encountered such a high-level existence apart from himself, being the foremost among the 7 sword saints of the Sunset Empire. What kind of trick was this? Could this also be an act of Darkness City? It seemed he had underestimated Darkness City's methods. Before Satoru Sato could figure out how this blood moon was summoned, the attack of the blood moon had already begun. Accompanied by energy fluctuations, the blood moon summoned countless blood-red fine needles as thin as cow's hair. These needles fell like rain, penetrating everything, covering the few survivors present, making it impossible to avoid. You are under attack by Deathly Blood Rain, minus 532 HP. You are being corroded by Evil God's aura, all stats minus 34 points. You are under attack by Deathly Blood Rain, minus 532 HP. You are being corroded by Evil God's aura, all stats minus 34 points. Satoru Sato exclaimed, "This thing is extremely powerful, reaching the level of an emperor. Let's deal with it first, before anything else." The two Grand Dukes, the Empire's chief knight, and other high-ranking officials of the Thunder Empire were trapped in a state of shock and despair, finding it hard to extricate themselves. Such a massive and elite imperial army, which took so many years and so much effort from the Empire and their noble houses to build, was gone in an instant, all sacrificed to summon this monstrosity before them. Undoubtedly, such a brutal reality was something the two dukes and the commander of the Guardian Knights couldn't accept. For a moment, they were unable to respond, but it was the hero from Abyssal Nation, Sanja, who stepped forward at this crucial juncture. "Humph," he scoffed, "no matter what it is, I will blow it up." Sanja activated some kind of berserker high-level skill, and his whole body instantly burst into flames, turning him into a blazing fire giant. Although he didn't know where the blood moon came from, it was clear that this entity was no less powerful than him. For heroes, hunting other demons and monsters could also provide training points, but the points provided by ordinary monsters were too limited. But this was different. If he could defeat it, the cultivation points he would gain might not be much less than killing a level 5 or 6 demon king. With that thought, the Asan hero breathed fire and shot up like a rocket. He turned into a fiery meteor, breaking the sound barrier and reaching speeds over 10 times the speed of sound, and aimed a punch at the center of the flesh moon. Fiery Heaven Explosion Fist. This was an extremely powerful S-level skill. If this punch were to land on the ground, it would turn everything within a few kilometers into scorched earth. Both its destructive power and range were terrifying. The Black Barbarian King, Sanja, believed that even if the blood moon was formidable, it was nothing more than a mass of flesh and blood that couldn't possibly withstand such an attack. However, at this moment, something happened that shocked Sanja. As he broke through to 30 times the speed of sound, finally piercing through the aura of the evil god and unleashing all his raging energy onto the blood moon seemed unaffected, absorbing all the energy. How is this possible? Sanja was completely stunned by the scene. No one knew the power of this punch better than him. Even Satoru Sato wouldn't dare to block it directly. If hit without resistance, the outcome would be instant incineration into ashes. Yet, such an attack had no effect on the blood moon. The blood moon released countless tentacles that bound Sanja before he could react, dragging him towards it. No. No. Stop. Sanja struggled desperately. He couldn't muster any strength, it was all absorbed by the blood moon. Eventually, he landed on the surface of the blood moon, sinking into it like quicksand or a swamp, and was consumed by the blood moon amidst his unwilling roars and struggles. The Great Black Barbarian King, a level 6 monarch-class hero, was so effortlessly defeated before the blood moon. Satoru Sato realized he couldn't continue the fight. Even with his current strength, the chances of defeating the blood moon were probably no more than 20 to 30%. But what would it matter even if he won? The Imperial army had been completely wiped out. With just the few of them remaining, invading the Chaos Forest was impossible. As a hero, when faced with the current debacle, Satoru Sato felt he had no advantage to leverage and thus decisively chose to preserve his life. Without any intention to engage, Satoru Sato activated several spatial teleportation scrolls and escaped over 100 miles away, leaving the affected area behind. The two Imperial Dukes, the Empire's chief knight, and several hundred other elite warriors had the capability to buy time for themselves, allowing for an orderly retreat. The waters of the Chaos Forest ran deep, too deep for the average person to fathom. If this attempt failed, there would be other opportunities in the future. Nothing was more important than preserving one's life. However, just when the island nation hero thought he was safe, a spatial fluctuation appeared in front of him, and a figure cloaked in a hooded cape that masked their presence was suddenly transported before him, giving off a somber and mysterious aura. "Who are you?" Satoru Sato was both shocked and angered. To be able to lock onto him and appear so precisely in front of him required an incredibly advanced level of spatial magic, almost to an unbelievable extent. The mysterious cloaked figure calmly responded, "To someone about to die, who I am doesn't matter." "How dare you?" Satoru Sato was furious. "You think you can stop me all by yourself? That's utterly ridiculous. Do you even know who I am?" The cloaked figure showed no interest in idle chatter and simply stated, "Stop wasting time. Show me what you're capable of." Satoru Sato was furious. He might have let the blood moon in the sky slide, but this person was another matter. How dare they obstruct him? Was this not suicidal? With a mere thought, Satoru Sato unleashed his formidable combat chi, which instantly transformed into a massive sword chi. This sword chi, invisible to the naked eye, struck the figure before him directly. Though this attack seemed casual, it fully showcased Satoru Sato's strength. Capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, even ordinary level 6 monarch units, unless they were specialized in defense, would find it difficult to withstand this assault. However, when the sword chi reached the mysterious cloaked figure, it vanished as if it had entered a void, being absorbed and then disappearing entirely, only to be drawn into the figure's sleeve. "Is that all you've got?" The cloaked figure waved their other sleeve, and the sword chi that had been absorbed and vanished was emitted once more, this time even more condensed and powerful than before. With a bang, the sword chi rebounded onto Satoru Sato, who was protected by a strong aura of his own chi. Yet, at that moment, Satoru Sato grunted, blood trickling from his nose, feeling a sharp pain in his brain. What was happening? He had clearly blocked the attack, so why was he still injured? Satoru Sato quickly realized that the damage wasn't from the sword chi itself, but from another formless sword chi hidden within it. Inner sword style? Satoru Sato realized, this is Shosi's inner sword. Damn it, I get it now, you're the one who killed Shosi, you're the demon king of the Chaos Forest. Zhang Nu, the cloaked figure, chuckled lightly, while I no longer care much for keeping this secret, I'd prefer it not to be widely known. Since you've discovered it, you might as well disappear from this world along with it. Satoru Sato roared back, big talk for someone who just took advantage of a sneak attack. Let me show you my true power. A terrifying aura instantly unfurled, engulfing an area with a diameter of 10,000 meters. The entire space was pulled into a powerful domain. Countless swords of various shapes, sizes, and auras emerged from the ground, their numbers almost beyond counting. Million Sword Sanctum. Million Sword Formation. Satoru Sato slammed his hands onto the ground, and a horrifying wave of energy spread throughout the domain from beneath his feet. All the swords rose from the ground into the air, forming a formidable sword formation that locked onto Zhang Nu at the center. In the next moment, swords and sword chi rained down like a fierce storm towards Zhang Nu. Satoru Sato thought this strike would be enough to utterly obliterate his opponent. After all, his sanctum was repelling all other laws, limiting the opponent's power. Faced with such a forceful attack, what defense could possibly be mounted? However, the attacks all passed through Zhang Nu without causing him any harm. This is spatial manipulation? But that's impossible, how can you use spatial abilities within my sanctum? Satoru Sato showed an incredulous expression. A sanctum of a mythic unit has the ability to repel laws, blocking all types of magical systems within its area, preventing anyone suppressed by the mythic sanctum from using any kind of magic or power, including spatial abilities. Yet, the opponent used some highly sophisticated spatial technique to bend the space around their body, making all attacks pass through them. Satoru Sato was shocked, "You're a myth too." This was the only possible explanation. The biggest difference between mythic units and monarch units is that mythic beings can directly harness the power of laws themselves. Therefore, even in the environment of a sanctum, they can freely use the power of the laws they control. Zhang Nu didn't answer this question, but instead took action. The formation of millions of swords that was forming around him suddenly disintegrated like dust blown by the wind. In an instant, all the swords vanished, and the entire sanctum disintegrated into nothingness. Satoru Sato felt as if he had fallen into a dark, chaotic space. Black holes appeared all around, pulling and absorbing HP and MP, significantly limiting his movement. This is a sanctum. Without a doubt, this was the Demon King's sanctum. The moment the Demon King's sanctum was activated, Satoru Sato's own sanctum was instantly suppressed. The disparity in strength between the two was clear and evident. Shocked, Satoru Sato demanded, "Who are you, really?" Zhang Nu, now completely confident that his opponent couldn't escape, calmly revealed, "If you really must know, then it's fine to tell you. I am Zhang Nu." Hearing this, Satoru Sato was astounded. "You're Zhang Nu, the #1 on the Demon King leaderboard?" He was utterly shocked. He had hoped to encounter a high-ranking Demon King, but never expected to meet the top one. This was the most powerful being within the Demon King faction. Satoru Sato was overwhelmed with shock and fear. He immediately proposed, "I didn't realize this was your territory. I'm willing to negotiate and collaborate. There's no need for us to fight to the death." Zhang Nu laughed at the proposition. "Look at yourself. Do you really think you're in a position to fight me to the death? Damn you." Satoru Sato was furious. "Do you really think you've already won?" Zhang Nu closed his eyes without speaking, but the moment he did, a third eye opened on his forehead, revealing a blue and white eye known as the Eye of Domination. As soon as he was under the gaze of this eye, Satoru Sato immediately felt his mind descend into chaos, overwhelmed by a powerful will attempting to take over his body. Simultaneously, a crimson pupil and a verdant green pupil slowly emerged within the third eye, gathering alongside the Eye of Domination to form a cloverleaf-like shape, signifying the fusion of the three eyes of the evil god. This new ability, obtained by Zhang Nu after collecting 3 eyes of the evil god, showcased that despite the varying attributes, powers, and capabilities of each eye, they did not repel each other. Even the Eye of Death, symbolizing the power of death, could harmoniously merge with the Eye of Regeneration, associated with the force of life, defying all conventional understanding. But then, it's challenging to explain such extraordinary entities like evil gods with mere human comprehension. Once the 3 eyes merged, the eyes of the evil god resonated with each other, generating an even more formidable force. Zhang Nu concentrated his mana to gather his psychic chi, and with the enhancement from the merged eye, he fiercely launched it towards Satoru Sato. The inner sword style again. Satoru Sato displayed a look of horror, recognizing that this attack was yet another psychic chi strike aimed directly at his spirit. Under normal circumstances, such an attack wouldn't pose a threat to him. After all, as one of the 7 sword saints, Xiaoxi's strength and realm were far inferior to his, and the potency of a psychic strike depends largely on the caster's psychic strength, willpower, and the total amount of psychic chi expended. However, the attack at this moment was enhanced and launched by Zhang Nu through the Eye of Domination. The Eye of Domination, having absorbed the powers of the Eye of Death and the Eye of Regeneration, was capable of producing a terrifying amplification effect. Coupled with Zhang Nu's own level 6 legendary strength, the outcome of this strike was beyond doubt. The formless slash hit Satoru Sato without causing any physical harm, yet he collapsed, eyes wide open. His soul and spirit were utterly destroyed, leaving nothing but an empty shell behind. The prestigious leader of the Sunset Empire's 7 sword saints, the formidable hero ranked 499th on the hero leaderboard, was effortlessly vanquished in such a manner. If other heroes were to witness this, they would undoubtedly be terrified beyond measure. At the same time, Zhang Nu received a notification. "You've slain a level 6 hero. Hero Soul +1, Skill Stone +8, Mythic Crystal +1, Hero Leaderboard Chest +1. Upon seeing the notification, Zhang Nu was quite surprised by the bounty. Among these, what surprised and seemed most valuable to him was undoubtedly the Mythic Crystal. Its effect is similar to that of a Monarch Crystal. However, while a Monarch Crystal creates a unit with Monarch potential, and Mythic Crystal creates one with Epic potential. Unlike the Monarch Crystal, which can be used on targets of any rank, the Mythic Crystal requires a minimum strength of level 5 Overlord. Though there was a threshold for its use, it wasn't much of an obstacle. There were plenty of candidates under Zhang Nu's command to choose from. He quickly stowed the spoils of war and then opened his player information panel to take a look. "You've slain a level 6 hero. Hero Soul +1, Skill Stone +5, Monarch Crystal +1. You've slain the Thunder Empire's Western Grand Duke. Gold +30 million. You've slain the Thunder Empire's Eastern Grand Duke. Gold +30 million. You've slain the Thunder Empire's Chief Knight. Gold +10 million. Various kill notifications kept popping up like a stream. What shocked Zhang Nu was that not only had the Blood Moon defeated the Empire's elites, but all the Empire's military forces sacrificed during its formation were also counted as Zhang Nu's kills, since he was the one who initiated the ritual. This was terrifying. An entire army of over 1 million, all elite troops, yielding such a massive amount of gold. Zhang Nu had merely intended to test the effect of the Blood Moon altar. He hadn't anticipated such a successful experiment. It was like a super city-slaying weapon. It's a pity that the Blood Moon altar is a one-time use item. Otherwise, with such a tool, albeit somewhat inhumane, sweeping through the Empire's major strongholds would be a piece of cake. Coming back to the point, this battle had brought immense gains. Due to summoning the avatar of the evil god, the Empire's elite forces, numbering in the millions, were almost instantly annihilated. The direct earnings in gold alone amounted to around 3 billion. Yes, not 300 million, but a full 3 billion. Even for Zhang Nu, and even for Darkness City, this was a staggering sum. Zhang Nu could use this money to significantly expand his military forces and even upgrade his level 6 special buildings, taking the strength of his entire territory to the next level. Apart from the astonishing income in gold, Zhang Nu also obtained a large number of hero souls, skill stones, and 2 hero leaderboard treasure chests during this battle. One was dropped by the Black Barbarian King Sanja, and the other by the Sword Saint Satoru Sato. There was not much more to say about that. Zhang Nu first opened the warrior treasure chest dropped by Sanja. You have opened a hero treasure chest. You've gained Black Barbarian King Crystal X1, Level 6 Hero Soul X10, 11 Elemental Gems X10, 000 each. Seeing these rewards, Zhang Nu was somewhat surprised. Although Sanja was a ranked hero, he seemed to be more of a bottom-tier presence. Zhang Nu hadn't expected such substantial rewards from him. The 10 additional souls were quite valuable, and the 10,000 gems of each element, totaling 40,000 gems, included not just the 7 elemental series but also spirit, soul, life, and undeath elements. This batch of gems was worth quite a lot of money. Besides, there was a special attribute crystal. While regular attribute crystals, like those for strength or agility, offer limited enhancements, this one was different. Upon using the Black Barbarian King Crystal, Zhang Nu immediately received a notification. You've absorbed the Black Barbarian King Crystal, HP plus 3000, Constitution plus 800, Strength plus 500, Agility plus 400. You've gained the S-rank skill Fiery Heaven Explosion. The enhancement effect was indeed astonishing, significantly boosting his stats and even granting him an S-rank skill. Sanja's most potent move in life was the Fiery Heaven Explosion Fist, but the Fiery Heaven Explosion that Zhang Nu received seemed more like an upgraded version, not limited to just punch techniques. For a hero ranked at the bottom of the leaderboard to yield such significant benefits, what could be expected from those ranked in the top 5, or even the number 1? Zhang Nu immediately opened the treasure chest dropped by Satoru Sato. You've opened a hero treasure chest. You've gained Formless Sword Saint Crystal X1, Level 6 Hero Soul X100, 13 Elemental Gems X20, 000. As expected, the higher the ranking, the more generous the rewards. 100 Level 6 souls, if put on the Demon King market, how much would they be worth? For a Demon King, there's hardly any material more critical than souls, especially such high-level ones. In addition to that, the treasure chest dropped by Satoru Sato yielded gem income from a total of 13 elements, meaning it included the previously mentioned 11 types of gems plus the even rarer time and space gems. Altogether, this amounted to 260,000 gems. For Zhang Nu and Darkness City, this represented a significant resource boost, sufficient to significantly enhance the city's strength. With such an influx of souls, gems, and gold, how could Darkness City not experience another rapid development phase in a short time? Zhang Nu immediately used the Hero Crystal. You've absorbed the Formless Sword Saint Crystal, HP plus 8000, MP plus 5000, Agility plus 1000, Strength plus 800, Constitution plus 500, Will plus 300. You've gained the S-level skill Formless Swordsmanship. Undoubtedly, Satoru Sato's strength far surpassed Sanja's. Thus, the enhancement effect from absorbing the crystal dropped by Satoru Sato far exceeded that from Sanja's, significantly boosting Zhang Nu's stats. Truly, slaying ranked heroes seems to yield substantial additional benefits. After resolving the issue here, Zhang Nu used spatial movement to hurry back to the battlefield, where everything had already been cleared. The million-strong army had vanished without a trace. It wasn't just the army that disappeared, all living creatures within thousands of miles, from insects and ants to birds and beasts, became sacrifices to the Blood Moon's descent. As for the avatar of the evil god summoned by Zhang Nu, such entities are uncontrollable. Once the battle here ended, the Blood Moon quickly broke through the void and left this world, which Zhang Nu found quite regrettable. Such a powerful weapon, if reusable, would surely be very effective, especially in besieging cities, far surpassing any siege spell or equipment. Of course, even though it was a one-time use item, Zhang Nu was satisfied with the outcome. The troops deployed by the Empire were undoubtedly strong, and a head-on confrontation with the Chaos Federation would have been costly. Utilizing the evil god to annihilate them in one fell swoop significantly shortened the battle duration, reduced the Chaos Federation's war expenses, and increased the net gains from the war. As for the Blood Moon, even if it could be reused, Zhang Nu would not easily release it. Although the power of the evil god was formidable, the pollution and range of destruction it causes were too vast. Deploying the Blood Moon against a city would result in the sacrifice of all its inhabitants, leaving behind nothing but a ghost town. Such an act is not only inhumane but also fosters fear among the human populations in other imperial regions, which is detrimental to the interests of a demon king. After all, the population itself is an important resource. Once he confirmed there were no survivors, Zhang Nu quickly used his spatial abilities to return to the Chaos Forest and, using his authority as the Lord of the Chaos Forest, instantly transported himself back to Darkness City. In the aftermath of this battle, Zhang Nu gained a vast amount of gold, souls, and gems, fundamental materials that he decided to invest entirely in the development of his territory, such as constructing some level 6 buildings. Up to this point, Darkness City had 2 level 5 special building upgrade scrolls at its disposal. With the resources Zhang Nu had acquired from this battle, along with Darkness City's own reserves, upgrading 2 level 5 special buildings was entirely feasible. The question then arose, which 2 buildings should be upgraded? Darkness City was home to many exceptional structures, including the Resurrection Altar, Soul Altar, Spirit Sanctum, Citadel of Eternity, Rift Tower, Training Tower, Trial Tower, Stellar Gateway, and the Eternal Tree in Jauntry City. Each of these buildings or facilities possessed powerful functions that made them worthy of an upgrade. Take, for instance, the Resurrection Altar, which was currently at a level 5 standard. Should a level 6 unit fall in battle, it could still be revived, but its strength would regress to level 5, requiring a considerable amount of time to recover. Similarly, the Soul Altar, with its potent soul synthesis ability, had previously allowed Zhang Nu to exploit the Demon King market, accumulating a substantial profit from soul arbitrage and stockpiling a wealth of souls for Darkness City. Nowadays, profiting from soul arbitrage was not as straightforward, mainly due to the increasing number of level 5 souls on the market. This trend could be attributed to 2 factors: the rise of demon kings capable of slaying level 5 heroes and the emergence of other demon kings who had acquired facilities akin to the Soul Altar, enabling the acquisition of high-level souls. Thus, upgrading the Soul Altar held significant value. If the Soul Altar and Resurrection Altar were essential for logistics and production, then the Stellar Gateway and Citadel of Eternity were among the most valuable military facilities. Upgrading these structures would greatly enhance their performance, substantially improving the efficiency of territorial expansion and the conquest of empires. Other exceptional buildings and facilities each had their unique uses and contributed to the formidable foundation of Darkness City as well. After much consideration, Zhang Nu decided to upgrade the Stellar Gateway first. The decision to prioritize the Stellar Gateway over the Resurrection Altar, Soul Altar, and Citadel of Eternity was made because, although the latter facilities were slightly outdated, they were still functional and could afford to wait. The current radius of the Stellar Gateway couldn't cover the entire southern territory of the Empire. However, by upgrading the Stellar Gateway, it would gain the ability to open portals anywhere in the southern territory of the Empire and the Crescent Peninsula. Following the battle, the Empire was no longer capable of retaining control over the southern territories. Given the vast expanse and numerous cities in the south, conquering and then holding such a large area would entail substantial time and marginal costs. With a level 6 Stellar Gateway, the situation would change dramatically. It would enable the Chaos Federation to accelerate its expansion tenfold. As the Federation expanded, its ability to maintain control over new territories would also increase. During this process, numerous cities would be captured, yielding many high-quality treasure chests, ensuring a steady supply of level 5 upgrade scrolls. Expend level 5 special building upgrade scroll X1, Gold X 300 million, Earth Gem X 40, 000, Space Gem X 20, 000, to upgrade Stellar Gateway? Zhang Nu didn't hesitate to confirm the upgrade. The Stellar Gateway was immediately upgraded with minimal change in appearance, only growing a third larger, with more intricate runes etched on its surface. With the Stellar Gateway upgraded, Zhang Nu turned his attention to the Tree of Eternity as his next upgrade target. The Tree of Eternity was one of the most versatile facilities, combining amplification, recruitment, and production capabilities in one. Even in ancient elven texts, the ancient Tree of Eternity was the highest recorded entity. There was no mention of anything more advanced than the Tree of Eternity. Even at the peak of the Elven Empire's power, it remained a theoretical legend. No one knew what a tree more powerful than the Tree of Eternity would look like or what capabilities it might possess. As the Chaos Federation decisively defeated the Imperial Army, and Zhang Nu was busy rushing to upgrade the Tree of Eternity, another development was rapidly unfolding elsewhere. In the royal city of the Pale Moon Kingdom, the Pale Moon King was filled with anger and anxiety. Since the Grand Marshal of the Pale Moon had led the army to subdue the rebellious city of Holy Tides, not only had the campaign to quell the rebellion failed, but the Grand Marshal himself had been killed. If it had been a Pyrrhic victory where both sides suffered heavy losses, the Grand Marshal's death could have been somewhat justified. However, the Grand Marshal lost his life without inflicting any significant damage on Holy Tide City. Instead, the Pale Moon Kingdom's army had been handed over to Holy Tide City on a silver platter. Was this how a rebellion was supposed to be quelled? It could even have been said that he was complicit with the rebels, given his utterly counterproductive actions. As for how the situation developed afterward, it became even more absurd. It was rumored that one of the masterminds behind the Holy Tide City rebellion had been none other than the legendary Azure Water Emperor from 6,000 years ago. How could that be possible? Even if the Azure Water Emperor hadn't died back then, it was highly unlikely she would have survived until now, 6,000 years later. Merfolk lifespans aren't much longer than humans, and even reaching level 6 Emperor or Great Emperor status, a merfolk's lifespan could at most extend to 3,000 or 4,000 years. It was simply too preposterous and unbelievable. But what was even more absurd and baffling was that after the Azure Water Empress made a high-profile announcement of her return, almost all cities, tribes, and various factions near Holy Tide City rallied to her cause. They pledged allegiance to Holy Tide City, joining the rebel faction to collectively oppose the legitimate Pale Moon royal family. This infuriated the Pale Moon King, and he realized that the situation was dire. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the entire Pale Moon Kingdom collapsed, and by then, it would be too late to reverse the tide. The Pale Moon King couldn't just sit idly by. After some investigation, he learned that regardless of whether the Azure Water Empress's identity was authentic, her strength was indeed formidable, far beyond his expectations. However, it appeared that the Azure Water Empress might not be the real mastermind behind everything. Behind the Azure Water Empress, there seemed to be a demonic force led by Succubi, which was the true orchestrator of the entire scheme. After understanding the main and secondary relationships involved, the Pale Moon King decided to attempt to resolve the issue through negotiations and send envoys to Holy Tide City. Whether the negotiations would succeed was not the main concern. The crucial point was that the Pale Moon King could use the opportunity presented by the negotiations to buy time and opportunities for himself while delaying the expansion momentum of the Holy Tide City rebels. To the Pale Moon King's surprise, the other party quickly agreed to the request for negotiations. The two parties agreed to meet 3 days later on an island about 1,000 miles from the royal city on the Pale Moon Peninsula. This made the Pale Moon King realize he had an excellent opportunity. Perhaps things had been going too smoothly for the mastermind and rebel leader recently, and they had become complacent. If he could use this negotiation as a chance to eliminate them, wouldn't that directly resolve the rebellion crisis? With this in mind, the Pale Moon King immediately began recruiting and preparing for the negotiations. Meanwhile, some unidentified individuals claiming to be members of the Deep Sea Hermits have arrived and wish to meet with your majesty, he was informed. Hearing the name Deep Sea Hermits, the Pale Moon King's face twisted into a strange expression. As the king of the Pale Moon Kingdom, how could he not have heard of the Deep Sea Hermits? It was an organization of aquatic races that was both incredibly mysterious and unfathomably profound. It was said that the breaking of the ancient covenant was the work of the Deep Sea Hermits. What do these damned people want here? The Pale Moon King fumed with anger. If it hadn't been for these treacherous wretches breaking the covenant, the Pale Moon Kingdom would still be his rightful territory, impervious to easy conquest by foreign enemies, and the mysterious succubus demon king wouldn't have had a chance to invade. In the end, it was the Deep Sea Hermits who were the source of all evil, the root cause of all the troubles. Upon hearing it was the Deep Sea Hermits, the Pale Moon King was immediately enraged, wishing he could immediately order these people to be torn to pieces. Little did the Pale Moon King know, just as he was about to give the order, a distortion of light appeared before him. Suddenly, around 20 or 30 figures eerily materialized in front of him. The Pale Moon King was shocked. "How dare you, you scoundrels, barging into my palace? Do you really think this place is somewhere you can just come and go as you please?" The Pale Moon King, with his corpulent body, rose from his throne, and a monarch domain began to spread around him. However, before it could fully expand, it was suppressed by another domain. Numerous huge, barbed tentacles entwined the Pale Moon King and the hundreds of guards around him, rendering them unable to break free. "We mean no harm, yet." The leader of the deep-sea hermits was an elderly figure with an octopus head. Despite his hunched and diminutive stature, the aura he emitted was incredibly powerful, easily that of a level 6 monarch, allowing him to effortlessly overpower the Pale Moon King. The Pale Moon King demanded in a deep voice, "Who are you, and what are your intentions? The Federation has already been thrown into chaos by you damned folks, and now you want to disrupt my kingdom as well? Ha hoo hoo." The octopus-headed elder chuckled coldly. "To us, the Pale Moon Kingdom is but a small pond, hardly worth the trouble. We have far more important matters at hand and wouldn't go to great lengths to send so many people here for it." The Pale Moon King glanced around. The elder had brought 26 individuals with him, each from different races, yet nearly all of them possessed the strength of level 6 overlords. This was an undeniably terrifying force, capable of confronting several monarchs of the same level. The octopus elder said, "We've heard the rumors about Holy Tide City, and we, the deep-sea hermits, are very concerned about this so-called Azure Water Empress and the mysterious Demon King. Thus, we wish to collaborate with you on this matter." The Pale Moon King, intrigued, immediately asked, "What kind of collaboration do you have in mind?" The octopus elder explained, "Quite simple. I will lend you all the people I brought with me to set a trap and kill these 2 individuals." "Why should I listen to you?" the Pale Moon King retorted. The octopus elder smiled. "Do you think you have a choice? Without the deep-sea hermit's help, the Pale Moon Kingdom will fall within 10 days, and you won't live to see that day." As he spoke, the tentacles binding the Pale Moon King tightened further. Feeling the intense pressure and realizing the truth in the elder's words, the Pale Moon King acknowledged that without this cooperation, given their strength, it wouldn't be difficult for them to kill him. Moreover, even if they refrained from acting, once the so-called Azure Water Empress and the mysterious Demon King invaded, his doom was certain. Collaborating with a dangerous organization like the Deep-Sea Hermits was like making a deal with the devil, but their power was indeed worth borrowing for the moment. "Fine," the Pale Moon King conceded. "I agree. But the Pale Moon Peninsula must remain mine. No one, including the Deep-Sea Hermits, can lay a finger on it." The octopus elder chuckled. "That will depend on your performance. If you successfully eliminate these 2 major nuisances, I can recommend you to join our organization. As long as you're a member, continuing to rule over the Pale Moon is entirely feasible. As the old saying goes, if you can't beat them, join them." 2 days later, the Pale Moon King carefully selected 2,000 of his top powerhouses to accompany him, along with the 26 level 6 Monarch class units from the Deep-Sea Hermits, to the agreed negotiation site. It was more of an ambush than a negotiation. The Pale Moon King had no intention of engaging in discussions. As soon as the other party appeared and fell into the trap, they would immediately launch an attack, giving no chance for the opponents to sense danger or become alert. About an hour later, a medium-sized ship appeared on the surface of the sea. The Pale Moon King had never seen such a ship before. Its structure bore distinct Magitech designs, harnessing the power of wind and water for propulsion and equipped with Magitech cannon. This was a Magitech warship produced by a Magitech shipyard. When the warship docked, Han Kursen, accompanied by Shui Lan and her 2 retainers, Qiu Yu and Dong Shui, just 4 people in total, stepped onto the agreed meeting point and were greeted by the ugly, obese Merfolk King. "Ha ha ha," the Pale Moon King laughed derisively. "Just a few of you dare to come ashore and step onto the island. You must be really bold or really foolish." Seeing only 4 individuals, the Pale Moon King could hardly contain his laughter. He thought these fools were overly confident, truly believing they were here for a negotiation. Even if all 4 were monarchs, they were doomed to perish on this day in his eyes. However, just then, Han Kursen spoke up, "It's clear that you have no intention of negotiating, and coincidentally, neither do we." The Pale Moon King was taken aback. "Then why are you here?" Han Kursen responded, "I'm here on behalf of Dark City, in the name of Empress Shui Lan, to reclaim the royal authority from the Pale Moon royal family. From this point on, the Pale Moon Peninsula will have no lawful hereditary connection with you, the former king. Before the Pale Moon King could erupt in anger, Han Kursen deployed a prepared spell of permanent charm. Just as the members of the Deep Sea Hermits present, and the top experts of Pale Moon lurking nearby, thought the Pale Moon King was about to issue an attack command in a fit of rage, something entirely unexpected happened. The Pale Moon King knelt down with a thud. "Yes, master. From today onwards, everything on the Pale Moon Peninsula is at your disposal. Please feel free to command me." What's happening? Wasn't His Majesty here to set up an ambush? Why would he suddenly pledge loyalty to this demon queen? The 26 level 6 members of the Deep Sea Hermits who had come to assist were utterly bewildered, having no clue what had just transpired. Pale Moon King. What are you doing? Have you lost your will to live? How dare you submit to this damned demon king? Before the members of the Deep Sea Hermits could figure out what had happened, the Pale Moon King, now enraged, retorted, "Who do you think you are, showing such disrespect to my lord? Today shall mark the end for all of you. Kill these members of the Deep Sea Hermits. Attack immediately." At his command, the 2,000 top experts of the Pale Moon Peninsula rushed forward. Although they were unclear about the bizarre change that had occurred, the Pale Moon King's order was absolute for them. Simultaneously, Shui Lan also made her move. Under the terrifying domain she unleashed, the 26 level 6 monarch units were instantly deprived of much of their combat power. In such a situation, with their limited numbers, Han Kursen and Shui Lan could easily handle them, so the outcome of the battle was hardly in doubt. Han Kursen was very satisfied. The Pale Moon King was successfully controlled. This way, a lot of trouble could be avoided. The Pale Moon King could directly use his royal authority to force the cities and regions to surrender to Darkness City, disband or even annihilate families with vested interests, clearing away troubles and threats for Darkness City's rule. This would save a lot of effort. Without deploying a single soldier or wasting time, they could swiftly take control of the entire Pale Moon Peninsula, allowing the mission to be completed ahead of schedule. With the peninsula in their grasp, Darkness City would have a foothold in the Chaos Seas. With Shui Lan's influence and Darkness City's strength, conquering this vast sea region in the future would not be a difficult task. 2 hours later, Han Qiuyue reported to Han Kursen, "Vice City Lord, the troops brought by the Pale Moon King have all sworn allegiance to us. We can move to take over the royal city at any time." Han Kursen nodded in satisfaction. The royal city houses many major families and powers. Taking over the royal authority will inevitably affect the interests of many entrenched factions, so we must be prepared to counter any backlash. Han Qiuyue replied, "With the Pale Moon King now a puppet under the Vice City Lord, those old nobles and aristocrats won't be able to cause much trouble. Dong Xue and I would be enough to remove any hindrance." Han Kursen was pleased with this. She turned to Shui Lan and said, "I need to return to Darkness City to report to the City Lord. I'll need you to lead Qiuyue and Dong Xue to secure the Pale Moon Royal City for us." "Rest assured, Vice City Lord, there won't be any problems," Shui Lan responded. Han Kursen then approached the Pale Moon King and glanced at the neatly arranged bodies of the 26 Sea Clan experts they had just dealt with. "Do you know where these people came from?" she asked, already aware that they were not from within the Pale Moon Kingdom. The Pale Moon King respectfully replied, "My master, these were high-ranking members of the Deep Sea Hermit Association, led by a mysterious level 6 monarch. However, the leader did not appear here. As for how they infiltrated the Pale Moon Peninsula, I am unsure. The Deep Sea Hermit Association is extremely secretive and meticulous. It may take some time to thoroughly investigate." Han Kursen frowned slightly. The Deep Sea Hermits again. It seems this was a probe. They might have already figured out our origins and intentions. Should we take any measures? Shui Lan inquired. For now, there's no need. Let's focus on our own tasks and not let these minor threats disrupt our plans, Han Kursen concluded. At this point, she paused before continuing, the Deep Sea Hermit Society is extremely wary of your identity. They won't make any rash moves for the time being, but they might attempt to assassinate or launch a sneak attack on you personally during this period. It's best to be cautious. The influence of the Azure Water Empress in the Chaotic Sea was immense. Once the Deep Sea Hermit Society learned of her resurrection, they would undoubtedly feel significant pressure. However, the current fragmented state of the Sea Clan Federation meant the Deep Sea Hermit Society had too much on their plate to spare the resources or energy for such an action. Han Kursen concluded that there wouldn't be any immediate threats. As for the personal safety of Shui Lan, that was even less of a concern. With Shui Lan's formidable strength, self-preservation was hardly an issue. Killing such a prominent figure as the aquatic race's empress within the stronghold of Darkness City, surrounded by numerous powerful allies, would be an extremely difficult, nearly impossible task even for the Deep Sea Hermit Society. Furthermore, even in the unlikely event that Shui Lan was caught off guard and killed, Darkness City still had the Resurrection Altar. At most, it would temporarily affect Shui Lan's strength. The priority for Darkness City in the Chaos Sea was to secure the Pale Moon Peninsula as quickly as possible. Han Kursen entrusted the takeover of the Pale Moon Royal City to Shui Lan and her core team members, and immediately teleported back to Darkness City via the teleportation tower. Upon her return, Han Kursen immediately sensed an unprecedented change in the atmosphere. The entire Darkness City, or more accurately, the whole Chaos Forest, seemed to be brimming with life and vitality like never before. What's going on? Why is there such a significant change? Han Kursen looked up at the sky, astonished to find that the seemingly pure and clear azure sky was covered with a layer of potent energy barrier. Han Kursen was greatly shocked. It wasn't strange for Darkness City to have a barrier, considering it was the capital city of a great demon king. Most of the Demon King's buildings and facilities, as well as the Demon King's castle, were located here. However, the issue was that this barrier wasn't just covering Darkness City. Han Kursen sensed further and found the barrier to be boundless, covering such an extensive area that it seemed to encompass the entire Chaos Forest. This was utterly inconceivable to her. How could there be such a powerful barrier in this world, strong enough to envelop an area as vast as 400,000 to 500,000 square kilometers? At that moment, Han Kursen felt a wave of energy from behind her. She saw the space distort, opening up a small vortex. Countless emerald tendrils were released from it, seemingly reinforcing the vortex and eventually forming a stable spatial tunnel. Zhang Nu and Nancilia emerged from the space tunnel filled with roots and finally appeared before Han Kursen. Han Kursen noticed that Nancilia was brimming with excitement and joy, resembling someone impoverished who suddenly discovered they had won $1 billion lottery, unable to contain their overwhelming happiness. What is this? Han Kursen knew that Zhang Nu possessed formidable spatial abilities. Constructing a stable spatial tunnel with his current capabilities wasn't particularly surprising, yet this particular spatial tunnel did not seem to be constructed solely by his powers. Before Zhang Nu could explain, Nancilia began to gesture excitedly. "Vice City Lord, have you seen it? His Majesty the Demon King has caused the Tree of Eternity to evolve once again, transforming it into the World Tree. This is the grace of the World Tree." World Tree? Han Kursen was utterly baffled. What is the World Tree? Zhang Nu briefly explained, the World Tree is a level 6 special building, and among level 6 special buildings, it is an exceptional existence. What? Level 6? Han Kursen was shocked. At the current stage, level 5 special buildings were already the top-tier structures within Demon King territories, and only a supreme Demon King territory like Darkness City would possess so many level 5 special buildings. However, level 6 buildings were extremely rare, if not entirely non-existent. The more powerful a building's functions, the more astronomical the costs for its construction and upgrade. The Tree of Eternity, being a formidable structure, would inevitably require a staggering amount of resources for its upgrade. In fact, it did. To upgrade the Tree of Eternity, Zhang Nu spent a total of 1.8 billion gold, in addition to 120,000 life gems and about 20,000 gems from each of the 11 types, excluding the undeath gems. It was safe to say that without the battle against the Thunder Empire, he wouldn't have had the capital to upgrade the Tree of Eternity. And after its upgrade, it became the World Tree, a mighty divine tree not even recorded in ancient elven scriptures, possessing far greater power than the Tree of Eternity. The vast barrier covering the Chaos Forest was created by the World Tree. What? You wiped out the Empire's million-strong elite forces. Han Kursen had already succeeded in taking down the Pale Moon King, and securing the Pale Moon Peninsula was just a matter of time. She had intended to return and boast about her achievements, but to her surprise, Zhang Nu had accomplished something even more formidable. In just a few days, he had dealt with the massive army pressing from the north. As the Vice City Lord, Han Kurson was well aware of the immense pressure from the war on the Northern Front. Even with the strength of Darkness City and the Chaos Federation, confronting the massive force led by the two Guardian Grand Dukes would have resulted in significant casualties and losses before it could be defeated. Who could have imagined that a large-scale battle would never take place? Zhang Nu said, "Don't worry about that. Let's have a look at the World Tree. As the Executive Vice City Lord, you need to understand the latest production resources within our territory." Han Kurson followed the two through the spatial tunnel, stabilized by tree roots. As they entered, the verdant magical roots retracted, and the stable spatial tunnel immediately collapsed and vanished. After passing through the tunnel, the first thing Han Kurson saw was a gigantic tree. This was the Tree of Eternity that once stood in the Tree City, now officially upgraded to the World Tree. Unlike the golden glow of the Tree of Eternity, the World Tree had a dazzling blue-green crystalline texture, and the energy it radiated was even more powerful and substantial. The World Tree was not much taller than the Tree of Eternity, but it felt entirely different. Each crystal-clear leaf, resembling carved gems or jade, seemed to contain a world within. Han Kurson was astounded and immediately began to examine the effects of the World Tree. World Tree, Level 6 Special Building. Within a radius of 200 kilometers, plus 150% recovery rate for all units, minus 70% aging rate for all units, plus 300% training efficiency for elves, minus 95% aging rate for elves, plus 150% attribute bonus for elves. Contains a 1 million square kilometers microworld. Accelerates the growth rate of animals and plants. Unlocks summonable elven population. Unlocks the summoning of the World Tree Barrier. Enables the creation of eternal sacred fruits. Unlocks the summoning of the World Tree Passage. Combat mode activatable. The capabilities of the World Tree were truly formidable. The spatial tunnel that Zhang Nu and Nancilia had used was, in fact, opened by the World Tree using its roots. When the Tree of Eternity was upgraded to the World Tree, it acquired spatial temporal attributes. The World Tree could open spatial tunnels anywhere its roots could reach, using itself as a medium to instantly transport targets within this range. A World Tree could connect to all forests it touched. This meant that the World Tree could summon its roots in most parts of the Chaos Forest to create rapid transit pathways. This feature alone made the World Tree invaluable. At the very least, the Draconian priests, who had been responsible for short-distance teleportation, could finally take a break from their busy schedules. With the World Tree, any unit in the Chaos Forest that was granted permission was able to travel quickly using the power of the World Tree. Moreover, the World Tree turned a 200-kilometer area into sacred land, expanding the planned farm radius by fourfold. The existing large farm, which was already more than sufficient for the Chaos Forest, could now support the majority of the Northern Empire's population. But that wasn't all. The most distinctive feature of the World Tree was its ability to create worlds within itself. The initial world inside it spanned 100,000 square kilometers, with enhancement effects and land spiritual energy identical to the outside world, and it also possessed automatic purification and law regulation capabilities. In essence, the inner world of this World Tree alone could have accommodated nearly a whole elven empire, providing a home for tens of millions of elves without any issues, making it an absolutely ideal and safe haven for them. What was even more astonishing was that the World Tree was still growing. Its roots would cover an increasingly larger area, and the small worlds it generated within itself would also expand, making the benefits and value it could produce in the future immeasurable by mere wealth. Whether for combat, defense, production, or habitation, the World Tree could significantly impact the Chaos Forest. As Han Kurson entered the inner world of the World Tree and saw the vast, fertile land rich in spiritual energy, she almost felt as if she were dreaming. This World Tree is just too powerful. Zhang Nu added, not only that, the leaves of the World Tree are epic-grade materials that are incredibly rare and can be used to craft space and time gems. The World Tree's interior can nurture stone, wood, minerals, and even various other gem resources. It was worth every penny spent. The special effects and hidden abilities of the World Tree were extensive. If fully utilized, the World Tree alone could transform the Chaos Forest into a unique paradise and a land of immense geomantic value on the continent. Meanwhile, as Zhang Nu was introducing the World Tree to Han Kurson, news of the Empire's disastrous defeat and the death of the two dukes had already spread like wildfire throughout the Thunder Empire and even reached the ears of nearby imperial powers. This defeat was different from any before. It was so severe that it could shake the very foundation of the empire. The rise of a demon king's power capable of directly threatening imperial forces posed an unprecedented challenge and danger, not only alarming the emperor of the Thunder Empire but likely also causing concern among other emperors. A storm was brewing. The Thunder Empire suffered another defeat, and this time, it was a disastrous one. The Eastern and Western fronts, along with the Guardian Knight Order, represented a scale of conflict unprecedented in a millennium. Typically, even in clashes between imperial powers, the military forces involved would be on this level. Moreover, wars between imperial forces, short ones lasting a few months to longer ones extending over a year or more, would usually see both sides battling for a considerable time before a victor emerged. However, the Thunder Empire dispatched 2 Grand Dukes and its Guardian Knight Order, and in less than half a month, the war had not only barely begun but had also completely ended. Even more bizarrely, there were no survivors. Nobody knew exactly what had happened. Even by the standards of this world's history and its wars, such a battle was unheard of and unseen. It was incredibly hard to believe, utterly baffling why such a thing would happen, yet it had indeed occurred. In an instant, the entire empire, from top to bottom, was plunged into panic and despair. The very foundations of the empire were severely shaken. The spread of the Demon King's influence had almost reached a point of complete uncontrollability. Upon receiving the news, Emperor Frelio XVI slumped onto his throne, overwhelmed not by rage, but by an unprecedented sense of defeat and shock. How could this happen, he murmured. The mere Chaos Forest. How could it possibly possess such power? Only a few trusted ministers were present before Emperor Frelio, the most prominent among them being Marquis Gaberlain, the empire's prime minister, along with several other top-tier, influential figures of the empire. The emperor clung to a sliver of hope, questioning, "So far, we haven't seen a single soldier who has fled or been defeated return. Could this be an illusion crafted by Darkness City, a rumor they've spread?" Marquis Gaberlain responded gravely, "The likelihood of that is extremely slim, as both the Duke of the West and the Duke of the East have indeed perished." There were many ways to sense whether someone was still alive in their world. Figures of the Duke's stature would undoubtedly have left a soul imprint within the empire and their respective families. A soul imprint served as proof of life. As long as one was not entirely deceased, their soul imprint would not vanish. Conversely, once a soul imprint disappeared completely, it signified absolute death. It wasn't just the 2 dukes, the soul imprints of the Guardian Knights and the Empire's chief knight, Croft, had also vanished. With these 3 pivotal figures lost in battle, how could the Empire's army possibly stand undefeated? Emperor Frelio exclaimed in anger, "If that's the case, why haven't we seen any defeated soldiers? How could an army of over 1 million be entirely wiped out?" "That is indeed very peculiar," Marquis Gaberlain admitted, lowering his voice. "We have yet to reach a conclusion and are still investigating. Our immediate priority should be to devise a response strategy." The others nodded in agreement. Emperor Frelio furrowed his brows deeply. The annihilation of the Knight Orders from the eastern, western, and southern regions, as well as the Empire's core Guardian Knight Order, undoubtedly dealt a tremendous blow to the Empire's strength. Yet, as a force of imperial caliber, its foundation wasn't just limited to that. The Empire's heartland still housed other elite troops and numerous formidable individuals. Among the 4 regions, the Northern Territory, known for its strongest military might and highest concentration of masters, had not yet deployed its forces and top fighters. It was too early to despair or consider the situation hopeless. Even with a significant portion of its strength severed, the Empire still retained much of its power. The issue was that Emperor Frelio had realized they had missed the optimal opportunity to suppress Darkness City. Even if he were to personally lead the campaign and mobilize the entire nation's resources, it might not be enough to subdue Darkness City. Marquis Gaberlain spoke up, "Our strategy from the beginning was flawed. We aimed to annex the territories of the Sunset Empire and the Azure Water Federation, focusing all our war preparations and objectives around these 2 powers. The Chaos Forest seemed too insignificant, merely a stepping stone toward our goals, leading us to overlook the threat posed by Darkness City and allowing its Demon King and forces to grow increasingly powerful. Now, the situation has almost become uncontrollable." With a furrowed brow, Emperor Frelio said, "What's the use of saying all this now? What solutions do you have?" Marquis Gaberlain quickly responded, "At this juncture, relying solely on our nation's strength may not be enough to completely eliminate Darkness City. Even if a full-scale national effort could lead to victory, the cost would be enormous, potentially taking at least a few hundred years to recover from. The best course of action would be to seek assistance. With the Azure Water Federation now in disarray and unable to help, our only hope lies with the Sunset Empire. Given Darkness City's current momentum, the Sunset Empire must also feel threatened. Emperor Freelio nodded in agreement. Marquis Gaberlain was right, Darkness City had become the greatest threat to the Empire. Relying solely on the Thunder Empire's power might not be enough to counter this force. They needed to involve another Imperial-level power. Previously, the Sunset Empire would have likely remained a bystander, watching the situation unfold from the sidelines. This was because the emergence of the Chaos Federation could act as a counterbalance and weaken the Thunder Empire, thereby restoring equilibrium to the regional powers. However, with the Thunder Empire on the brink of collapse, should it fall entirely, the balance in the region would be utterly disrupted. Would the Sunset Empire still have peaceful days ahead? The most critical issue was the rapid growth of the Demon King forces. If even the Thunder Empire couldn't withstand the Demon King invasion, once the Demon King assimilated the Thunder Empire, their power would likely swell to several or even more than 10 times their current size. By then, crushing the Sunset Empire would be as effortless as a hawk preying on a chicken. Despite the political turmoil within the Sunset Empire, they were not fools. They would undoubtedly recognize the urgency of the situation and take action. Emperor Freelio was about to convene an inter-empire-level meeting when, unexpectedly, the palace's barrier was suddenly breached by some external force. Emperor Freelio, Marquis Gaberlain, and the others, being top-tier powerhouses, sensed this intrusion immediately, and their expressions changed drastically. How dare? Who goes there? Who dares to intrude into the royal palace uninvited? Marquis Gaberlain waved his hand, and a crystal staff appeared. He shouted loudly, "Protect the Emperor!" Everyone quickly gathered around the Emperor to guard him. At the same time, hundreds of the palace's foremost warriors teleported in, surrounding Emperor Freelio with a protective circle. The security within the royal palace was extremely tight, with various experts, barriers, and prohibitions. Anyone capable of bypassing these obstacles to directly breach this location must possess unfathomable strength, warranting extreme caution. Countless shadows emerged in the grand hall of the palace, eventually coalescing into 3 figures. The one in the lead was dressed in simple, tattered clothes, appearing entirely unremarkable. His face was hidden under a large hood, and he held a similarly unassuming staff, with an eerie aura swirling around him. Behind him stood 2 other figures, also heavily concealed, but their silhouettes suggested they were not human. The aura emanating from them was even more formidable than that of most individuals present, including Marquis Gaberlain, indicating they might both be level 6 monarchs or higher. With such fearsome beings accompanying the lead figure, one could only wonder at the strength of their leader. "Who are you?" Marquis Gaberlain demanded. "Seize them." Hundreds of palace guards rushed forward. Each of them possessed the strength of level 5 or 6 overlords. Their collective assault was formidable, posing a serious threat even to someone of Satoru Sato's caliber. However, at that moment, the mysterious old man raised his staff. An invisible yet invasive energy, like flowing water, surged outward, passing by everyone, and then a bizarre scene unfolded. The movements of all these individuals became incredibly slow, and some even appeared to be frozen in place. Undoubtedly, this was a powerful control skill. Marquis Gaberlain's expression darkened. "The power of time? You are that legendary Prophet of Doom." The old man chuckled. "Indeed, I do carry the moniker of the Prophet of Doom. You may also call me Primo, the 55th ranked hero in the leaderboard." The tales of the Prophet of Doom were widespread across the lands. Rumor had it that he was an extraordinarily powerful magician with a rare, once-in-a-millennium talent for time manipulation, capable of foreseeing the past and future. This is why he was dubbed a prophet. He was a legendary figure. Numerous empire-level powers had extended olive branches to him, offering generous terms such as the position of imperial chief magician or even a national advisor. Yet, he remained indifferent to such offers, showing no interest whatsoever. The Prophet of Doom rarely intervened, but whenever he did, it was earth-shattering. Thus, despite his immense power, he remained an enigmatic figure. Who would have thought such a being would also identify as a hero? And ranking 55th in the hero leaderboard? Could there really be heroes stronger than him? That seemed impossible. The Prophet of Doom, Primo, spoke slowly. In the recent battle in the southern borders of your empire, a powerful hero tragically fell. He was the formless sword saint, ranked 498th on the hero leaderboard. As the foremost among the 7 sword saints of the Sunset Empire, he possessed the strength of an emperor. Yet, he still met his end, which only serves to highlight the overwhelming power and danger of the Demon King. He must be ranked within the top 50, perhaps even the top 30 among Demon Kings, and has now fully come into his own. Your empire alone cannot contend with him. The listeners exchanged looks of disbelief. For Emperor Frehlio and the empire's elites, this was the first time they had heard of rankings for heroes and demon kings. The leader of the 7 sword saints of the Sunset Empire was merely ranked around 500 among the heroes? How formidable, then, must those ranked in the top few dozen be? Perhaps they had reached the legendary level 7. After pondering for a moment, Emperor Frehlio gave Marquis Gabrielain a look, and the latter immediately dismissed the surrounding elites. The emperor approached. So, you mean to say, Prophet Primo, that you have come here for this demon king? Indeed. Primo replied. Although I'm ranked 55th among heroes, currently, I'm the only one who can arrive in time to assist you against him. Otherwise, this empire faces complete destruction. The expressions of those present soured slightly. Marquis Gabrielain inquired, this demon king led to the total annihilation of our million-strong army without a survivor. We cannot fathom his insidious methods. What makes you believe you can confront him? Primo chuckled, because I am the Prophet of Doom. No secrets can remain hidden from me. Intrigued, Emperor Frehlio asked, is that so? Then perhaps, Prophet Primo, you could enlighten us, at least to understand the cause of our defeat. No problem, Primo assured. I will personally visit the southern front. No matter the secrets or tactics the Demon King possesses, they stand no chance of remaining concealed from my eyes that can peer through time. The next day, under orders, Marquis Gabrielain, the renowned Prime Minister, set out for the southern border accompanied by the Prophet of Doom, Primo. Although the Marquis was a well-known figure within the empire, few in the southern territories could recognize him. As for Primo? He was even less recognizable. When he concealed his aura, he appeared to be nothing more than a common, ragged old man. The once thriving city of Bachor was now in chaos. Following the death of Duke Bachor, the Bachor family struggled to maintain the prosperity of their capital city. The subsequent defeat and the news of the fall of the Eastern and Western Dukes, along with the empire's leading knight, only worsened the situation. Bachor City had long lost its former order. The streets, once bustling and lively, were now desolate and deserted. Scores of merchants and nobles, fearing the spread of war, had begun to evacuate with their families. The ordinary citizens were living in constant fear. For them, the Demon King and the Chaos Federation represented entirely unknown threats. Marquis Gabrielain frowned deeply. I never imagined that the main city of the empire's southern border would become so desolate in such a short time. He glanced at the Prophet of Doom, Primo. The mysterious old man, currently leaning on his staff, surveyed his surroundings before lowering his hood to reveal sparse hair and a withered, aged face. This was the Marquis's first clear view of the Prophet, who appeared utterly unremarkable and unimpressive old man. His left eye was cloudy and lifeless, while his right was covered by a specially crafted metal eye patch adorned with sealing runes. Marquis Gabrielain asked, puzzled, Prophet, what are you doing? Primo replied calmly, let me see the future of this place. The Marquis was taken aback. Could the legends be true? Could the Prophet indeed see into the future? If so, that would be terrifying. With such a formidable ability, it would be impossible for anyone to defeat him, and he could easily secure an invincible position for himself. As they spoke, the Prophet began to unseal his eye patch. Upon removing it, layers of rune-inscribed bandages were revealed, and as these too were unraveled, the heavily sealed right eye was finally exposed. Unlike the left eye, this one resembled a fake, prosthetic eye, akin to a silver gemstone embedded in place, emitting a strange and indescribable aura. In the next moment, a powerful force of time emanated from the gem-like eyeball, drawing the Prophet, the Marquis, and the 2 accompanying heroes into a special domain. Within this domain, the surroundings rapidly shifted. Marquis Gabrielain soon saw hundreds of true dragons appear above Bachor City. The city activated its protective barrier, and countless heroes desperately resisted. However, dragon flames surged continuously. Eventually, under the joint effort of 7 dragon kings, the Elven King, the Dwarven King, the Giant King, and about 10 other monarchs, Bachor City's defenses could no longer hold and were utterly breached. The imperial garrison stationed there could not withstand the onslaught, and the battle was entirely one-sided, with the two forces being completely mismatched in strength. In the end, the conflict destroyed nearly half of Bachor City. The citizens of Bachor City had no choice but to surrender. At that moment, a figure appeared in Bachor City. This figure was very blurry, making it impossible to discern their true appearance. At that moment, the progression and movement of the entire space came to a halt. All the scenes shattered, the domain was dissolved, and the 4 individuals returned to normal spacetime. What is this? Marquis Gaberlain asked. It seemed like I witnessed the fall of Bachor City. Is this the fate that awaits this place? The prophet Primo, leaning on his staff, appeared somewhat weary, indicating that even for a being of his extraordinary caliber, forecasting the fate of such a significant city was no small feat. Indeed, Primo confirmed, this is one possible future. The Marquis couldn't help but inquire, one possible future? Does that mean the future can change depending on circumstances? Primo nodded, exactly. The future is not a fixed destiny, but the inevitable outcome, based on various variables. If those variables change, the future can also change. So, it turned out, the future could be changed. Marquis Gaberlain, being no ordinary individual, understood the prophet's implication. From the future they just witnessed, it seemed the Empire had dispatched a considerable force in a final effort to defend Bachor City. However, the city's fall was inevitable. Once Marquis Gaberlain grasped this, he would likely advise the Emperor to abandon the idea of sending elite forces to save Bachor City and instead focus on preserving more cities and core territories of the Empire. In other words, from the moment the future was revealed, it might have already begun to change. Marquis Gaberlain had become a new variable in the equation. If the Empire ceased reinforcing its troops or adopted different strategies based on the Marquis's persuasion, the ultimate future would inevitably change. The Marquis, impressed, said, Prophet, your abilities are truly formidable. With your assistance, the Demon King of Darkness City is nothing to fear. Prophet Primo remained expressionless, but a sense of solemnity emerged. Let me visit the battlefield to see what methods Darkness City employed to annihilate a 1,000,000-strong army. With a few teleportation spells, the group appeared above the battlefield. The ground was still littered with broken armor and weapons, but eerily, there were almost no signs of battle, not a single body, nor the stench of blood one would expect from such a conflict. Marquis Gaberlain was puzzled. Such a large-scale battle would surely have resulted in rivers of blood, with the stench lingering for months. It's surprising that there's no trace of it here. Could this really be a battlefield? The Marquis was filled with doubt. Primo once again unsealed his right eye and released his special temporal domain, but this time, instead of foreseeing the future, he traced back to the past. They clearly witnessed the entire process of the Blood Moon's emergence. The extreme horror and indescribable presence could even permeate through the flow of time, directly into the domain. This is... Prophet Primo said gravely, a sacrifice to an evil god? At that moment, Primo witnessed the Blood Moon's full formation and its role in the demise of the remaining heroes, the Guardian Knights, and the 2 dukes. Eventually, the vast Blood Moon was sucked into a tearing rift and vanished from this world, heading towards the depths of the cosmos. During this process, Primo glanced into the rift and could distinctly sense a consciousness beyond mortal comprehension, transcending elements and time and space, sweeping across this area. In that instant, Primo felt as if his psyche had been heavily struck. His complexion turned exceedingly pale, and he spat out blood, promptly ending the domain and the visions of the past. Prophet, are you all right? Asked Marquis Gaberlain, visibly alarmed. Incredible. Even within the retrospective time, being noticed by that entity could result in such terrifying consequences. Primo appeared somewhat weakened as he supported himself with his staff and said in a deep voice, as you've just seen, the Demon King did not directly participate in the battle. He merely used some means to summon an evil god and conducted a ritual for it. Marquis Gaberlain's face turned pale with shock. A ritual for an evil god? So, the 2 dukes and the others. They all became sacrifices to the power of the evil god, used by the Demon King, Primo explained. However, the Empire can actually be reassured. The power of a god is not so easily borrowed, such a force cannot be summoned a second time. That explained everything. Such a feat, causing an army of 1 million to vanish, would have been beyond the capability of any being in this world. Only those who have stepped into the realm of the divine, those referred to as gods, could accomplish this. It was surprising that the Demon King had such means. It's one thing for the strength of ordinary deities to be borrowed temporarily, but for him to directly summon and utilize an evil god was an incredibly bold and risky move. However, as Primo mentioned, evil gods represent uncontrollable chaos. Although the Demon King successfully summoned an evil god this time, the ritual and altar used for the summoning are unlikely to be reusable, so there's no need to worry about the enemy summoning another evil god on the battlefield. There's one more thing, Prophet Primo said. I suspect that the true Demon King is not among the 3 dragons of Darkness City. Those 3 dragon kings are likely just a diversion, cultivated by the Demon King to attract attention. Marquis Gaberlain was even more astonished. What is the reasoning for that? The Darkness 3 dragons are strong, but they don't stand out among the top-tier Demon Kings. With their strength, they might not even make it onto the leaderboard of Demon Kings, so it's improbable that they could orchestrate such a grand scheme, Primo explained. Moreover, I noticed a special being who wasn't mentioned in any official reports. If I'm not mistaken, this dragon is the real Demon King. Marquis Gaberlain urgently inquired, are you sure? What does he look like? What are his abilities? If this were true, it would be both astonishing and terrifying. Has the Demon King been concealing his true might from the Empire all along? This might be the primary reason why the Empire has continually underestimated its enemy and suffered defeat after defeat. Primo shook his head, he was too vague. Why is that? Primo chuckled coldly, there's only one possibility, he also possesses the power of time, and it's incredibly strong. But it doesn't matter, he continued. When it comes to utilizing the power of time, I won't lose to anyone. Even if he has the power of time, he can't compete with me. With the information gathering nearly complete and the prophet having sustained some injuries, plus considering this place is currently under the influence of the Demon King's forces, it was deemed unwise to linger any longer. They needed to withdraw quickly. One of the accompanying heroes stepped forward and Primo instructed, go to the Chaos Forest and investigate the Demon King's main city. Do your best, but don't overextend, your safety is paramount. With your abilities, even if discovered, you should be able to escape. Yes, responded the hero named Jason, brimming with confidence as he accepted the task. The prophet and the Marquis then promptly vacated the area to avoid being targeted or ambushed by the Demon King. With this intelligence and the aid of Prophet Primo, the Empire could finally regain some informational advantage. This would significantly increase their chances in the upcoming confrontations with the Demon King. In Darkness City, within the Demon King's spiritual space, a special realm created through the medium of the Level 5 special building, the Spirit Sanctum. In this spiritual plane, months of development had made it highly comprehensive, increasingly fulfilling various functions. Whenever Zhang Nu desired, he could revert to his human form within the spiritual world, experiencing life as he once did. For instance, at this moment, Zhang Nu, in human form, was sitting in a quiet, elegant cafe, cutting a steak while organizing tasks for the Dragon's Shadow Hero Guild. Following the conclusion of the battle, the Empire's offensive momentum had been severely weakened. As expected, it's unlikely the Empire would organize another large-scale offensive in the near term, focusing instead on defensive strategies. This meant that the annexation of the entire southern territory was almost assured. To minimize losses and achieve the fastest and most efficient process, the cooperation of the intelligence system was crucial. Zhang Nu told Su Yan, I want to completely annex the entire southern territory of the Empire within 3 weeks. What you and the Dragon's Shadow need to do is to coordinate with Darkness City's troops from the inside and assist in controlling these cities. Su Yan immediately responded, I've already arranged the tasks. The southern territory of the Empire is already in a state of panic, and we have members of the Dragon's Shadow in each city, just waiting for your army to take over. As she spoke, the admiration was evident on her face. She was somewhat puzzled about how 2 Imperial Grand Dukes, along with the entire Guardian Knight Order, failed to penetrate even an inch into the Chaos Forest and were instantaneously annihilated on the Elro Plains. What Su Yan couldn't comprehend even more was how, in such a short period of time, Darkness City was already prepared to occupy the southern territory of the Empire. Judging from the current situation, the Empire likely lacked the capability to prevent Darkness City from seizing and ruling the south. If Zhang Nu successfully accomplished this task, he would acquire at least 100 million people. To date, how many demon kings have managed to amass such a population? A force with over 100 million people, while it may not necessarily reach the level of imperial power, would certainly be among the top contenders at the kingdom level. This formidable force, combined with the continuously growing population of Darkness City, would be powerful enough to compete with imperial-level forces. Su Yan said excitedly, "Boss, with our strong army, those remnants of the empire probably can't stop you. It's only a matter of time before you become the first demon king to conquer an imperial-level force." However, Zhang Nu cautioned, the foundation and hidden strengths of an empire are more extensive than you think. Although the Thunder Empire may not be enough to halt our expansion, we must still be careful not to throw away our advantages. Pausing momentarily, Zhang Nu added, "Moreover, the outcome of this war will undoubtedly shock various countries. If I'm not mistaken, forces from other empires and top-ranking heroes will definitely get involved." Hearing this, Su Yan tempered her excitement. She felt that her boss made a lot of sense. The Thunder Empire might no longer pose a threat, but conquering an empire was not an easy task. Furthermore, an imperial-level force is the result of various factors coming together. Such a significant power couldn't just disappear, its eradication would disrupt regional balance. Other imperial forces would not want to see this happen, so their involvement was inevitable. More concerning than the intervention of other empires, however, were the heroes. As a hero herself, Su Yan could access the hero leaderboard anytime. She noticed that the heroes ranked in the top dozen were almost all level 7 legendary units. Even though Zhang Nu was already very powerful, being targeted by such heroes could still put him in danger. As the saying goes, caution is the parent of safety. The priority would be not to bask in the glory of current achievements but to stay vigilant, especially in times of prosperity, and cherish the hard-won fruits of victory. As expected of the boss, despite his strength, he remained cautious. After Su Yan had logged off and left, Zhang Nu stepped out of the cafe, only to see a modern city street materialize before him. Landmarks like the White Flag National Tower and the Pearl Tower appeared before his eyes, creating a magically surreal atmosphere. This street was an exclusive area for Chaos Federation demon kings and some heroes, designed to mimic cities from their past lives, fostering a sense of familiarity and belonging. Leaving this street, he entered the main urban area of the Demon King space. By then, around 6 million citizens had gained access to the spiritual space, making the city vibrant with activity. At a glance, it resembled any ordinary city, with a diverse population of draconians, elves, humans, orcs, dwarves, and more, freely mingling. The online merchandise experience stores, in particular, were bustling with customers, contributing to the lively atmosphere. The spiritual space created by Darkness City had become a paradise for the subjects of the Demon King. It served not just for entertainment and leisure but also as a hub connecting tribes, towns, and the core of commerce, where people could experience and trade online and then receive physical deliveries. With the presence of the World Tree in the Chaos Forest, the logistics and transportation within the entire forest had been greatly facilitated. The complicated terrain that once hindered trade and commerce had turned the forest into one of the most commercially prosperous areas. The active population in this virtual city included not just the inhabitants of the Chaos Forest but also the merfolks from Holy Tide City in the Pale Moon Peninsula, the federated citizens from Kolo, Craigie, Elro, and over a dozen human territories, as well as merchants from non-federated regions. This explained the bustling activity in this area. Both the virtual city and the spiritual space operated on a subscription model. Though the fees were modest, the large user base ensured significant revenue from bandwidth fees alone, generating hundreds of thousands in net profits daily, even after accounting for costs. This space is still too small. Zhang Nu mused. I need to make it bigger. Lacking the necessary level 5 special building upgrade scrolls, he set out to purchase them at high prices, offering 10 million gold per scroll in the various Demon King markets. Despite the scarcity of level 5 special building upgrade scrolls and the likelihood that only powerful Demon Kings would possess such high-level scrolls, the substantial reward offered was bound to attract attention. The offer of 10 million per scroll quickly became a hot topic, drawing the interest of numerous formidable Demon Kings. It was conceivable that a Demon King in need of money might be tempted to sell. After posting the purchase request, Zhang Nu left the virtual world and reappeared in the Grand Hall of Darkness City. He took stock of his current resources, over 1 billion gold, tens of thousands of various elemental gems, and a reserve of several thousand souls, including over 100 level 6 souls. Holding on to such an abundance of resources without utilizing them seemed wasteful. Zhang Nu decided to put a portion of them to good use. He began with the high-quality souls, summoning Zhang Tiechue, the leading figure of Ironheart City and the Federation's chief blacksmith, Jin Kuei from Thunderclap City, Gru from Beast City, and Bai Jia, the fortress commander of Citadel of Eternity, to the main city. The 4 subordinates quickly arrived, bowing respectfully and asking, "Greeting, my master. Has your majesty summoned us for a task?" Zhang Nu spoke, "You are considered the elders of the Chaos Federation, or those who have made significant contributions. Each of you represents your respective races. I've decided to cultivate you to become monarchs, to become kings, to enhance your influence within your tribes and the Federation." The announcement took them by surprise. The Demon King intended to cultivate them into monarchs? Normally, becoming a monarch had little to do with cultivation. Most beings who became monarchs naturally possessed the talent for it. Such talent wasn't common, it was extremely rare. Unless one had a strong lineage, royalty, or noble heritage, whether a race could produce a monarch largely depended on its fate. However, to the Demon King, it seemed as though assigning a king title to giants, dwarves, orcs, and humans was as trivial as handing out fruit in a queue, seemingly effortless and inconsequential. Indeed, for Zhang Nu, creating monarchs was not a difficult task. He possessed monarch crystals, the most direct method, but chose not to use them due to their rarity and value. Instead, he preferred using the soul baptism from the soul altar, sacrificing high-level souls to bestow monarch potential upon his subordinates. Given Zhang Nu's current stockpile of souls, this was not a challenging task. When Long Yi became a Dragon King, it only required one high-quality level 6 soul, which demonstrated not only Long Yi's own strong background and talents but also the feasibility of the process. For Jin Kuei, Gru, Zhang Tiechue, and Bai Jia, their talents might be average, but investing about 10 level 6 souls each would likely suffice. The giants, dwarfs, orcs, and humans are all major races. Creating monarchs for such races would be beneficial for future governance. Moreover, kings have a strong rallying effect. If the Chaos Federation were to have a giant king and a dwarf king, news would quickly spread, attracting nearby giants and dwarfs to join. The proportion of elves in the Chaos Federation was increasing. While elves were among the first to follow the Demon King, it was important not to favor them exclusively. Other races needed attention too, making this initiative necessary. Thus, the 4 were brought to the soul altar for soul baptism by Zhang Nu, who started the process by consuming souls. The process went smoothly, and the consumption matched expectations. After the baptism, they exuded a royal aura, successfully awakening as monarchs. They knelt excitedly, expressing their gratitude to the Demon King. Jin Kuei and Gru were particularly thrilled and surprised. Unlike the human mage and dwarven forge master, they weren't directly summoned by the Demon King, yet they were given the opportunity to become kings, allowing them to lead their races. For Jin Kuei, and even more so for Gru, this was an unexpected boon. Before pledging allegiance to the Demon King, Gru was merely a commander in the Beast City, not even a notable figure in the Chaos Federation, let alone the wider world. But after pledging loyalty to the Demon King, his life transformed dramatically. He could never have imagined that someone like him could become a king, feeling as if he were living a dream. Pledging loyalty to the Demon King was the best decision he had made in his life, perhaps even in many lifetimes. Despite not being a direct summon of the Demon King, Gru's loyalty was absolute. He vowed to use his new status as the Orc King to attract more orcs and serve the Demon King. In a remote corner of the Chaos Forest, a seemingly ordinary deer cautiously navigated through the undergrowth, vigilantly watching for danger. Suddenly, a fierce tiger roar echoed through the forest, and a tiger larger than a buffalo pounced in front of the deer, its massive claws poised to tear the deer apart. It was a typical scene of the survival of the fittest in the great forest. However, something strange happened. Just as the tiger's claws were about to strike the deer transformed into a burst of light and stood up, effortlessly blocking the tiger's paw with one hand. The tiger, taken aback, didn't have time to react before it was enveloped in a gray light. Its body instantly shriveled and withered, eventually turning to dust. "Even a tiny insect dares to strike at me? You're unlucky to have encountered me," said the hero Jason with a cold laugh. Looking around, he mumbled to himself, "This must be the Chaos Forest. It's really difficult to sneak in here." Jason was not just any ordinary hero, he was one of the most trusted subordinates of the Prophet of Doom. His strength, while slightly inferior to that of the formless sword Saint Satoru Sato, wasn't far off either. Jason was also a level 6 mythic hero, ranked 514 on the hero leaderboard, just under 20 ranks behind Satoru Sato. Jason belonged to the Dark Elves, a subrace of the elves. His class was that of a fallen druid. Druids are a type of mage that specializes in nature-based magic, proficient in various transformation, shapeshifting, summoning, and control skills. Typically, they lack strong direct combat abilities, missing a range of offensive spells. Fallen druids, also known as dark druids, were a divergent path from traditional druids. Not all druids could evolve into fallen druids, only a select few with strong power, high ranks, and innate talents in undead or dark magic could potentially become one. Unlike regular druids, fallen druids were also dark and necromantic mages. They integrated dark and undead magic with druidic natural magic, turning the typically benign druid spells into something malevolent and vicious. Within the elven community, fallen druids were considered traitors. This was something the elves could not tolerate or accept, as their relentless pursuit of power was seen as a desecration of the goddess of nature, leading them to be despised by all followers of natural deities. Jason's identity was far from simple. He was one of the leading figures in a dark organization known as the Cult of the Inevitable End, recognized as the most powerful fallen druid known. Like Satoru Sato, who was honored with the title of the Formless Sword Saint, and Primo, who was revered as the Prophet of Doom, Jason had his own notorious moniker, the Plague Master. This title was earned because he had orchestrated several large-scale plagues. About 50 years ago, offended by a prince of a kingdom, Jason had unleashed a massive plague in retaliation, indiscriminately killing tens of millions, pushing that kingdom to the brink of collapse. The desperate king had no choice but to execute his own son to appease Jason and beg for his forgiveness. Such an act was something even a mighty level 7 entity like Primo could hardly achieve. While Jason might not possess strength equal to Sato's, his level of danger was certainly no less significant. Sato, for all his power, could at most directly eliminate tens of thousands, maybe 100,000 people. But Jason, as a fallen druid, could effortlessly wipe out millions or even theoretically devastate an entire empire, leading billions to ruin. This was what made Jason so terrifying. Jason had two main objectives for coming here. The first was to investigate the situation in the Demon King's capital city, and the second was to use his abilities to spread a plague, attempting to create chaos within the Demon King's forces from within. However, the current Chaos Forest was truly a perilous place, a veritable den of terrifying and powerful entities. Even Satoru Sato had perished at the hands of the Demon King. If Jason were to confront the Demon King, given his strength, he would undoubtedly perish. His stealthy infiltration here was exceedingly dangerous. Yet, Jason did not panic. The reason he dared to venture in was that he had confidence in his own abilities. As a druid, Jason excelled in disguise, transformation, infiltration, and various specialized emergency survival techniques. He believed that even if he accidentally revealed himself, he could at least escape. The defenses of Chaos Forest were exceedingly strict. Jason discovered that the entire forest was enveloped by a massive barrier. This vast barrier not only protected the entire Chaos Forest, regulating its environmental climate and defending against external attacks, but also had the capability to detect the intrusion of external targets. For those below the level 6, stealth tactics were essentially ineffective. Fortunately, Jason was a level 6 mythic druid with superior skills in transformation and disguise, allowing him to enter disguised as a small animal and temporarily evade this formidable super barrier. Jason had finally infiltrated the area. To avoid detection during reconnaissance, he thought, I'd better release the plague first. His main mission was to scout the Demon King's capital city to understand the Demon King's strength and the city's defenses, among other details. This mission was fraught with danger, and Jason wasn't entirely sure he could pull it off undetected. If discovered, his priority would be to escape, potentially leaving no time for other actions. Thus, he immediately activated his domain ability. Pestilence Sanctuary. Jason's domain enveloped a small area around him, and utilizing the power of his domain, he initiated his special summoning skill. Plague rats, arise! The ground beneath Jason's feet churned, and numerous inconspicuous rats, no larger than the size of a palm, were summoned from the gray soil. While individually weak, each rat glowed with red eyes and was wrapped in a terrifying aura. With a thought from Jason, the plague rats were released. They left the domain and entered the nearby forest, spreading at an alarming rate, continuously being created and dispersed into every corner of the forest. These rats might seem insignificant, but each one carried a highly contagious plague, enhanced with extremely malevolent, high-level fallen druid magic. As tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of these plague rats actively spread the disease, it wouldn't take a week for the plague to pervade the main regions of the Chaos Forest. By then, the entire area would be a landscape of pestilence, a grotesque disaster. The native tribes of the forest wouldn't even realize what was happening before succumbing to the disease. Moreover, this epidemic had the potential to decimate the majority of the living beings in the Chaos Forest. Jason's summoning of the plague rats was highly secretive. Due to the presence of his mythic sanctuary, the outside world couldn't detect any magical fluctuations. Only after successfully deploying millions of these sources of infection did he finally deactivate his sanctuary. Excellent. Jason was exceedingly proud of himself. No matter how strong this demon king is, he has no counter to my tactics. It won't be long before the plague fills this place. I'd like to see how many he can save. In the past, such tactics had always been foolproof for Jason, never failing. He believed this time would be no exception. However, just as he was basking in his satisfaction, an enraged voice erupted. Who is it? Who dares to pollute the great Chaos Forest? Simultaneously, the earth began to surge, and countless roots burst from the ground, rapidly entwining toward him. Jason was shocked. Treants? It turned out that the attackers were indeed treants, or rather, ents. The nearby ents had sensed the large number of plague rats and easily pinpointed Jason. The Demon King's forest guardians, arranged throughout the Chaos Forest, played a crucial role at this moment, which was unexpected. Otherwise, if the plague had spread without their knowledge, even the Demon King would have found it troubling. What's going on? Jason was utterly perplexed. Why are there treants in the Chaos Forest? The intelligence provided by the Empire had no mention of this. Before he could react further, the Ents launched a second wave of attacks. Simultaneously, using their psychic ability for remote communication, the Ents rapidly spread the alarm throughout the forest, ensuring that the entire forest was alerted in no time. The speed of their response was something the fallen druid had never anticipated. He had not realized that the Chaos Forest was full of Ents, deeply hidden. Once alerted, there would be no place for him to hide. Treants were very rare. Ever since the region's elven empire had collapsed, this species had vanished, making their presence in the Chaos Forest previously unlikely, or else the neighboring imperial powers would have noticed. Jason hadn't expected such misfortune. Not only did he encounter treants, but they were also high-level treants, generally around the 6th tier in strength. Such treants had a broad sensory range, making it certain that they would detect the plague rats he had released. No matter, he thought. He needed to deal with them first. Foolish to think you could stop me. Jason's gaze darkened as he coldly shouted, decaying aura. Instantly, an invisible energy burst forth from him. The flora at his feet and the trees nearby were immediately engulfed by this force, decaying and turning to dust at a speed barely perceptible to the naked eye. As the treant's roots attacked, nearing Jason, they too withered and shattered. Soon after, the bodies of several treants began to decay, their once vibrant leaves turned yellow in the blink of an eye, and they perished right there. The disparity in strength was indeed significant. Although these treants were all level 6 beings, the difference between a level 6 lord, a level 6 monarch, and a level 6 mythic being like Jason was almost like comparing different weight classes entirely. Jason had cast several spells in quick succession and had easily dealt with the nearby treants. Realizing it was unwise to stay longer, he planned to leave immediately after dispatching these treants. However, just at that moment, Jason sensed a ripple in the space around him. In the next instant, a flash of light appeared, and several figures materialized before him. Leading them was an exceedingly beautiful silver-haired elf, who appeared young yet exuded a powerful aura of authority. Accompanying the silver-haired elf girl, who wielded a long staff, was a golden-haired elf woman holding a longbow. They were Nancilia and Marilyn, the 2 elven kings from Jauntry City. Having received a warning from the Ent King, Grutrud, Nancilia had immediately used a teleportation spell to arrive here with Marilyn. Cursed fallen druid. Nancilia recognized Jason's presence immediately, a defiler against the goddess of nature. Although fallen druids also utilized life-based magic, Their spells were often perverted, aimed at spreading plagues and disasters, making them the most despised traitors among the elves. What infuriated Nancilia even more was that this despicable fallen druid had dared to unleash a plague in the Chaos Forest. She glanced at the withered land and vegetation around her and raised her elf queen's scepter towards him, declaring, "We will not let you corrupt this forest any further." Marilyn had already raised her longbow and said, "This guy is probably sent by the Empire to wreak havoc. No need to waste your words. Just take him down and bring him before His Majesty." The two elven kings of Jauntry City, Nancilia and Marilyn, had significantly boosted their powers. Nancilia had recently become a level 6 mythic unit after an adventure, and Marilyn had just undergone a powerful Demon King super baptism, elevating her to level 6 as well. This meant that Jason, the fallen druid, now faced not only another level 6 mythic unit but also a formidable level 6 monarch unit. Given this situation, his chances of victory were slim. Recognizing the formidable challenge posed by the two elves and understanding they were not the actual Demon King, Jason made a rational decision to retreat. He knew he could handle the two elves in front of him but not additional powerful beings that might arrive upon hearing of the conflict. "Think you can keep me here? Let's see if you're capable of it," Jason declared. As he spoke, his body suddenly split apart, transforming into thousands of crows that scattered in all directions with astonishing speed. The expressions of the two elves hardened. Marilyn watched the sky fill with crows, momentarily unsure which target to lock onto. The crows were not only numerous but also capable of splitting and multiplying, rapidly filling the sky like a dark cloud. They couldn't let him escape. This fallen druid had already unleashed a plague in the Chaos Forest. Any of those plague-ridden rats could cause a catastrophe, and if they failed to neutralize this instigator and the source of the outbreak, the Chaos Forest would undoubtedly fall into disorder. Divine Tree Sanctuary. Nancilia acted swiftly. Pestilence Sanctuary. Jason released his mythic domain ability at the same time. The two powerful sanctuaries quickly neutralized each other. Jason was surprised to find that just as his sanctuary had expanded, it began to shrink rapidly, indicating that the opponent's sanctuary was far stronger than his. In terms of power alone, Nancilia was not much stronger than Jason. However, Nancilia could easily suppress Jason's sanctuary because her powers were enhanced within the Chaos Forest, a special effect brought by the World Tree to all elves residing nearby. Despite this, there wasn't an overwhelming difference in the strength of their sanctuaries. Jason was capable of escaping Nancilia's sanctuary before his power was completely suppressed. But at that moment, Marilyn intervened. With the might of a dual domain, Jason immediately felt increased pressure. "This is bad." Jason sensed his domain being compressed even more, which slowed his attempts to break free. At that moment, several more presences were transported by the World Tree's spatial passage. Giant King Jin Kuei, Orc King Gru, Dwarf King Zhang Dachui, and Human King Bai Jia appeared right in Jason's path of escape. "Four monarchs?" Jason's expression changed drastically. Just how many monarchs were there in the Chaos Forest? Giants, orcs, dwarves, humans. None of these races had previously had kings in the Chaos Forest, with only the elven and dragon kings known. This meant the true strength of the Chaos Forest was far greater than he had imagined. Jason had no time for further thought as the four monarchs released their domains. Although these domains were not particularly strong against him, they were enough to completely overwhelm him and eliminate any chance of escape. 2 hours later, Nancilia and her group arrived at the Demon King's castle in the Darkness City. Giant King Jin Kuei was holding a bloody figure in his hand. It was none other than the fallen druid Jason. At this moment, there wasn't a single intact spot on Jason's body. He was barely alive, and if not for the druid's strong vitality, he would have died many times over. Although Jason was still alive, his body was wrapped in thorns. These were the sealing thorns summoned by Nancilia, and given Jason's weakened state, he was unable to break free, at least not for the foreseeable future. It was unbelievable that a level 6 mythic unit like Jason had been captured alive. Jason's strength was not much weaker than Nancilia's. Theoretically, he should have been able to escape even if he couldn't win the fight, and certainly not be captured alive. However, with the assistance of Marilyn and several other monarch units, Nancilia successfully captured him. At this moment, the great demon king, Zhang Nu, sat on his high throne, with the darkness 3 dragons lined up below. To the left and right stood the 4 dragon kings from Dark City and 2 demonic monarchs from Gloom City. Additionally, the hall was filled with abyssal dragons, transformed into draconian forms. Recently, with plentiful resources at hand, Zhang Nu had replenished and significantly expanded his dragon legion. Currently, under Zhang Nu's command, there were over 500 abyssal dragons, with about 50 of them being level 6 dragon elders. This represented an immensely formidable force. Jason had not lost consciousness. When he sensed the situation inside the hall, he was completely astounded. He could hardly believe what he was seeing: over 500 abyssal dragons. Even the most ordinary abyssal dragon possessed the strength of a top-tier level 5 overlord and had the innate talents and abilities to hold their own against a level 6 overlord for a period of time. Each of these units represented pinnacle combat power. Yet, in Darkness City, just in the Demon King's Hall alone, there were as many as 500 of these dragons, with 10% at the level 6 overlord strength, plus the dozen or so monarchs present at the scene. And this was only what he could see, not the full extent of Darkness City's forces. Jason felt complete despair. He had known that Darkness City was strong, but he had never imagined it to be overwhelmingly powerful. The great Demon King stood up from his throne. Without needing a detailed explanation from Nancilia, the commotion in the Chaos Forest was too significant to escape the notice of its ruler. In an instant, the Demon King traversed several kilometers and appeared before the group, his gaze falling on Jason. He quickly discerned Jason's relevant information and a slight smile appeared on his lips. "Who sent you? Where are your accomplices now? I advise you to confess honestly." Jason scoffed. "Demon King, don't even dream about me confessing. Unless you release me, I will not make any deal with you." "You misunderstand," Zhang Nu chuckled lightly. "I never intended to make a deal with you. Since you refuse to talk, I guess I'll have to do it myself." As he spoke, the Eye of Domination opened, and a terrifying psychic force enveloped Jason. Jason was horrified to find his consciousness being invaded. This force was so formidable that even under normal circumstances, he would struggle to fully resist the Demon King's psychic power and the amplification of the Eye of Domination. Especially now, in his weakened state, there was virtually no resistance. The Demon King directly took control of the hero and extracted all the information he wanted, including details about the Prophet of Doom, Primo. "So, top-ranked heroes are already involved?" Zhang Nu stroked his chin. "This imperial conquest is becoming more and more interesting." As for Jason, Zhang Nu had obtained the information he wanted. The fallen druid was no longer necessary to be kept alive. As a hero ranked similarly to Satoru Sato, killing him could garner quite a few additional rewards. "You've slain a level 6 hero. Hero Soul +1, Skill Stone +8, Mythic Crystal +1, Hero Leaderboard Chest +1. Zhang Nu glanced at his information panel. The notification of the hero's death indicated that the hero was truly dead, thus removed from the rankings. At that moment, Zhang Nu noticed other notifications, one of which particularly caught his attention. "You have conquered the Pale Moon Royal City. 7.94 million citizens pledge allegiance to you. Do you accept?" Zhang Nu was very pleased. Indeed, it was a case of receiving double happiness: slaying a ranked hero and conquering a royal city. "You've conquered Pale Moon City. You've gained Shining Stardust Diamond Chest X1. Now, Zhang Nu held 2 high-tier chests in his possession. One was the Hero Leaderboard chest obtained from slaying the hero, the other was the Conquest chest from capturing the Pale Moon Royal City. Without hesitation, Zhang Nu immediately opened both chests. He first opened the hero chest. "You've opened a hero treasure chest. You've gained Plague Lord Crystal X1, Level 6 Hero Soul X85, 13 Elemental Gems X18, 000. Not bad at all." Although the rewards from the Fall Druid Hero chest were slightly inferior to those obtained from the Formless Sword Saint Satoru Sato, they were still quite substantial, enough to satisfy Zhang Nu. After all, the sheer value of the massive amount of gems alone was well over 1 billion gold, not to mention the plethora of level 6 souls and a hero crystal. Zhang Nu immediately absorbed the crystal. "You've absorbed the Plague Lord Crystal, HP plus 6,000, MP plus 6,000, Strength plus 400, Constitution plus 500, Agility plus 200, Will plus 900. You've gained the S-rank skill Pestilence Sanctuary." Absorbing this new power brought certain changes to Zhang Nu's body. What surprised him the most was that he had acquired Jason's domain skill through the absorption of the crystal. Pestilence Sanctuary. This domain's offensive, binding, and suppression abilities weren't particularly strong. Its primary function was to culminate and brew various natural biological disasters such as locust and rat hazards, thereby creating plagues or subduing enemies. While the domain skill itself wasn't overly powerful, it could cause a terrifyingly lethal effect. Zhang Nu, whose combat methods were already diverse and abundant, didn't lack direct combat skills, making this ability particularly useful to him. Following that, Zhang Nu opened the conquest chest. You've opened the diamond treasure chest. You've gained gold times 200 million, blueprint, Ocean Palace X1, blueprint, Ancient Ghost Ship X1, Ocean Scepter X1, Level 5 Special Building Upgrade Scroll X1, and 11 Elemental Gems X10, 000. Zhang Nu was very satisfied with the rewards. Both blueprints were level 5 special blueprints, and Zhang Nu also obtained the much-needed level 5 special building upgrade scroll, making these gains significant. The Ocean Palace was likely a barracks-type building, but it must have amplifying or supportive functions to qualify as a special building beyond just troop recruitment. Similarly, the Ancient Ghost Ship also had troop recruitment capabilities but served as a very special warship as well. Deploying these buildings on the Pale Moon Peninsula could significantly enhance the Chaos Federation's control over the region. Zhang Nu planned to hand over the blueprints to Han Kursen, entrusting her with arranging their construction to consolidate their hold on the territory. In addition to the blueprints and upgrade scroll, the conquest rewards included a large amount of gold, gems, and an epic-grade weapon named the Ocean Scepter. The gold and gems were added to the treasury of the Darkness City, while the Ocean Scepter was to enhance the power of the Azure Water Empress. The Chaos Federation already controlled Holy Tide City. Having captured the Pale Moon Royal City, these two cities, the political and economic centers of the Pale Moon Peninsula, securing control over the entire peninsula was only a matter of time. Zhang Nu ordered Han Kursen to accelerate the conquest process. He speculated that conquering the peninsula would not only yield conquest chests from various cities and regions but, as Pale Moon Kingdom was an independent area and sovereign entity, it should yield a regional conquest chest similar to what was obtained from conquering the Chaos Forest. The power of the Pale Moon Kingdom far surpassed that of the Chaos Forest in its early days. Zhang Nu, having received such rich rewards from the Chaos Forest, believed that the rewards for conquering the Pale Moon Peninsula would be equally substantial. Nancilia stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this fallen druid released a plague in the forest, which might cause us some issues." Zhang Nu replied calmly, "The plague rats will dissipate the moment this individual dies, and as for the small area that has already been infected, there's no need to worry, just send a nature priest to cleanse it." Hearing this, Nancilia felt relieved. She then asked, "This fallen druid is very powerful, he's no ordinary foe. If he were frequently active in this area, we should have heard of him, so why does he seem so unfamiliar?" Zhang Nu explained, "Because he doesn't come from the Empires or the Chaos Sea, he hails from a much more distant region and kingdom. Given the previous intelligence capabilities of the Chaos Forest, it's normal not to have heard of this druid." "I see." Nancilia understood. Zhang Nu continued, "Our recent rapid development and the impressive victories we have achieved have likely caught the attention of many of the continent's top powers and heroes. For instance, among the heroes who communicated with this fallen druid, there are two currently in the Northern Empire who are far more formidable than him." Nancilia's calmed heart tensed up again. Stronger than this fallen druid? How powerful would that be? After her encounter with Jason, she had initially estimated that his strength was roughly on par with hers, and even if she was slightly stronger, the advantage wasn't significant. Entities stronger than him were likely to be more formidable than herself, and such individuals were rare in this world, each a renowned emperor-level powerhouse. However, Nancilia wasn't worried. After all, even if the enemy was formidable, Darkness City still had the Azure Water Empress, the Vice City Lord Han Kursen, among others. Any of these figures could stand alone against formidable foes. Even in the worst-case scenario, where they encountered an enemy that even the Vice City Lord couldn't handle, the Demon King himself could always intervene. To this day, Nancilia maintained almost blind trust in the Demon King, believing there was no task he couldn't handle and no challenge he couldn't overcome in this world. Although Nancilia was optimistic, Zhang Nu, by nature cautious, had not let down his guard. From Jason, he had learned that among the heroes who had arrived at the Empire, there was a top-echelon hero ranked around the 50th position. The Prophet of Doom. Primo. Through the hero leaderboard, it wasn't hard for Zhang Nu to deduce that this person was a level 7 mythic. Even for Zhang Nu, dealing against such a powerful hero still somewhat bore some risks. Given the information revealed by Jason and the rumors about the Prophet of Doom, Zhang Nu had no difficulty surmising that this hero possessed the extremely rare power of time manipulation, using it to understand the past and predict the future. This meant that he could potentially anticipate the strategies and movements of the Chaos Federation in advance, complicating the Federation's struggle against the Empire. Zhang Nu mused to himself, is a hero ranked around 50th so troublesome? It seems I shouldn't underestimate the hero faction. He believed the arrival of the Prophet of Doom was no coincidence. Despite his efforts to keep a low profile among the active demon kings, few could match the influence he'd made, making it only a matter of time before more top-ranked heroes would be drawn to him. Fortunately, the Chaos Federation was now well established. Even if heroes ranked in the top 10 came challenging, they would find it difficult to shake the foundation of the Federation in the short term. Zhang Nu decided to further strengthen the construction of the Chaos Federation's Dragon Legion, utilizing this high mobility, high combat effectiveness, and high destructive elite combat force to accelerate conquests. At the same time, he recognized the necessity to swiftly enhance his own strength. At that moment, Zhang Nu sifted through his crowded inbox and found a message that greatly intrigued him, sent by an old acquaintance and fellow demon king. Blood Giant Wanshi, hey, brother, that void seed you're looking for, I might be able to help you find it. A clue at last? For Zhang Nu, activating his level 6 talent wasn't hindered by a lack of talent points anymore. He had plenty of souls in his inventory if activation was needed. What really stumped his upgrade was the absence of necessary materials. Zhang Nu promptly responded, are you sure? Blood Giant Wanshi, I'm about 80 to 90% sure, but this information isn't free, and the process to acquire it is very dangerous. You won't be able to find it without me personally guiding you. I want 2 monarch crystals and 100 million gold. Zhang Nu considered this for a moment. Although the price was steep, it wasn't much for him. He had been using monarch crystals as rewards for whoever could provide effective information. Sure not only had the information but also planned to guide him personally, which justified a higher fee. Now was not the time to quibble over small profits. Zhang Nu wasn't short on money. He immediately replied, I can pay 100 million gold as a deposit, and once the task is completed, you'll have your monarch crystals. Blood Giant Wanshi, fair enough, then let's set a time to meet and discuss this in person? At this stage of development, top demon kings typically had a stockpile of teleportation stones. With these stones, demon kings could visit each other, assuming there was sufficient mutual trust. Of course, this came with risks if one was to teleport into another's territory and be betrayed, ending up surrounded by heroes, it could be disastrous. Zhang Nu had known Wanshi for a long time, and they had maintained very close commercial relations. Zhang Nu had imported countless gems and blueprints from Wanshi, who in turn had bought vast quantities of food, materials, and equipment from Zhang Nu. Because of this long-standing relationship, a basic level of trust was established. If obtaining a level 6 talent material was possible, Zhang Nu was willing to pay not just a few monarch crystals and a couple 100 million gold, even 10 times that if necessary. He did not want to miss this precious opportunity. Zhang Nu and Wanshi quickly agreed on a plan to meet in person. Wanshi, a level 6 monarch class demon king, was ranked 483rd on the demon king leaderboard. Although his rank might not seem very high, his inclusion on the demon king leaderboard alone testified to Wanshi being among the top echelon of powerful figures in the demon king faction. One of the key reasons for Wanshi's prominence and sustained presence on the leaderboard was his long-standing cooperative relationship with Zhang Nu, the top-ranked demon king. Wanshi's territory was particularly rich in various types of gems. Zhang Nu had been purchasing most of his gems from Wanshi, often paying slightly above the market price to secure priority buying rights. While the markup was modest, the volume and consistency of these transactions had allowed Wanshi to amass considerable wealth, providing significant economic support for his territory's development. At that moment, Wanshi was in his castle. He stood over 200 to 300 meters tall, with fingers as large as train carriages, and his entire body was a vivid red. His eyes blazed with red flames, exuding a powerful aura and a sense of oppression. Although Wanshi was just a monarch, as a top-tier giant race, his physique rivaled that of dragons, allowing him to contend with level 6 mythics due to his formidable physical strength. In the grand hall of his castle stood thousands of giants. The shortest of them measured 50 meters, with most standing well over 1 to 200 meters tall, all of them covered in vivid red and exuding a scent of blood. Among them were 4 Monarch units and at least 20 Overlord units. This lineup clearly indicated that Wanshur had substantial resources at his disposal. At that moment, in the center of the Demon King's hall, a spatial vortex appeared, stabilizing into a shape after a few seconds. It revealed another Demon King's hall, with a palpable aura of terrifying dragon fear emanating from it. A figure was released from the vortex. The moment he appeared, everyone in the hall, including the bloody giant Wanshur and all other giants and Demon King units present, felt a strong sense of oppression. Zhang Nu looked around and realized that the Demon King's hall he was in now was no less imposing than the Demon Dragon Castle in the Darkness City. Since the Demon King units around him were predominantly giants, he decided to transform into his dragon form for easier communication. Zhang Nu rarely used his dragon form in daily life, mainly because it was too massive. The size of a dragon was generally proportional to its strength. Upon transforming into his dragon form, Zhang Nu's body stretched to 400 meters in length. His immense size and majestic presence, coupled with his dominant aura, made him several times more formidable than bloody giant Wanshur seated on his throne. Facing such a fearsome entity, all units under Wanshur's command felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Yet, bloody giant Wanshur let out a laugh louder than thunder. Ha ha ha, worthy indeed of brother Zhang Nu, the current foremost Demon King. Both your spirit and courage are unmatched. Wanshur was straightforward in nature. He did not flatter or pander even in the presence of the foremost Demon King. In fact, Wanshur held great admiration for Zhang Nu, especially since Zhang Nu had suggested meeting directly at Wanshur's castle upon receiving the message. Considering Zhang Nu's current status, he was a figure both coveted and feared by top heroes. Was he not afraid that Wanshur might conspire with top-tier heroes to set a trap and lure him into the Demon King's castle? There was only one explanation: this foremost Demon King trusted him. Moreover, he was extremely confident in his own strength, convinced that even if he encountered an ambush, he could remain calm and retreat unscathed. Are you Wanshur? Zhang Nu asked, his enormous claws pressing down on the floor. His majestic wings slowly spread, spanning hundreds of meters like dark clouds that could overshadow the sun, imposing an almost suffocating pressure on any lesser creature, exuding overwhelming authority. Wanshur immediately stepped forward and said, "Thank you, brother, for trusting this old Wang. Rest assured, I wouldn't invite someone of your stature here without being certain." "Where's the Void Seed?" Zhang Nu asked promptly. Wanshur explained, the Void Seed is an extremely rare and elusive divine stone, born at the dawn of creation. It's a material seldom found, unavailable in lands, oceans, or the underworld. Zhang Nu asked, "Why do you say that?" Wanshur explained, the Void Seed is called so because it takes root in the void, absorbing the energies of chaos and nothingness. Once it reaches a certain stage, it can exit the void to create new spaces, even entire new worlds. No wonder, Zhang Nu thought as he looked around and said, "So, this place isn't part of any continent, ocean, or the underworld?" "Correct, this is the outer world. Both the resources and species here are vastly different from those on land," Wanshur said casually. "Alright, no time to waste, let's set off immediately. I'll help you acquire that Void Seed." Although it was their first meeting, the two were already quite familiar with each other. Zhang Nu knew his character well. This guy could make friends with anyone, carried no airs about him, didn't put up with others' airs, and was decisive in action. Zhang Nu flew out of the massive castle and was surprised by the environment outside. It was a bizarre, gigantic floating island in a vast open space. Nearby, he could see numerous energy condensates, like small and large suns scattered across the space, illuminating it. Zhang Nu knew that this place was not the familiar surface world but an outer world detached from the planet. In this outer world, the air was thin, making it uninhabitable for ordinary people. The area was rife with energy turbulence and various powerful celestial bodies. Moreover, the outer world was home to many unique creatures, including unheard-of magical beasts and demons, as well as species never seen on the ground. The darkest and most negative part of this world was known as the Abyss, a place with the harshest environment within this vast space, inhabited by ancient evils and various powerful beings. Wanshur briefly explained, the place we're heading to is a mysterious city known as the City of Void, located in the Land of Nothingness. It's extremely dangerous. According to the information Wanshur had, it was highly probable that a void seed was located within the city of Void. However, not only was this city very difficult to locate, but also no one had ever successfully entered it. Not to mention approaching the city, even the surrounding environment was unbearable for living beings. Furthermore, reaching the city of Void would require navigating through a complex web of forces from various extraterrestrial powers. Without a local guide, it was nearly impossible to make it there alone. Zhang Nu asked, "How do we get there?" Wanshur calmly replied, "Don't worry, brother, we don't need a ship, this island itself is a huge airship." Just then, Zhang Nu felt it. In the center square of the Demon King city, there was a tower emitting powerful energy. It was this tower that controlled the movement of the gigantic island, indicating the island's extraordinary origins. "Let's set off," Wanshur commanded, and the Demon King city began moving at an astonishing speed. In the outer world, the spatial structure was quite peculiar and drastically different from the worlds most reincarnators were familiar with. This world didn't actually have real suns, moons, or stars. What was considered the sun and moon were composed of elemental energies, and the stars seen in the night sky were merely reflections of energy, creating a celestial spectacle. At first glance, it might have seemed similar to the worlds known to reincarnators, but in essence, it was completely different. Deep in space, a peculiar fleet was in a state of readiness. This fleet consisted of 20 large Magitech airships made from anti-gravity ores common in the outer world, which easily maintained flight in this weak gravitational environment. The airships were densely packed with figures. Although these figures were similar in height and physique to humans, they had black wings on their backs. These were members of the angelic race, specifically the fallen angels, as indicated by their black wings and the dark aura that enveloped them. Also known as the celestial race, this was a very ancient lineage with extremely long lifespans, residing in various mysterious regions of the outer world. This race inherently possessed great strength. The higher the bloodline and the stronger the innate talents, the more wings an angel had. At that time, the majority of the fallen angels aboard these airships were common two-winged fallen angels, who had relatively limited potential and served as ordinary soldiers within the angelic community. For every 10 two-winged fallen angels, there was a four-winged angel who acted as an officer, leading the group. In addition to these, there were even higher-ranking angels, including 6-winged and 8-winged ones. There were only 5 8-winged fallen seraphs, all of whom were renowned figures in the area. They had formed a troop known as the Demon Hunters, a force dedicated to hunting down and annihilating demon kings, having eradicated hundreds since their emergence. This troop, formed with the purpose of hunting demon lords, obviously had a clear origin. The 5 8-winged fallen seraphs were actually 5 powerful heroes. The strongest among them possessed the strength of a level 6 monarch, while the others all had the power of level 6 overlords. Urgent report. The Bloody Island has emerged from the Blood Demon domain. A scouting fallen angel kneeled before them. The leader, a hero named Nick, who was ranked 4,321st on the hero leaderboard, smiled slightly. Although his ranking was not very high, being on the hero leaderboard was a testament to his capabilities. Nick had had his eye on Bloody Island for a long time. He knew that the island was inhabited by a large group of giants and various types of Demon King minions, including the Blood Giant Demon King, a listed figure on the Demon King leaderboard. This sparked a strong interest in hunting him down. After waiting for many days, the target had finally appeared. Nick drew his purple lightsword. "Everyone, prepare for battle. Kill all the giants, let none escape." Yes. The command quickly spread throughout the troops. Thousands of fallen angel warriors, their bodies enveloped in powerful energy, left the ships. They swarmed like a dense cloud of bees. Even the most basic combat units among them possessed the strength of level 4 elite, and with the angelic race's ability to wield both powerful magic and martial skills, they were a formidable force, proficient in both sorcery and combat. Trouble incoming. Bloody Giant Wanshur noticed the celestial beings emerging near his territory. His expression changed dramatically, and he quickly said to Zhang Nu, "It's the Demon Hunter Squad of the Fallen Angel race, a force specialized in hunting demon kings. They are very strong. We should not confront them directly, let's retreat and defend." "No need," Zhang Nu replied, eager to acquire the item he was after and not wanting to waste time. Without waiting for Wanshur's response, the Abyssal Dragon Demon King flapped his massive wings and rapidly ascended from the island, his colossal size quickly drawing the attention of the fallen angel warriors. What is that? A dragon? Why is there a dragon here? And why is it so huge? The region wasn't known to harbor abyssal dragons, especially not one of such unprecedented size. The fallen angels were stunned by the sudden appearance of the dragon. However, despite their shock, their attacks did not hesitate. Powerful magics rained down like droplets on the dragon's body, yet none could inflict even the slightest damage. What's his strength? He must be at least level 6. The fallen angel warriors were shocked by the dragon's strong magic immunity and immediately prepared to launch a joint attack. Using his senses, Zhang Nu gauged the number of enemies. Wanting a quick resolution, he unleashed a wave of dragon fear that instantly covered a radius of several miles, stunning all targets on the spot. Following swiftly, Zhang Nu activated his level 3 talent skill, the Evil Dragon of Annihilation form. Although the talent was awakened at a relatively low level, it was a tremendously powerful skill. Its effect completely elementalized his body, entering a state where as long as his energy wasn't fully depleted, he was nearly immortal. Inferno Evil Dragon. Zhang Nu's already hundreds of meters long body suddenly doubled in size, his entire body blazing furiously, transforming into an elemental dragon made entirely of dragon flames. This elemental dragon was now a kilometer long. The intensely hot dragon flames twisted the very space around it, emitting light and heat so intense that it was nearly impossible to look directly at it, like a sun close at hand. What the hell is this? Attack! Attack! Don't let him get close. Keep it away. The fallen angels, all-powerful beings who had hunted many formidable abyssal creatures and powerful demon kings, had never encountered an entity with such an overpowering and terrifying presence. Moreover, while most of the fallen angels were still recovering from the overwhelming dragon fear. Thunderstorm Evil Dragon. Zhang Nu shifted forms again, releasing tremendous bolts of crimson lightning from his flaming body, representing the devastating power of abyssal thunder. The Evil Dragon of Annihilation originally had only 3 forms, a devouring form, a flame form, and a thunder form. However, at this moment, Zhang Nu fused the flame and thunder forms together, transforming his entire elemental body into a fiery electrical storm. How powerful was his fiery thunderstorm? The terrifying interwoven thunder and flames further expanded his size. Now, Zhang Nu's body spanned at least 1,500 meters in length, eclipsing the sky like a doomsday harbinger capable of ending the world. Retreat! Quick, retreat! The fallen angel leader, Nick, immediately issued the order. He sensed an unprecedented danger and oppressive force from this elemental dragon. These lightning and flames were not something a level 6 monarch could produce, and even a level 6 mythic might not be capable of such power. The dragon's strength far exceeded all expectations and even understanding. Nick realized that his troops were utterly inadequate for hunting such a being. A direct confrontation would only lead to heavy casualties and a defeated retreat. Thus, he gave the command to withdraw at once. But it was too late. A blinding light erupted as the elemental dragon transformed into an energy storm, instantly colliding with the first airship. His massive body tore through the ship, which, despite its sturdy construction and protective magic, was shredded like paper. In that moment, in front of Zhang Nu, such meager defenses were no different than paper. As the Annihilation Evil Dragon's body passed through the airship, countless streams of fiery thunder also swept through the ship and the nearby fallen angel units, leaving them no chance to resist or defend. In an instant, they were obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Zhang Nu did not pause for even a second as he collided with the second airship, and then the third, fourth, and fifth. His elemental body could infiltrate anywhere, acting like an unstoppable storm. Nick and the other 5 level 6 heroes watched in horror as the elemental dragon demolished all the airships with overwhelming force and charged towards them. They couldn't even resist. How could they possibly withstand it? With the speed and explosive power of lightning and the fierce, persistent burning of fire, the airships in its path stood no chance and were utterly obliterated. Even powerful level 6 heroes, immersed in this terrifying storm of fiery lightning and continuously scorched and bombarded, could not last more than a few seconds. You've slain a level 6 hero. Hero Soul +1, Skill Stone +6, Monarch Crystal +1, Hero Leaderboard Chest +1. You've slain a level 6 hero. Hero Soul +1, Skill Stone +3. You've slain a level 6 hero. Hero Soul +1, Skill Stone +4. After a devastating round of assaults, Zhang Nu returned to the floating island where Wangshi's territory was located. As he landed, all the elemental energy collapsed, and he returned to his normal physical form. What just? Wangshi was utterly stunned. His subordinates and followers were equally shocked. The sky was still ablaze, thunder intertwined, amidst a sea of flames and dense flashes of lightning. What had been a formidable fleet of fallen angels just a minute ago, was now nothing but a field of falling wreckage. This scene could be described as the ultimate display of violent aesthetics. Swallowing hard, Wangshi murmured, "Is this the strength of the foremost demon king?" Zhang Nu, nonchalant, replied, "They were just fodders, not worth the time. Let's hurry to our destination." Wangshi was overjoyed. Zhang Nu had also resolved a significant threat for him. He had guessed that Zhang Nu was quite strong, but he hadn't expected him to be this overwhelmingly powerful, surpassing all expectations. This foremost demon king, just how powerful is he? Ha ha ha, brother, you truly are invincible. I was a bit worried before, but it seems I was overly cautious. With your strength, you will definitely be able to enter the City of Void. After more than a day, under Wangshi's guidance, Zhang Nu finally neared the City of Void. Wangshi hadn't misled him, the area surrounding the City of Void was indeed complex, teeming with large forces and dangerous zones. As they were about to reach their destination, another fleet appeared ahead. Zhang Nu, puzzled, asked, "Are there more who block our way?" Wangshi quickly clarified, "No, that's the army of the Dark Celestial Kingdom. We must avoid conflict with them. After all, this is an Empire-level force." Empire-level force? Zhang Nu was taken aback. Indeed, the outer world also boasted Empire-level forces. However, compared to terrestrial empires, those in the outer world were generally composed of celestial beings, dragon races, or other rare species. These races had individuals of formidable strength, but not as populous as humans. Typically, a celestial nation with a population of around 18 million could possess strength comparable to surface world empires, given that the celestial race is a warrior race with hardly any weak individuals. Different from the hunting troop they had just faced, this fleet was from the Dark Heavenly Kingdom's Imperial Fleet. Although not as strong as the previous fleet, its power was not to be underestimated. Most importantly, it represented the Empire, and any rash attack could provoke severe consequences that Wangshi was unwilling to bear. Wangshi personally left the floating island to negotiate with the fleet. "Who are you?" demanded the Angel Commander loudly. "Do you not know this is a restricted area? Leave immediately, or it will be considered an invasion of the Empire, and you will pay a severe price." Wangshi hurriedly responded, "This is a misunderstanding, I am the Lord of Bloody Island. We have come here with no ill intentions." As he spoke, he tossed a token forward. The token, cradled by a surge of blood-red energy, floated toward the Imperial Fleet's commander. After inspecting the token and confirming its authenticity, the commander gestured, and the Imperial soldiers lowered their weapons. The commander tossed the token back, saying, "You wish to challenge the City of Void? Although you are strong, with your current strength, I doubt you will return alive." "Haha, there's no need to worry, sir," Wangshi replied confidently. "I came prepared and am quite certain of my chances. I've heard that destroying the City of Void will earn a substantial reward from the Empire." The Angel Commander replied indifferently, "Correct. The appearance of the City of Void has caused significant disaster and uproar. Whoever can destroy this city will indeed receive a hefty reward from the Empire." Not only could Wangshi earn a bounty from the #1 Demon King, but he could also collect a substantial reward from the Empire. It was truly a case of killing two birds with one stone. Wangshi, greatly excited, said, "Please, sir, open the barrier for us." The Angel Commander had little hope for the newcomers. Over thousands of years, countless mighty figures had challenged this place, and all had failed without exception. Destroying the City of Void? It was easier said than done. But since they were neither relatives nor close friends, and since they were eager to face their demise, why should he stop them? Indifferently, the commander ordered, "Open the barrier." As the angel mages chanted together, the space unfolded like a curtain being pulled back, releasing fierce winds and bursts of energy. Wangshi returned to Zhang Nu's side and said, "Brother, once we enter, we'll be in the space where the City of Void is located." Zhang Nu, puzzled, asked, "Why are there Imperial troops guarding this place?" Wangshi explained, "After the City of Void appeared, it often caused spatial storms in this vicinity, affecting a very wide area and posing a significant threat. Therefore, the Empire sealed it here and dispatched troops to guard it. For Zhang Nu, the City of Void was a place he had long sought. It held a high probability of containing a void seed. However, for the Empire and the local forces, the City of Void was akin to a natural disaster, prompting them even to set a bounty. Wangsher said, "We will fully support you, brother. Once we take the void seed, the City of Void will inevitably collapse. Then, we can split the Empire's bounty 50-50. What do you think?" Zhang Nu wasn't particularly interested in the bounty. He replied, "Splitting the Empire's reward is fine, but you should stay here and wait for my good news." Wangsher was shocked. "What? Brother, I know you are strong, but don't underestimate the City of Void. It hides too many risks and monsters, and even with great personal strength, it might be insufficient." Zhang Nu remained resolute. He looked towards the entrance of the City of Void. Information about it immediately appeared before his eyes. City of Void, Level 7 Monarch Area. Description: created several eons ago by an ancient outer world power at a great expense, this city not only houses powerful monsters but also has an extremely complex spatial-temporal structure, making it a highly dangerous forbidden area. After reading the information, Zhang Nu realized that this place was anything but ordinary. It was an unprecedented Level 7 area. Although it was just a Monarch area, its high difficulty level was surely exceptional, likely rivaling a Level 6 Mythic area. In such a place, with Wangsher's capabilities, they might not be able to handle it. Even if they entered, the help they could offer would be limited. From the information provided, Zhang Nu knew that the spatial and temporal structure of the City of Void was extremely complex, with massive turbulence that could be described as extremely intricate. Only he could navigate it freely. Wangsher and the others would only be a burden if they followed. Seeing Zhang Nu's determination, Wangsher had no choice but to say, "Brother, you are skilled and brave, so I won't say much more. Just be careful on your own." Zhang Nu nodded. His huge body, hundreds of meters in length and filled with lightning, rose with astonishing speed, leaving behind a trail of dispersing electric arcs. He crossed tens of thousands of meters in a blink and plunged into the chaotic region of the City of Void. This is... As soon as Zhang Nu entered the domain of the City of Void, he felt the unusual disturbances around him. The spatial and temporal structure here was highly disordered, with time and space mixed together like a muddled paste. Any creature or matter that got sucked into it was likely to be utterly destroyed, eventually disappearing completely in the convoluted fabric of space and time. However, this kind of disturbance meant little to Zhang Nu. Zhang Nu activated his spatial temporal dragon form, his majestic golden aura suddenly shifting into a dreamlike silvery white. Although it lacked some of its former intimidation and dominance, it gained a richness and elegance. In this form, Zhang Nu possessed strong resistance to spacetime anomalies. His body could easily withstand the tearing of spatial rifts and the warping of temporal currents. Entering the chaotic realm of time and space was like a champion swimmer entering a slightly turbulent stream. Zhang Nu could sense various temporal energies assaulting him, but they were all neutralized and dissolved upon touching his body's surroundings. At that moment, he was like a fish gracefully navigating an increasingly turbulent river. His vision was blurred, no one could discern details in the chaotic flow of time and space, but he could sense the subtle changes around him. Suddenly, a strange energy fluctuation approached. From the rippling space ahead, a humanoid figure emerged, clad in silvery white and wielding a long spear. Void Guardian, Level 7 Overlord Unit. Description: this is a special entity born from the Void, endowed with powerful temporal abilities and capable of resisting spacetime disturbances, a highly dangerous entity. Level 7 Overlord? Zhang Nu was taken aback. It was his first encounter with a Level 7 entity. The Void Guardian teleported directly in front of him, thrusting its spear with a force that locked onto Zhang Nu instantly. Interesting. A creature with spatial attributes? Zhang Nu did not dodge the attack from the Void Guardian. However, as the attack struck, a flash of silvery white light deflected the blow. Is that all? The attack was spatial in nature, something that would be devastating for most, but in his current spatial temporal dragon state, Zhang Nu could easily withstand it, remaining completely unharmed. Simultaneously, Zhang Nu counterattacked. Terrifying torrents of dragon fire and lightning burst forth from his body. You've slain a Void Guardian. Gold plus 3 million. You've slain a Void Guardian. Gold plus 3 million. 3 million each? That was quite profitable. But Zhang Nu wasn't here to make money. He needed to find the passage that would lead him into the true city of Void. In this environment, where time and space were in turmoil, most scouting abilities were rendered ineffective. Zhang Nu activated his Eye of Domination to scan the vicinity, using the psychic energy it emitted, which was relatively less affected by temporal and spatial disturbances. After about half an hour of searching, he finally discerned a floating silver-white castle amid the chaotic flows of time and space. This castle emitted a silver-white glow, maintaining stability even within the tumultuous currents. From the information prompt, Zhang Nu immediately recognized that this was the Void City he had been searching for. This city was built several eons ago and was an ancient existence. Despite its age, it looked immaculately clean, as if brand new. Back then, why did those ancient races construct such a city? Although Zhang Nu did not know how the Void City was constructed, he was certain that the materials used to ignore the impacts of time and space were extraordinarily unique, and the cost of constructing such a fortress was also incredibly high. It could be said that even powers at the level of an empire would likely struggle to afford such an undertaking. Zhang Nu learned from the information prompt of the Void City that the ancient races had a very simple purpose for building this city, which could be summed up in 2 words: world creation. The nature of Void City was akin to a laboratory, with its primary research focus on world creation. Given sufficient energy and a void seed, it was theoretically possible to perform a controlled creation of a world. Creating a world is distinct from creating a space. There are many subspaces in this world, which cannot exist independently. Their essence is to function as an adjunct space attached to the main world, thus their laws are similar or close to those of the main world. If the main world collapses or undergoes drastic changes, then the subspaces would naturally cease to exist. World creation refers to the creation of a completely independent world, where the laws, order, and matter can be entirely different, and its entire spacetime exists independently, unaffected by the operation of other worlds. However, creating a world is easier said than done. The chaotic spacetime and treacherous environment around Void City likely resulted from the side effects of past experiments, and evidently, the ultimate experiment of world creation also failed. Zhang Nu flapped his wings, drawing nearer to Void City. He could sense a layer of spacetime turbulence around the city, which was 100 times more ferocious than the external turbulence. Even beings of the level 6 or 7 legends would find it difficult to pass through, highlighting the turbulence's ferocity. However, for Zhang Nu, this still did not pose a problem. He activated his sanctuary to unleash the power of spatial temporal laws, utilizing the silver dragon's strong resistance and control over the law of space and time. He moved through the wild storm like a fish soaring in the wind. Finally, Zhang Nu successfully navigated through the turbulent zone. As he entered the castle, he transformed into his dragon-human form and landed smoothly inside the castle's gate, taking a long breath of relief. I finally made it in. Zhang Nu was well aware of how dangerous this place was. If he did not possess the spatial temporal dragon form capable of navigating through the spacetime turbulence, or if he was not naturally gifted with spacetime abilities and had not acquired the power of the laws, even with his current strength, it would have been impossible to enter. After a brief rest, he walked into the grand hall and immediately sensed multiple unusual presences. Undoubtedly, there were monster guards within the castle. Zhang Nu felt waves of spatial fluctuations as numerous rifts appeared ahead. From these rifts, several Void Guardians stepped forth. Once again, these were the level 7 Overlord monsters. Void Guardians were the highest level monsters Zhang Nu had encountered so far. Essentially magical beings, their bodies were primarily composed of spatial energy, allowing them to appear and disappear mysteriously and be completely immune to physical damage and most energy attacks. Space halt. Time stop. Zhang Nu unleashed powerful spacetime energy. The Void Guardians were strong and possessed the ability to teleport instantly. Who knew how many such creatures were nearby, and they could potentially transport hundreds or thousands in a short time. If that were the case, even with Zhang Nu's abilities, it would be challenging to handle so many at once. Therefore, Zhang Nu activated his law powers. He used his sanctuary's power to lock down the nearby space while significantly slowing down the time flow, buying him more time to deal with these monsters in waves. As expected, although these magical creatures possessed immense strength, they were no match for Zhang Nu in terms of spatial abilities. Zhang Nu first used his sanctuary to suppress them in place and then launched a combination of psychic attacks, soul attacks, and the death gaze from his eye of death, eliminating them both successfully and effortlessly. You've slain a Void Guardian. Gold plus 3 million. You've slain a Void Guardian. Gold plus 3 million. You've slain a Void Guardian. Gold plus 3 million. It must be mentioned, while the Void Guardians were challenging to combat, each possessing a battle capability not inferior to a level 6 Monarch level being, the rewards for defeating them were also quite substantial. Using his Sanctuary and Spacetime abilities, Zhang Nu completely gained control over the battlefield. In such a situation, he would eliminate a batch, release another batch, keeping the enemy's numbers and combined strength always within a manageable range. Without expending much effort, he subsequently eliminated 200 Void Guardians. Merely from hunting these creatures, he netted 5 to 600 million in coins, a figure that would be unbelievable if told, as typically, the total revenue from destroying 5 to 8 regular Imperial legions wouldn't even amount to this much. After annihilating all the Void Guardians, Zhang Nu then withdrew his domain power, ceasing his control over the battlefield. It was fortunate he possessed such strong control abilities, otherwise, had 200 Void Guardians swarmed him all at once, even with his current strength, he likely would have had to avoid direct confrontation and certainly wouldn't have won so easily. After clearing the Void Guardians, Zhang Nu continued deeper into Void City. The city, neither too big nor too small in scale, was comparable to the Demon Dragon Castle. From a human perspective, it was enormously exaggerated in size, but from a dragon's viewpoint, it was just another standard palace. Along the way, Zhang Nu encountered no more obstructive monsters and eventually reached a grand hall similar in scale to the Demon King's Hall of the Demon Dragon Castle. A special object there caught his attention. It emitted a unique aura. This object, floating above an altar, had a prismatic, silvery sheen. Sometimes it appeared with dozens of facets, sometimes less than 10, and at other times, it had 6 or 4 sides. Its form was not fixed. It also gave off a metallic feel. If one had to describe it, the object resembled a blob of mercury continuously changing shape, appearing somewhat unstable yet radiating a very strong spatial temporal aura. Void Seed, Divine Grade Material. Description: an extremely rare divine stone containing almost infinite potential and energy, hence also known as the Creation Stone. At last, he had found it. The heavy burden in his heart could finally be eased. Although Wangshur had fervently assured that the Void Seed was within Void City, Zhang Nu had remained skeptical until he saw the item with his own eyes, given the rarity of the Void Seed. From a material perspective, despite its extreme rarity, the Void Seed was not particularly valuable to most people or forces because it couldn't be used to concoct potions, manufacture equipment, or create magical items. In other words, how to utilize its value remained unknown. Even the most advanced and high-end materials, if their use was not understood, only retained value for research and were not particularly lucrative. However, for Zhang Nu, this item was truly priceless. He had acquired it through the Demon King market for the price of merely 2 Monarch crystals and some gold, a deal that was exceedingly worthwhile. Without delay, Zhang Nu moved to retrieve it. Just then, a tremendously powerful and terrifying aura suddenly descended upon the Grand Hall of Void City, unleashing fierce energy in an attempt to blast Zhang Nu away. Although this was slightly surprising, it was within his expectation. The process of acquiring the Void Seed could not be that easy. Besides, Void City was a level 7 Monarch area, and until now, Zhang Nu hadn't encountered any Monarch-level monsters. Now, they had finally made their appearance. "Who dares to steal the Creation Stone?" echoed a powerful psychically transmitted voice in Zhang Nu's mind. The voice, emotionless and mechanical yet piercingly sharp, could cause severe mental distress, though it was entirely ineffective against Zhang Nu. Void King, Level 7 Monarch Unit. Description: a magical life form composed of void energy, possessing the formidable strength of a monarch. Zhang Nu saw the space around him distort as massive amounts of energy converged. These energies coalesced into a regal figure, semi-translucent and silver-white, wearing a crown and wielding a greatsword. Zhang Nu responded calmly, "Do not stand in my way." The Void King drew his greatsword and slashed at Zhang Nu through the void. Instantly, the space around Zhang Nu fractured, as if thousands of sword blades were slicing at him from every angle. With a thought, Zhang Nu activated his domain. All spatial slashes and tears were instantly quelled. Zhang Nu raised a hand, summoning a temporal black hole that latched onto the Void King's body, immobilizing him. Dozens of invisible sword energies were summoned from all directions, piercing into the Void King's body. Enraged, the Void King released his energy, forming a silver giant in an attempt to break free, only to be subdued once again by Zhang Nu's Eye of Domination. Simultaneously, Zhang Nu summoned an arcane avatar. A several hundred-meter-tall giant, wielding a spacetime-enhanced spear, impaled the Void King. You've slain the Void King. Gold plus 30 million. Effortlessly dealing with this level 7 monarch, Zhang Nu walked over to the Void Seed and gently touched the mysterious divine stone. At that moment, a prompt appeared, detected special material, Void Seed, assimilate? Without hesitation, Zhang Nu chose to confirm. The previously stable Void Seed transformed into streams of mercury-like silver liquid that rapidly covered and penetrated into his entire body. You've assimilated the Void Seed. You've unlocked the option to activate the level 6 talent Void Overlord. Your talent Spatial Temporal Dragon evolved into Eternal Time Dragon. Spatial powers plus 200%, temporal powers plus 200%. Zhang Nu felt a profound transformation after absorbing the Divine Stone. Although there was no increase in his stats, the changes in other aspects were revolutionary. The most significant change was in his talent and physique. His talent Spatial Temporal Dragon had evolved into Eternal Time Dragon. The effects of the talents are the same, but the skill effect shifted from an active transformation to a passive state. This meant that Zhang Nu no longer needed to actively initiate the Temporal Dragon form, he would always be in this passive state. This brought significant benefits. Typically, transformation skills cannot overlap. If Zhang Nu had activated the Spatial Temporal Dragon transformation effect, he would not have been able to enter other transformations or states or use some regular skills. Now, he would always be in the Spatial Temporal Dragon form. This not only significantly enhanced his spatial and temporal abilities but also allowed him to retain a diverse range of combat strategies, not limited to space and time, thus substantially boosting his overall combat effectiveness. Besides the change in his abilities, the most important gain was undoubtedly unlocking the option for Void Overlord. Zhang Nu's 2 level 6 talents were now Primordial Dragon, or Chaos Dragon God, and Void Dominator, or Void Overlord. With the current soul reserves in the Darkness City, activating a level 6 talent was not difficult for Zhang Nu. The real challenge was choosing the advanced evolutionary path. Compared to the Primordial Dragon, the Chaos Dragon God was certainly stronger, and compared to the Void Dominator, the Void Overlord was indeed more powerful. After absorbing the Void Seed, Zhang Nu underwent a physical transformation, gaining the ability to upgrade to Void Overlord. This was the primary goal and the most significant gain of obtaining the Void Seed. As Zhang Nu absorbed the Void Seed, a voice resonated. You've conquered Void City. You've gained Lunar Diamond Chest X1. Surprised by the notification, Zhang Nu paused. A Lunar Diamond Chest? He had never heard of it before. He speculated that because the map level of Void City was so high, the reward chest generated upon evaluation surpassed even the Stardust Diamond chest level. A Lunar Diamond surely offered even higher quality rewards. Without hesitation, Zhang Nu opened the chest to see what it contained. You've opened a Lunar Diamond chest. You've gained gold times 400 million, blueprint, Void Temple times 1, level 5 special building upgrade scroll times 3, space gems times 20, 000, time gems times 20, 000. Seeing these rewards, Zhang Nu was genuinely astonished. Although he had anticipated generous rewards, he had not expected them to be this substantial. Actually, considering the overall scale, Void City wasn't particularly large, and the number of monsters wasn't overwhelming. The fact that the rewards were so substantial truly exceeded expectations, likely due to the high levels of the monsters involved. Although there were few in number, their levels were certainly formidable. Among the spoils of this conquest, there was only one blueprint, but it was a level 6 special building blueprint. It's important to note that blueprints for level 5 and above are extremely rare. This was Zhang Nu's first time obtaining a level 6 blueprint directly. Just as he completed his mission, perhaps due to the loss of the Void Seed disrupting some balance, the entire Void City began to crack and shake violently, giving the impression that it could collapse at any moment. At the same time, the rampant spatial turbulence seemed to accelerate toward madness. It appeared that Void City had one last trap. Once the Void Seed was removed, the city would self-destruct, triggering spatial temporal chaos that significantly intensified the turbulence, leading to a catastrophic and irreversible self-destruction. This process was extremely dangerous. Even a level 7 mythic being would certainly perish, ultimately ending up without a trace. However, for Zhang Nu, this was hardly a concern at all. He immediately reverted to his dragon form. Since absorbing the void seed, Zhang Nu's body had undergone significant changes. His dark golden scales were now traced with intricate silver patterns, adding a touch of nobility and mystery to his already majestic and imposing form. His massive body was enveloped by silver-white spatial energy, which allowed him to easily navigate through the turbulent area without resistance. Finally, he returned to blood giant Wansher's side. Wansher quickly said, "Brother, I'm glad you're out. I was about to go in after you if you didn't come out soon." "Was I in there for a long time?" Zhang Nu asked, puzzled. To him, the operation seemed quite swift, almost without any delay, and could be described as a quick and decisive battle. "Why do you look like you've been waiting for a long time?" he continued. Wansher responded, "You've been in there for 3 days and 3 nights. Zhang Nu was slightly surprised, but not too taken aback. After all, the flow of time near Void City was known to be abnormal. Spending some time there and experiencing time dilation or compression was expected. What worried Zhang Nu was the time he had been away. Could Chaos Federation and Darkness City have encountered any issues in his absence? With this thought, he realized he couldn't stay away any longer and needed to return to Darkness City quickly. Given the critical nature of the standoff with the Empire, which was likely to pull out all stops and desperately seek reinforcements, the presence of high-level figures like the Dune Prophet being attracted to the area suggested the potential risks of a surprise attack on his home base if he was away for too long. Wansher noticed the changes in Zhang Nu's body and remarked, "Brother, you seem quite different. Looks like you've succeeded, haven't you?" Zhang Nu nodded, "I've got what I wanted, and Void City will soon fall into the spatial turbulence. This place will return to normal soon. You've helped me tremendously this time, here is the final payment for you." He then tossed out 2 crystals, the agreed-upon compensation. Wansher was overjoyed, "Great, not only did I help you find what you wanted, but I also inadvertently completed a long-standing imperial bounty." Wansher was very much looking forward to the reward offered by the Empire. Zhang Nu, however, showed little interest. "You can keep the imperial bounty for yourself as extra compensation." Wansher was surprised, "Brother, think about it, this is a bounty from the Empire. It's easy to earn at least 100 million gold coins. Are you sure you want to give it up?" Zhang Nu nodded. The collapse of Void City would take about 2 more days, and it would take another 10 days to half a month for the chaos in the void to completely settle. Zhang Nu did not have that much time to wait around. "I don't need the reward. I'm not short on money." Wansher's assistance had been significant, and Zhang Nu considered this a fitting reward. Without further delay, Zhang Nu completed his teleportation to leave. Although the Demon King has been away these days, the Chaos Federation has steadily progressed in its invasion of the southern border of the Thunder Empire. In the Imperial Palace of the Thunder Empire, Emperor Freelio XVI listened to the reports from his subordinates, his expression growing increasingly grim. A terrifying pressure was continuously released, causing all present to feel a strong sense of oppression. According to the report, nearly half of the Empire's southern territories had already fallen under the Demon King's control. Dozens of nobles and their families had forsaken their honor to pledge allegiance to Darkness City, clearly indicating that the situation in the south had become quite evidently worse. Several marquisates and dozens of counties were practically defenseless, making it only a matter of time before they fell to the Demon King. The only uncertainty lay in the Bachelor Duchy. Unlike the usual noble hereditary lands, the Bachelor Duchy was the only duchy in the Empire's southern frontier. Thus, it possessed the broadest territory and the largest population, as well as the strongest defenses, barriers, and most elite military forces in the south. However, with the Duke Bachelor assassinated and the principal knightly order of the duchy nearly wiped out, relying solely on the duchy's own defenses and troops might be insufficient to hold back the invasion from the Chaos Federation. The only question remaining was whether the Empire would continue to send reinforcements. If the Empire decided to play its last cards, then Bachelor City might still stand a chance in battle. This was undoubtedly a vexing decision. If no reinforcements were sent, the fall of the Bachelor Duchy seemed inevitable. However, determining how many troops to dispatch if reinforcements are indeed sent poses another challenge. If not enough military support is provided, it could equate to merely aiding the enemy unintentionally. On the other hand, deploying a substantial military force would inevitably weaken the military power at the core of the empire. Should the battle end in defeat, not only would it fail to protect the Bacor Duchy, but the heartland of the Thunder Empire would also face difficulties due to a shortage of troops. In a room filled with hundreds of the empire's greatest minds, Emperor Freelio XVI demanded, "What are your opinions on the current situation in the Southern Territory? Speak up." Yet, the hall fell silent. The power of the Darkness City's Demon King was unfathomable, and under such circumstances, any advice could lead to unpredictable consequences, a responsibility no one was willing to shoulder. Faced with his minister's silence, the emperor was visibly displeased. He scoffed, "Out of 1 billion people, the empire chose you as its chief ministers. Now, when the Southern Territory is in crisis, not one of you stands to speak. What use are you if you are so worthless?" As he spoke, the imperial might of a ruler, inherited from generations and possibly nearing or at the level of a 6th-tier epic being, enveloped the room. Such a formidable presence was unbearable for ordinary individuals, and even the top talents present felt the immense pressure. It was then that Marquis Gaberlain stepped forward. He bowed respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, I believe we should abandon Bacor City, evacuate the citizens, and withdraw the troops." His statement caused an uproar. The silence had been largely due to a common understanding Bacor Duchy and the empire's southern territory were likely indefensible. Advising the emperor to personally lead troops or to send more would be too risky. If another battle were lost, the Demon King's forces could directly threaten the capital, placing the entire empire in jeopardy. Yet, advising the emperor to abandon the southern territory was sure to provoke his ire. After all, the southern territory, with its population of 1 to 200 million and its vast resources and land, was too valuable a loss for the empire. For an emperor, nothing was more humiliating than ceding territory, even if temporarily. Suggesting such an action in public was akin to slapping the emperor's face and admitting the empire's incapacity. As expected, Emperor Freelio XVI erupted in anger. "The southern territories have been developed over 2,000 to 3,000 years by dozens of my ancestors. You expect me to hand it over to a demon king? For the ultimate victory, we must make this decision," Marquis Gaberlain responded. "The Doom Prophet, Primo, has already predicted the fate of Bacor City. Even with the Empire's intervention, its fall is inevitable." Hearing this, Emperor Freelio furrowed his brow. Gaberlain continued, "Sending our forces to Bacor City not only fails to guarantee repelling or holding back the Demon King's forces, but may also weaken our defenses at the capital. We must prioritize our efforts." Moreover, he added, after repeated defeats, the morale of both the people and the army in the southern territories is already compromised. Although Bacor Duchy still has 1 million imperial troops, in the current situation, it's nearly impossible for them to perform at full capacity. Even if we manage to hold Bacor City, after a major battle with the Demon King, the city will likely be reduced to ruins, and the reconstruction would take an unknown number of years. It might be better to retreat strategically. Marquis Gaberlain reasoned, "We could concentrate all the empire's forces around the capital, marshalling the nation's strength to oppose the Demon King. With the capital's defenses and the empire's foundation, we are sure to defeat him." This argument seemed logical. Emperor Freelio hesitated slightly. Marquis Gaberlain continued, "By temporarily withdrawing from the southern territories, we preserve a large portion of our troops and can maximize the preservation of the local population. Once we reclaim the territory, everything can be quickly restored." Additionally, several empires, including the Sunset Empire, have agreed to send reinforcements. Allowing the southern territories to fall temporarily can enhance their sense of crisis, prompting them to send more support and significantly easing our pressure. Emperor Freelio's expression gradually softened. "Your points are well made." Marquis Gaberlain pressed on, "Your Majesty, this is not the time for hesitation. We must act immediately and cannot afford further delays. I believe that with the mobilization of the Empire's resources and the support of several forces, the Demon King will pose no significant threat." "How did the Prophet's attempt to probe the Chaos Forest go?" Emperor Freelio inquired. Marquis Gaberlain responded, "It has not gone well, Your Majesty. The Prophet dispatched a top-tier druid hero, but this hero has been missing for 2 days. According to the Prophet, it is likely that he has perished." "Dead?" Emperor Freelio was somewhat displeased. If he claims to be a prophet, why do such things still occur? Can he not foresee them? Marquis Gaberlain explained, the paths of fate are constantly changing, Your Majesty. Even the smallest disturbances can alter outcomes. The Druid's fate was not something the prophet had foreseen. This was not hard to understand. Even a powerful seer like the doomed prophet Primo could not predict continuously around the clock. Hero Jason was sent to investigate the Chaos Forest after Prophet Primo had completed his predictions and past retracings for Bachelor City and the battlefields. This means that if Primo had not detected any signs of a concealed demon king in the future of Bachelor City or in the past of the battlefields, he would not have sent Jason into the forest, and Jason would not have fallen. This implied that the timeline had already changed. Primo could see the future, but what he saw was only a possibility. The future was susceptible to disturbances, and no one could truly predict destiny. Emperor Frehlio scoffed internally. It seemed the prophet was not all-powerful after all. Seeing the emperor's slight dissatisfaction, Marquis Gaberlain quickly added, although this reconnaissance was not successful, the prophet is increasingly interested in the demon king of Darkness City. He is gathering more allies, and it seems he is determined to not rest until the demon king is destroyed. Upon hearing this, Emperor Frehlio was satisfied. Although the prophet's abilities were not flawless in predicting fate, he was continually predicting outcomes to ensure that even before combat, the size of the enemy and the forces they would deploy were known. This meant that as long as the Empire maintained an overall advantage in strength, it was practically impossible to lose to the Demon King. With this in mind, it seemed prudent to take measures to avoid any more significant defeats. After careful deliberation, Emperor Frehlio XVI made a decision. He decreed, issue the command for the troops in the eastern and western frontiers to be recalled to the imperial fortress. Order the evacuation of all troops and resources from the southern territory and ensure the complete evacuation of the populace of Bachelor Duchy. Although such a move was a blow to his pride, for the sake of the greater good, Emperor Frehlio made this decision. He planned to withdraw the remaining forces, all combat capabilities, and major resources from the southern territory, and simultaneously consolidate the main troops from the eastern and western frontiers. Thus, the residual forces from the three frontiers would gather at the Empire's core. This force would still be formidable, augmented by the imperial capital's strength and the Empire's hidden resources. The Demon King would not be able to penetrate this defense, especially with additional support from imperial powers like the Sunset Empire and allies such as Prophet Primo. No matter how powerful Darkness City was, compared to an imperial power, it was still too inexperienced and lacked the profound resources that come with established empires. As for the civilians of the Southern Territory? Although Emperor Frehlio ordered their evacuation, in reality, this was merely a formality. How could tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of people be evacuated? The Empire was prepared to abandon them. Fortunately, the Demon King did not massacre civilians. Once the Demon King was repelled, it was still possible to reclaim these people. Affirmed. Marquis Gaberlain promptly replied, we will proceed immediately. Emperor Frehlio XVI then added, also, have the priests ready the imperial temple, I need to enter the Hall of Valor. Upon hearing this, everyone present was greatly surprised. Marquis Gaberlain, shocked, quickly asked, Your Majesty, are you certain you want to utilize the power of the Hall of Valor? Isn't it too early to resort to such measures? Emperor Frehlio XVI scoffed coldly, the morale of the Empire is low, we cannot afford any risks. We must win this time, and only by harnessing this power can I be absolutely sure of redeeming our honor. Seeing the Emperor's resolute attitude, the ministers dared not object further. The Imperial Temple of the Thunder Empire was essentially the royal mausoleum, where the remains of the emperors of Thunder Empire were interred. Exceptionally legendary figures of the Empire, who had swept through their era and earned fame, were also entombed here if they achieved sufficient honor and recognition. Each year, the Empire had expended vast resources to hold rites for the mausoleum. This mausoleum was not merely a resting place for the dead, it had become a part of the Empire's heritage. The older it got and the more emperors it housed, the longer the rituals had been performed, and thus the more powerful it became. Inside the Imperial Temple laid a special area known as the Hall of Valor. Accompanied by hundreds of imperial priests, Emperor Frehlio XVI slowly entered the Hall of Valor, where dozens of massive crystal statues were situated around the Grand Hall, each radiating potent energy. Your Majesty! Receive the blessing of the ancestors. Only you, the legitimate emperor of the Empire, have this right. You will receive the blessing and protection of the spirits of the previous emperors, granting you near invincibility and an almost immortal state for a short time. But this blessing can only be performed once every few centuries and is one of the Empire's most important assets. Are you sure you want to use it now? It was the chief priest of the Thunder Empire who spoke, an elderly man with white hair and considerable power. He held the strength of a level 6 monarch and led the Empire's priests in conducting various significant ceremonies and rituals. Emperor Freelio firmly replied, "Do not dissuade me further. I know what I'm doing. I need this power now, and the Empire needs it too." In that case. The elderly chief priest sighed and opened the seals of the Hall of Valor. "Please, follow me, Your Majesty." Emperor Freelio put down the sword he carried and followed the long line of hundreds of priests into the Hall of Valor. Soon, the doors closed and a powerful aura began to gather in the mausoleum. Those outside were filled with awe, well aware of the power that this gathering represented the collective force of the Empire's past emperors. No one had expected a mere demon king to force the Empire into revealing this trump card. With the Emperor deciding to use the power of the Hall of Valor, it became clear that he intended to personally lead the campaign and confront the Demon King himself.